पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Hello, thank you. May I request people, those who are sitting at the back, and especially at the back of this screen, if you can kindly come in front. We have number of seats vacant here. If you can kindly call people, those who are sitting at the back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was sharing, this is India International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference. Embracing the multimodal revolution with Gati Shakti. That's the theme of today's conference. And you can see a number of logos on this. But before I share the partner's name, let me share it with you. The Logistics Committee, along with the International Affairs Committee and the Exhibition Committee, our Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Naveen Seth, is here. Naveen, if you can kindly raise your hand so that people can see you. Yeah, so a big round of applause for him because he has been putting a lot of efforts for having this conference in place, and each one of you, those who are here for this conference, he has played a very important role, and especially his team also. So I must put it on record. So as I can see that we have a delicate kit partner, the linear partner, the track partners. I mean, number of partners are there, logistics insiders, of course, Niti Aayog, India Logistics. And as you all are aware that India is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in its 75th year of independence. So what kind of things, what kind of developments, what kind of initiatives India has taken, how it is going to take shape, how our logistics industry is going to be. And as I have said, since the Honorable Minister would be joining, and then we will be having a formal lighting of lamp, etc. And we have the opportunity. May I invite first Mr. Gaurav from Logistics Insider, and I have been given a name also, Mr. Tariq Ahmed. He is the editor and publisher. So first I would like to request Mr. Gaurav or Mr. Tariq Ahmed, whosoever is. Mr. Tariq Ahmed, is he here? Oh, great. So Mr. Tariq Ahmed, my request would be to you is, we know the theme for today's discussions. We know how India is going to, have this industry in shape. But at the same time, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75th years of independence. What you see the industry, how it is going to take shape, what are the challenges and opportunities? If you can kindly share with us at the outset so that we can have a specific theme for the entire day's conference. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. So, hello and a very good morning, everyone. I feel ecstatic and honored to be in the presence of this wonderful audience. I take this opportunity to officially welcome you all to the first edition of India International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference. Thank you for coming. That many of you have willingly traveled long distances to be here gives us the affirmation that we are looking for. Now, I have been told to keep this short. That's probably because we have packed in a total of 4 sessions for the day. So we have to make the best use of every minute. Nonetheless, I would like to set the context for the theme of today's event, which is India Logistics Embracing the Multimodal Revolution with Gati Shakti. So the logistics industry is huge, and it is true for the market size, reach, network, people, and services. And in order to keep a shipper navigate this mega industry, multimodal transportation comes with multiple benefits. By a galloping economy like India ought to induce strength, resilience, and agility to the entire logistics ecosystem of the country. With the combined benefits of surface, ocean, and air modes, multimodal transportation is all set to transform the Indian supply chain landscape. And the government, in what can be called a landmark moment for the history of the Indian economy, decided to revamp the logistics situation by launching the PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. Among all the other things on the master plan's checklist are multimodal transportation and reduction of the national logistics cost, which is currently pegged at 13 to 14% of the nation's GDP. Aligning ourselves with the goal of the master plan, Logistics Insider and PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry have brought the Indian International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference for you today. With the planned panel discussions on various aspects of achieving the target of the master plan, we are confident that many valuable insights will be shared throughout the day. Overall, today's conference will witness the participation of leading logistics service users and providers, government officials, and others to brainstorm on the pain points of the logistics industry, best practices, innovations, and technologies which can support our efforts, and much more. Once again, I welcome you all and hope that you enjoy the event as much as we enjoyed putting it up for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context, as you rightly said. We have Mr. Gaurav also from Logistics Insight. Mr. Gaurav, are you aware? Are you here? So you would like to say something? I have been given this instructions by my colleague Ajay. Okay, great. So that's fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was mentioning it to you, this committee is Logistics Committee, and we have our chairman, Mr. Sandeep Wadhwa. Wadhwa sahab, I would like to request you to kindly, since we have time, so kindly share that what kind of initiatives which we are going to have under this committee, and then specifically to this conference, if you would like to share something, you know, I mean, or your co-chair, I mean, since we have time, so we thought let us have some interface, you know, and interaction with the audience over here. And as soon as the ministers come, then we will certainly have our wish list in front of him. But since we have time, I will take this opportunity. Please come, sir. Yeah, please come, sir. Mr. Ravinder Sethi, the co-chair of our logistics committee. A big round of applause for Mr. Ravinder Sethi, a leading name as far as big exhibitions are concerned. I have been told by my SG that a number of exhibitions in Dubai, you are part and parcel, worked so closely with government and especially with the state government. So please share your thoughts, sir. Thank you very much.
Yogesh, thank you very much for putting me in a spot. You know, he's first thing in the morning, he's gone totally off the tangent, and I love it. All right. So first of all, a very warm welcome to all of you. It's always a pleasure to open a session, or at the other end, and Yash knows at the end of it, when people we feel are sleeping in the back, to close it. A warm welcome to all of you. I will touch on just two things before I make a formal introduction. One, if you're going to spend 13 to 14% on the logistics sector, then our visions of 10 million tons of air cargo moving and multimodal transportation make India a transfer hub. They will all not happen. So Government of India is taking a very, very keen interest in the logistics sector. We are very happy for that. Honorable Shri Som Prakash ji couldn't come today, but the various meetings PhD has had with them, there is a lot of positivity to develop this sector. Nitin Gadkari ji is doing absolute wonders, and Scindia ji for civil aviation. I was at a conference which the Air Cargo Federation of India, ACFI, organized, and he was our main speaker. What a dynamic man, and what he wants to do for the air cargo section. This is a must. If this sector, and I don't say because I'm part of that sector, but unless this sector doesn't come up to global levels, we're going to have a difficult time in improving all other sectors. I'm talking as a layman. जब तक वो गाड़ी नहीं टाइम से चलेगी एक सीधा देसी हिसाब है क्या होगा so that's very important how we reduce our cost element in that. But the other thing which I'm going to talk about is a little bit emotional, that when there was darkness everywhere 2.5 years ago, and there was darkness, there was total darkness, everything stopped. We all know it, we were part of it. Today, thank God, we're all sitting here, we're having a cup of tea together, we're smiling. Three things happened which were very important at that time. Bharat Sarkar under Modi ji's guidance, and I use the word Prime Minister, PMO, right, said that we want to save the world, not just India. And he gave a thrust to the pharma industry. Early days, maybe we heard a lot of controversial things going to and fro, but today, sitting here, we know the role India has played. And that was the initiative and the drive of the PMO. And of course, I don't say that it didn't go down the line, but government had a very, very strong role in that, first. Second, the pharma industry and what the pharma industry did to literally save the world, right? Amidst all the controversies, amidst everything else which were going on, today we can sit tight. I got my booster shot yesterday, right? 350 rupees, because I went thoda bigda hua hu, so I went private, even that would have been free. 350 rupees, what beautiful service. And it's not just this message is going around the world. Right? I'm traveling in 2 days' time to Germany. Wo abhi ghoom rahe hain, no disrespect, Brussels has still imposed thing. I mean, it's unreal. So we should be proud of this second factor, the pharma industry. The third and most crucial, and this is where we are sitting here today, is the logistics sector, is our air freight industry. Two of my colleagues, the president of ACFI and the vice president, are sitting here, Cyrus Katkara and Yash Sharma. We salute them. We salute them because our air cargo industry delivered. Government's drive, farmers' production, delivery. When there was darkness, we couldn't go out of our houses, right? The air cargo industry of India delivered. And that is something which not only India, but around the world, when the pharmaceuticals went, I remember having spoken to Cyrus and other colleagues when total lockdowns, boys were risking their lives to make sure shipments went around the world. So the logistics industry played a very, very crucial role, not just for India, but this was the COVID times. That was just in the past, and let us just pray that it remains in the past. So, President Saab, this was my few words of just putting into to what Yogesh, you wanted me to say. I would not be doing my duty to say I'm a newcomer to the PhD. And Naveen said, "Where is Naveen? Naveen, raise your hand. Over here. This guy, this kid of mine, he's the one who pushed me." And I met President Saab, and it took me just one meeting to say, yes, get more involved. And I said something to him. I said, it's time to pay back to the industry, which I do with the Air Cargo Federation of India also. But sir, what the PhD is doing, not just for the logistics sector and the awareness, but all over the world, we thank you and your leadership, the Secretariat, my chair, Sandeep Bhadwaji, another amazing person. It's such a delight to be with him and learn so much. And believe me, I've not yet even started my speech. So that's all I would like to say before we start the formal thing.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. Thank you very much for your thought and sharing your experience and how the industry is going to take shape in this. Yes, as you have rightly said, with ACFI, we have done a number of programs, especially in the railways also. And of course, with Mr. Vipin Vora, who is our chairman of our Civil Aviation Committee. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just also share it with you that The industry is having number of issues which we are going to talk the entire day today in our different deliberations. But at the same time, I would like to use this opportunity. What Gati Shakti Forum can really add value. Ashish ji, if I can request you to kindly share about this new forum which we have set up under his leadership. Thanks to our president, Mr. Pradeep Multani, that this Gati Shakti Forum is set up in PhDCCI under the able leadership of Mr. Ashish Vig. And we are trying to ensure that how in different segments, in different committees with different ministries, we can, from this forum, can add value. Over to Mr. Ashish Vig. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Shri Pradeep Multani ji, President PhD CCI, Shri Sandeep Walva ji, Chair Logistics Committee PhD CCI, Ravinder Sethi ji, Co-Chair Logistics Committee PhD CCI, Saurabh Sanyal ji, AG PhD CCI, Dr. Yogesh, Assistant Secretary General, Managing Committee members, friends from the media, and all participants. जैसे अभी योगेश ने बताया, गति शक्ति is the initiative taken by the Prime Minister last year. बहुत ही ambitious program. Perhaps the first time nation has seen and will witness इतना बड़ा infrastructure related program इस aim के साथ, इस डिफाइंड मोटिव के साथ शायद नहीं आया. हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने इस मुहिम, इस मोटिव पीएम साहब को जो उन्होंने लिया, कीपिंग दैट इन माइंड, a new forum has been created. It's called Gati Shakti Development Forum. And as per the information that I have received, probably none of the apex chambers has this forum or a committee so far, which is exclusively dedicated to the Prime Minister's vision. The chamber is working through the various 7 verticals which the master plan of Gati Shakti from the PM office has identified. These include, of course, roads, highways, inland waterways, civil aviation. Now, when we talk about Gati Shakti, I'm sure all of us know that it is involving 16 ministries and departments which are supposed to be working together, removing the silos they were earlier working in. ये बहुत बड़ी चीज हो रही है. हमको कुछ उदाहरण आ रहे हैं इंडस्ट्री से. I'll share with you a very simple example which came on to us. Now there is this national highway being made, right, in Punjab. Along the national highways, normally there is a OFC, that is the optical fiber cable which goes. That land was always purchased so far so that the cable does not disturb the line of the highway. अब क्योंकि वो साइलोज में नहीं है, सब एक साथ काम कर रहे हैं, टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, रोड्स, एनवायरनमेंट, तो ये देखा गया कि ये जो OFC केबल का एरिया है ये राइट ऑफ वे ऑफ द हाईवे में आ रहा है, तो उसके लिए कोई परचेज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. अब वो जो समय जाना था, जो पैसा जाना था, सब सेव हो गया. Now this is, I mean, a very small example of what is happening. It's all digitally monitored, planned with GIS. So it's not something which we will feel कि ये तो यार एक मिनिस्ट्री दूसरे से बात करती होगी और आपस में काम करती होगी, ऐसा है नहीं. So it's a very, very important initiative which has been taken, and like I said, for the first time, holistic approach is important. Initiative again, how we can move good services from point A to point B, and like our speaker earlier said, reducing the logistic cost, which is at the moment approximately 13%. They are targeting it to come down to 8% of the GDP. Seamless transportation, point A to point B, multi-modal connectivity. You will have last mile connectivity. It's not only urban transport, it will take you to the rural transport. That affects the agriculture as well. Now, like I said, aligning it with 7 verticals, working together, it's a humongous task where the industry has to come in. आपने ये भी पढ़ा होगा कि अलग अलग कॉरिडोर्स बन रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स बन रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉरिडोर्स आपने अभी सुने, 2 डिफेंस कॉरिडोर्स का उद्घाटन हो रहा है, उनके साथ इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर्स आ रहे हैं. So all this is happening real time. All this is happening real time, but of course there are mixed reactions. The role of the chamber is, as you all know, interface between the industry and the government. And this being one of the hot initiatives, 1 लाख करोड़ की बात हो रही है, इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा इंडस्ट्री का रिएक्शन ज़रूरी है और हमारी तरफ से आगे प्रोएक्टिव होना टू द गवर्नमेंट ज़रूरी है. We've already had a couple of meetings and we look forward to your response to it. We are also planning, President Sir, we are also planning to take this similar Gati Shakti program to other states. We are in a number of states, PhDs in a number of states. We will try to take this to other states and get the feedback from there, what exactly is happening. Advanced infrastructure facilities, like I mentioned, there will be inland container depots coming up, which, as you know, we will be discussing today. कि multimodal हम लोग कैसे ले जाएंगे. आपको मालूम होगा भारतमाला, सागरमाला और अब पर्वतमाला, ये तीनों इसके अंदर आते हैं. और पर्वतमाला being the latest, that is where the government is coming up with a lot of initiatives. That is where they want to push this particular industry further. तो मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा. I would ask Yogesh to, in fact, invite President Sir to give his views. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashish ji. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me share. The Honorable Minister has left his office and he should be here in next 5 to 10 minutes. In the meantime, I can share it with you today's program, which is a very robust program which our committee's chair as well as the secretariat has put it in place. We, as Ashish ji, you have spoken on the various aspects. We have a number of sessions, and the first session, which post the inaugural session, which we are going to have on the cost reduction in logistics. My request to each one of you is please ensure that if you can kindly put your questions in place so that PhD CCI is an interactive platform whereby we want that people to interact, people to ask questions so that the industry is benefited. It cannot be a one-way communication that people can come and then speak and then leave. And of course, my colleague Aparajita, she's here, and have you put the media also in place? Am I right, Aparajita? Okay, so there would be some question answer session, President Sir, with the media also, so that we will be able to ask the Honorable Minister if he would like to give some answers. So as I was sharing it with you, the first session would be on the cost reduction in logistics. and that we say that is the need of the hour. And Shri Amrit Lal Meena, Special Secretary Logistics, Department of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, he will be there. Yeah. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Satish. He is the Senior Vice President with Mr. Sheikh Azad Parvez, Head Logistics and Warehouse. V-Guard Industries, he would be there. Why I'm sharing the name, though you have the program sheet. If anybody is not here, or if anybody has replaced any speaker, so that kind of information must come to us so that we can edit our sheet. Yashpal Sharma is the Managing Director of Skyways Group. Rajesh Gupta is the Head Supply Chain, JK Tires and Industries. Is he here, Mr. Gupta? Oh, yeah, great. And Keku Gazdar, Managing Director and CEO, Aviva Pro. Avnish Nayak is the Head Logistics and Warehousing, Raymond Limited. I'm sure all these people, those I have named, they all are here, or from their respective organizations also. Then we are going to have technical session 2, which is basically building a world-class infrastructure connectivity ecosystem. And over here, the session chief would be Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay. He is from Indian Administrative Service. He's the chairman of Inland Waterways Authority of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Thanks to my chairman, Mr. Sandeep Wadhwaji, for inviting him, in this very important technical session. And the moderation would be done by Ms. Chaitalya Mehta, is the director, EKF Global Logistics. Mr. Umesh Madhyan, Vice President Logistics, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. He would be there. Cyrus, sir, I can see, is the president of ACFI and partner G9 company. He has been coming at number of forums, sir, and also especially in the railways committee, Cyrus, sir. So I'm sure people are going to be benefited with your experience and your sharing of knowledge with each one of us. Mr. Karthik Shah, the regional manager, APAC Logistics. Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Chief Cargo Officer, Adani Airports. Great, sir. You're also here. Abdullah Ji, he's the Cargo Manager, India and Nepal, Emirates Sky Cargo. If he's around. Okay. Then we will have a presentation by Mr. Varun Chopra, Executive Chairman, Gear India on moving toward net zero in the MHE industry in India. Post that, we will have the networking lunch. And then from 3:10 p.m. onwards, S. Ramakrishna Ji, Advisor, FFAI's address on trade facilitation, role of FFAI and other industry association. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important because PhD Chamber, as I have been saying at the outset, not only the big organizations are members, but there are more than 169 associations in different segments. They are also part and parcel of PhD CCI. And it is our duty to ensure that each and every association is doing number of important work in their respective areas. And I have always been speaking on this from different platforms. There is no competition as such because we complement each other, whether it is PhD Chamber or any other business chamber, etc. Because at the end of the day, the motto is to ensure that the industry is going to be benefited out of it. For an example, yesterday we were there in Lucknow with the Chief Secretary. Those are the Saibabad Industry Association, they were there with us. And we had a detailed interaction with the Chief Secretary over there, how this Saibabad Industry Association can really help add value in developing the entire industrial area. So that's the objective of any chamber of commerce or any business chamber. So we are very happy that Shri Ramakrishnan ji, he is going to share what FFF AI is going to do. And then this technical session, harnessing the potential of multimodal logistics parks in India, which is the need of the hour, as Ashish ji has just mentioned. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Chandranath Dey, Head Operations, JLL India, Bhupendra Kumar ji, Head of Logistics, IOL Chemical and Pharma, Anil Mishra, National Logistics Head, Pladis Global, and Chandan ji is the AVP and Head Supply Chain, Argan Life Science, and Paroma ji Munshi, she President Business Development, Pristine Logistics. So they would be having. And the final session which we are going to have before the networking tea is the strengthening the last mile for a stronger Bharat. How all these different segments can make stronger Bharat, Swachh Sundar Sashakt Bharat, as we have been discussing Wadhwa Sahab in our different interaction. And this is going to be moderated by Smriti Sharma, Head Public Policy Operation, Amazon. She is around. She'll be joining. Okay, great. And then Avinash Dhagat, he's the Vice President Supply Chain. Mame Arth and Ramkesh Jangra, Head of Supply Chain, SCC Ericsson. Milind Chaudhary, Director Enterprise Application, CRAB Infotech. Shonik Goyal, Chief Supply Chain Officer, MMTC PAM. And Ashish Sikka, Chief Strategy Officer, Ecom Express, they'll be there. Of course, we have at the end 6:30. My friend Ajay Bansal has mentioned cocktails and dinners, though the dinner starts after 7:30. But let's see how best we can have it. So this is the entire day's deliberations, and post that we have a networking dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, the PhD CCI, as I was sharing it with you, have different committees, different programs. So may I request my team, those who are here before the Honorable Minister comes, if we can show that 3.5-minute movie of PhD CCI. Kasbir Thomas, if you are around. Sorry. Okay. The Honorable Minister has arrived. So that we can show it during the break time. So, and each and every supporter, the sponsors, those who have, so if their, movie is there, so that also you can line up so that we can share it with each industry members, who are here. So great. Thank you, Sanjeev, for confirming that Shri Shom Prakash ji is here with us. And I would love to read his brief profile, President Sir, as soon as he arrives. And then we will be having the formal set of proceedings of today. And as I was mentioning, it is the duty of our committee to ensure that dignitaries from government or the state, central government, they should be here. They are being requested. And at the same time, at the end of the day, we have a wish list, which we say a knowledge report. Ashish ji, you have always been, sharing it with us, that each program, each conference, each conclave must have a knowledge report. What are the wish list of the government? And then the chamber's job is, especially the secretariat, is to follow up, so that each and every conference should not just become a day event, and then it has to have a meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Honorable Minister, Shri Som Prakash ji. He is here with us today. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. May I request you to kindly join us on the dais, sir. A brief profile of Shri Som Prakash ji I would love to share. But before that, I'll not take much time. I would request our President, Shri Pradeep Multani ji, to welcome the Honorable Minister with a prosperity plant. May I request my colleague Satnam, if you can kindly. Yes. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister is here with us, and a prosperity plant. We say the name is PhD Chamber, that is the Progress Harmony Development Chamber of Commerce. If the progress harmony happens, the development happens by default. Before we initiate the proceedings formally, may I request the Honorable Minister to kindly light the lamp and formally inaugurate the India International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference with his beautiful, I would say, statements which he would be certainly going to share. At the same time, that's the need of the hour, that whenever we start any proceedings, we must have lighting of lamp. If we can have connected music also. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Continue with the clapping, so that we will not only improve our blood circulation, but at the same time, we will also make the entire atmosphere positive. We all clap in the morning while, walking in the park. So that's one of the best ways to improve our blood circulation, and at the same time to spread positivity around. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would share with the permission of the Honorable Minister, brief profile. Shri Som Prakash ji is a politician belonging to Bharatiya Janata Party. He is the Union Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He is a member of Parliament from Hoshiarpur Lok Sabha constituency and an ex-MLA from Phagwara. He is also a former Deputy Commissioner of Jalandhar and former Indian Administrative Service Officer of 1988 batch in Punjab cadre. Som Prakash ji, who was born on 3rd April 1949, is an MA in Economics from the Punjab University, Chandigarh. He had started his career as a research officer in the Punjab State Planning Board in 1972. Thereafter, he became an excise and taxation officer in the Punjab Excise Department. Som Prakash ji has served as the Deputy Commissioner of Faridkot, Hoshiarpur and Jalandhar, and has also held posts like the Labour Commissioner, Punjab Urban Planning and Development Authority, that is called PUDA, and Chief Administrator, Managing Director of the Punjab Financial Corporation, and Director of the Social Security Department. A big round of applause for the Honorable Minister that he's there with us today. And before I request him to speak, we have Mr. Sandeep Wadhwa. He's the Chairman of the Logistics Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir, to kindly come on the dais, Mr. Wadhwa, and please set the theme for today's discussions and how we are going to deliberate today, and at the same time, what are the pain points, if you can kindly share. Mr. Wadhwa, over to you, sir. A big round of applause for him.
A hearty welcome to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Som Prakash, Mr. Pradeep Multani, President PhD CCI, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General PhD, Dr. Yogesh Srivastav, ASG PhD Chamber, Mr. Ravinder Sethi, Co-Chair Logistics Committee, PhD, Mr. Ashish Vig, Chair Gati Shakti Development Committee, PhD CCI, Managing Committee members, friends from the media, and all the participants and dear friends. The COVID-19 pandemic is leaving its footprint on most industries globally. Logistics, which involves the transportation, storage, and flow of goods, also falls under one of the many sectors on which the pandemic has made a significant impact. In India, 64% of the freight is transported by roads. And this is not advisable with oil and natural gas prices rising every day, especially in the wake of ongoing Russian-Ukraine war. So the supply chain needs to make optimum use of railways, waterways, and airways for seamless movement of people, goods, and services from one mode of transport to another. This will give manufacturers across the country faster and better access to local and global markets and attract domestic and foreign investors with logistics cost and turnaround time being reduced considerably. While a significant amount of work is happening on the ground, technological transformation is also picking pace. Tech-based startups brought revolutionary changes in the last mile delivery. In the last 5 years, we have seen many more entrants in this space and connecting all these delivery miles with their smart technology. Last mile connectivity has to be a priority now while developing various economic zones and industrial parks and clusters to make Indian businesses more competitive with a reduced logistics cost, along with the vision of providing jobs, opportunities to the aspiring youth of the country. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan promoted integrated planning and coordinated implementation to infrastructural connectivity projects for industrial cluster and economic zones. As part of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for multimodal connectivity and the Bharatmala Pariyojana project, the government plans to develop 35 multimodal logistics parks to strengthen logistic and build transportation hubs in the country for seamless connectivity via road, rail, and water in the coming years. The MMLP projects will create over 2 lakh job opportunities. With these notes, I would like to conclude my remarks and will look forward to the meaningful and insightful deliberation from the industry stakeholders today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for setting the theme for today's this thing. And Mr. Sethi, as we requested you, if you can just say briefly, since you have already informed informally about the different pain points of the industry, if you can just say briefly about different points in front of the Honorable Minister. Over to Mr. Ravinder Sethi once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Yogesh ji. Honorable Shri Som Prakash ji, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Department of Promotion for Industry and Internal Trade, Bharat Sarkar. Honorable Shri Pradeep Maltani ji, President PHDCI. Honorable Shri Sandeep Wadhwa ji, Chair Logistics Committee. Shri Ashish Beg ji, Chair Gati Shakti Development Committee, PhD. Shri Saurabh Sanyal ji, Secretary General, PhD. Dr. Yogesh Srivastava ji, Assistant Secretary General, Managing Committee members, friends from the media, and all participants. Logistics, like any other industry, suffered heavily during COVID-19, and it is probably the most crucial industry, without which only a few cottage industries could survive. The pace of recovery was unknown even before the second wave started. When recovery did start, the sector, especially the air freight, became global saviors in delivering critical Indian vaccines at every short notice. The world salutes them. We all know the Indian logistics sector has been growing at a rapid pace. Logistics aggregators are becoming a one-stop solution for several startups and small businesses looking to expand their consumer base by going online. As an example, customers are getting a personalized experience owing to automized warehousing and packaging. The logistics sector has also emerged as India's top creating sector as per the National Skill Development Corporation. India's need for infrastructure creation in the logistics sector is striking. The government's keen focus on building connectivity through a better road network, dedicated freight corridors, tech-driven warehousing, along with multimodal logistics parks, is a praiseworthy step towards the logistics infrastructure creation. Specifically on the multimodal logistic parks, the initiative of developing these will transform the Indian infrastructure and logistics landscape by bringing greater efficiency and eliminating operational redundancies. The commitment towards enhancing the efficiency of multimodal infrastructure connectivity in the country moves to the larger vision towards a strengthened and vibrant economic and business ecosystem. Honorable Shri Som Prakash ji, the Government of India's commitment to an integrated logistics sector development through policy changes, infrastructure expansion, tax reforms, and technology adoption will undoubtedly provide positive outcomes. It will boost India's trade competitiveness, create jobs, improve the country's global rankings, and pave the path for the country to become a global logistics hub. Sir, the industry thanks the Government of India and thanks you personally for the initiatives you have taken. Once again, a warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries and guests, and we're sure that the day today is going to be extremely productive and hopefully also enjoyable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. You said that India is going to be a global hub, and we all wish, we all dream for the same set of things that it is going to happen very soon, and our dream will come true. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have mentioned, we have Mr. Ashish Beg. Ashish ji, the Gati Shakti Forum, which we are having it over here, if you can just say briefly on the points, what Gati Shakti Forum in PHDCCI under your leadership is coordinating with the ministry or with different ministry of Government of India.
Honorable Minister, sir, members on the dais, dear friends, it's nice to be back again, this time for probably 2 minutes. सर ब्रीफली डॉक्टर योगेश ने कहा, मैं बिल्कुल ब्रीफली बताऊंगा। सर पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स ने एक गति शक्ति डेवलपमेंट फोरम बनाया है। हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब का जो विजन है लास्ट ईयर जो उन्होंने कहा था, उस विजन को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये नया एक फोरम बनाया है। और जहाँ तक मेरी इंफॉर्मेशन है, जो बाकी एपेक्स चेंबर्स हैं वहाँ कोई ऐसा एक्सक्लूसिव डेडिकेटेड फोरम नहीं है या कमिटी नहीं है विच विल वर्क और इज वर्किंग विद द गवर्नमेंट टूवर्ड्स गति शक्ति। सर अब आपको इसके बारे में कुछ बताने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। गति शक्ति इस वक्त सबसे ज़्यादा एम्बिशियस प्रोग्राम है प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब का, और हमने कभी इस मैग्नीट्यूड का टूवर्ड्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लॉजिस्टिक्स प्रोग्राम एम्बिशियस नहीं देखा। इंटीग्रेटिंग 16 different ministries and departments, digitally monitoring with the use of the GSI and the ISRO reports. Sir, the aim is very, very clear, and the message is very, very clear to the industry that India is to be made a global hub. It has to be made a very, very competitive market by reducing the logistic costs. सर हमारा एक जो रोल है चेंबर का वो ये भी है कि हम जैसे ये अपना प्रोग्राम करते हैं तो हम इसका एक अपना रिपोर्ट बना के आपके ऑफिस में आते हैं, आपको सबमिट करते हैं और आपके साथ चर्चा करते हैं इंडस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट्स क्या है। सर जैसे एक छोटा सा उदाहरण है, सागर माला, भारत माला तो खैर बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, सागर माला और पर्वतमाला। सर सागर माला में इंडस्ट्री को और जोड़ा जाए, इसको कैसे जोड़ा जाए? ड्रेजिंग एक ऑप्शन है, ड्रेजर्स बनाना एक ऑप्शन है, पोर्ट्स बना के उसको रन करना एक ऑप्शन है। तो आज हमारे यहाँ इनलैंड वाटरवेज के अध्यक्ष भी आएंगे, उनके साथ भी हमारी ये चर्चा होगी कि हाउ टू इन्वॉल्व द इंडस्ट्री इन अ बिगर वे। पर्वतमाला हमने सर इस बार सुना बजट में कि पर्वतमाला पे जोर दिया जाएगा, इसमें कैसे इंडस्ट्री को लाया जाए? सो हम एक बना के सर आपके पास अगर आप हमें कुछ समय देंगे, हम लोग चेंबर की तरफ से आना चाहेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Ashish ji. Thank you very much. And that's the industry wish list. We will certainly going, with the permission of the Honorable Minister, we will be submitting it to the government. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I request him, we have our President, Mr. Pradeep Multani, to kindly give his presidential address. Over to Shri Pradeep Multani, President, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for him.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh. Good morning to everyone. Namaskar. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I am greatly honored and pleased to welcome you all to the India International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference with Shri Som Prakash ji, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Government of India physically. We thank our chief guest for taking time from his busy schedule and addressing the industry members. I also welcome the other eminent speakers and dignitaries on the dais in the program and extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been working as a catalyst for the promotion of Indian industry, trade and entrepreneurship for the past 117 years. It is a forward-looking, proactive and dynamic pan-India apex organization. As a partner in progress with industry and government, PHDCCI works at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, with a large membership base of 150,000 direct and indirect members, consisting of large, medium, and small industries, has forged ahead, leveraging its legacy with the industry knowledge across multiple sectors to take Indian economy to the next level. At the global level, we have been working with the embassies and high commissions in India to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. The Indian logistics sector is on a big growth tide. According to the domestic rating agency ICRA, Indian logistics sector is expected to grow at a rate of 8 to 10% over the medium term. This is an improvement over the compound annual growth rate of 7.8% at which the industry grew during the last 5 years. The logistics industry of India is currently estimated to be around USD 160 billion. With implementation of GST, the sector is expected to benefit and touch USD 215 billion over the next 2 years, as per the Economic Survey 17-18. The Government of India is also taking significant steps to support the sector and boost its growth in the times to come. The Commerce and Industry Ministry has decided to give a one-time funding of rupees 8 million to the sector for building up initial infrastructure and a phase 5 support of rupees 33.9 million for 4 years. The government's focus going forward is to bring down the cost of logistics, which is at 14.4% of India's GDP at present. The aim is to bring it down to 10% level in the next 4 years. This is a very significant move and will boost the competitiveness of the sector and will be significant for its further growth. Robust logistics-related infrastructure and an effective logistics management system promote the seamless transfer of commodities from point of origin to point of consumption, assisting an economy's growth. The development of the logistics sector is also extremely important to the Indian economy, as it will boost exports, create jobs, and give the country a prominent position in the global supply chain. Going forward, strategic investment and government initiatives to support the sector are going to be crucial for the logistics sector. I may mention that we have been interacting with Honorable Mr. Piyush Goyal ji as well as Mr. Som Prakash ji, and we are really indebted and grateful to them that they have been helping us in achieving a goal of ease of doing business, and we feel a lot of progress has taken place. And the goal of achieving USD 5 trillion economy, we are very confident with their active support and blessings and under the guidance, we as Team India will definitely be able to achieve that goal. To all the participants, I request you, because you are the experts on the logistics sector, we have to, today the biggest pain point for industry and trade is the high logistic cost of 13 to 14%. Somehow we need to get this down to at least 7-8%. And the earlier we do it, the better off we are toward achieving a goal of USD 5 trillion and also all our export targets. Any suggestions you want to give to us, suggest your problems with suggested solutions, you rest assured we'll take it up with the honorable ministers, and with their active support to industry and trade, I'm sure that will be reconciled to everyone's satisfaction. With these words, I would like to conclude my remarks and look forward to the meaningful and insightful deliberations for the industry stakeholders. Thank you. Jai Hind, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your wonderful presidential address. And as you said, that PhDCCI is an interactive platform, and based on our interaction, we will be recommending the pain points and how the industry takes shape in future to the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come when I invite the chief guest of the day, Shri Som Prakash ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Sir, if you can kindly come on the dais and share your views. A big round of applause for the Honorable Minister.
Respected Pradeep Antani ji, President PhD CCI, Sandeep Badwa ji, Ravinder Sethi Sahab, Ashish Big ji, Saurav Sanyal Sahab, और मेरे सामने बैठे बहनों भाइयों, मैं privilege महसूस कर रहा हूँ. I'm feeling delighted to be here with you on a regulation of the Indian International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference 2022. Logistic कम करने के लिए गति शक्ति प्रोग्राम प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शुरू किया है. That is an idea. उससे इम्प्लीमेंट करने से जो इकोनॉमी को शेप मिलेगी, ग्रोथ मिलेगी, मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक अपनाने से इकोनॉमी की जो अचीवमेंट होगी, जो हमारा गोल है इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमी में बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा करने का, वो पूरा होने जाएगा। पहले बहुत सारा पैसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में खर्च होता रहा है, पर देयर वाज नो इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच। सड़क वाले सड़क बना जाते, उसके बाद सीवरेज वाले आ जाते, सड़क उखाड़ देते, और सीवरेज के बाद टेलीफोन कम्युनिकेशन वाले आ जाते। देयर इज नो इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच। तो इसके लिए ये सरकार ने गति शक्ति जो प्रोग्राम प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया है, इससे बहुत बड़ी तब्दीली, बहुत बड़ा लाभ होगा, और सभी डिपार्टमेंट साथ मिलकर करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लाल किले से 15 अगस्त 2021 को ये प्रोग्राम की अनाउंसमेंट की थी। तब से हमारा डिपार्टमेंट GPIIT इस पे काम कर रहा है, और इसके लिए 100 लाख करोड़ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे खर्च होना है, और इस साल 20,000 करोड़ की एलोकेशन इस साल बजट में की गई है। इसके 7 इंजन जैसे रोड्स, रेलवेज, एयरपोर्ट्स, पोर्ट्स, मास ट्रांसपोर्ट, वाटरवेज एंड लॉजिस्टिक, ये सभी डिपार्टमेंट साथ में मिलकर काम करेंगे तो विकास बहुत तेजी से होगा। जैसे चेयरमैन साहब बता रहे थे, अब लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इंडिया की सबसे ज़्यादा हाईएस्ट में गिनी जाती है, 14% प्लस परसेंट गिनी जाती है। इसको रिड्यूस करके 10% अल्टीमेटली 7-8% में लाएंगे तो हम दुनिया में किसी भी देश के साथ compete कर सकते हैं। और ये बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम है जिसके लिए हमें सभी को साथ मिलकर काम करना होगा। इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज देश में बहुत है, और काम करते समय हमें सभी को ये काम करना होगा। और देश की जो विकास है, जो डेवलपमेंट है, उसके बाद भारत तेजी से विकास कर रहा है। आप लोग मेहनत कर रहे हो, आप लोग की कंट्रीब्यूशन है, यू आर द स्टेक होल्डर, आप भागीदार हो, आपकी वजह से देश तेजी से तरक्की कर रहा है। इंडिया इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट अट्रैक्टिव इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन नाउ, ये ग्लोबली एक्सेप्ट किया गया है। इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए इंडिया की 4th मोस्ट अट्रैक्टिव पोजीशन गिनी जाती है। मोस्ट अट्रैक्टिव इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन ग्लोबली 4th गिना जाता है, और रिटेल डेवलपमेंट में 2nd पोजीशन पे गिना जाता है। लार्जेस्ट इकॉनमी इन दी वर्ल्ड 5th होगी, ये 2019 से रैंकिंग की, जो रैंकिंग IMF ने की है, उसमें दुनिया की 5th लार्जेस्ट इकॉनमी गिना जाता है। और 3rd लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर मार्केट देश की 2030 तक बनने वाली है। सो इंडिया इज डेवलपिंग एट ए वेरी फास्ट रेट, और इसको और तेज करने के लिए और विकास करने के लिए हम सबको साथ मिलकर इंडस्ट्री को, सरकार को एक ही लेवल पे काम करना पड़ेगा। और जो कानून है जो बाद में आते हैं, उसकी भी बहुत बड़ी चेंजेस की गई हैं। उसमें जो विकास के रास्ते में कानून आते हैं, उनको भी ठीक किया गया है। हमारे देश की, भारत की ग्रोथ 8% से ज़्यादा इंडिया IMF ने, RBI ने कैलकुलेट की है, और हर हालत में 7% से ज़्यादा ये रहने वाली है। ये भी फास्टेस्ट ग्रोथ होगी वर्ल्ड में, दुनिया में, और दो बाकी के देश, चाइना जैसे के मुल्क 4% 3% में रह जाएंगे, ऐसा सभी का सोचना है। और ये भी आप सभी को पता है कि एक्सपोर्ट में भारत ने बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट की है। इस साल जो एक्सपोर्ट हुई है, दिस द हाईएस्ट एवर एक्सपोर्ट इन ईयर। एक साल में सबसे बड़ी 419.420 बिलियन US$ जो हुई है। और इस साल अप्रैल में भी जो एक्सपोर्ट की फिगर्स हैं बहुत एनकरेजिंग है। इसके से ऐसा लगता है कि जो 400 का जो टारगेट हमने पूरा किया था इस साल, ये 500 का टारगेट हम पूरा करेंगे अगले साल तक, ऐसा भारत सरकार हम सोचते हैं। ये सारा आप लोगों की मेहनत से होगा, आपकी डेवलपमेंट जो आप सोचते हैं, जो आपकी डेलिब्रेशंस है, उसके साथ होगा। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में हम कुछ ना कुछ हमेशा काम करते हैं। आपको पता है भारत का स्थान 2014 में 142 पर था, अब 63 पे है। और इस पे कंप्लायंसेस को रिड्यूस करने के लिए भारत पंजाब हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने बहुत काम किया है। 31,000 कंप्लायंसेस को ख़त्म किया गया है। और इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क से उसकी रेटिंग से शुरू करके 4400 इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क्स हैं, उनको आप कहीं से बैठकर भी देख सकते हो कि इस इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क में कौन सी जगह खाली है, कौन सा प्लॉट खाली है, उसमें क्या उसके दाएं बाएं सब क्या है, पार्क उसकी क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज हैं। यू कैन सिलेक्ट फ्रॉम दी वेबसाइट, जा उसमें जाकर देख सकते हो। इसलिए बहुत बड़े काम जो कंप्लायंस रिडक्शन के लिए, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के लिए, इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क की रेटिंग के लिए किए गए हैं, ताकि इंडस्ट्री को जल्द बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ावा मिले। और सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, इसके लिए भी बहुत तेज़ी से काम हो रहा है। इसमें 20 मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इंटीग्रेट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, ताकि एक जगह एप्लीकेशन दे, किसी को प्रॉब्लम ना हो, उसके सारी अप्रूवल साथ में हों। PLI स्कीम के बारे में आप जानते हो, इसमें 14 सेक्टर्स को लिया गया है और अब तक 2,53,845 करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात हम आस करते हैं ये होगी। और ये डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसमें बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं। और स्टार्टअप्स में और भी तेज़ी से काम हो रहा है। स्टार्टअप एक ऐसी बढ़िया स्कीम है जिसमें दुनिया में हमारा तीसरा लार्जेस्ट इकोसिस्टम है वर्ल्ड में, और 7,000 से ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप्स हमारे पास रजिस्टर्ड है। एवरी डे 80 स्टार्टअप हम रजिस्टर करते हैं। दिस इज रिकॉर्ड इन वर्ल्ड, इतनी तेज़ी से हो रहा है। सो विकास तेज़ी से हो रहा है, डेवलपमेंट हो रही है, इंडस्ट्री उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही है। बहुत सारी आप कहते हैं ये हमारे से होना चाहिए। जो भी आपकी डेलीब्रेशन जहाँ पे होंगी उनको प्लीज़ हमें इससे शेयर कीजिए, ताकि हम आपकी जो यहाँ से डिस्कशन होगी दैट विल बी गाइडेंस फॉर अस, हमें गाइडेंस मिलेगी, हम डेवलपमेंट के लिए और भी अच्छा काम कर सकेंगे। इसमें हमारे अमृतलाल मीना जी स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी हैं DPIT में, वो भी अभी पहुँचे हैं। बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए हमारी कोशिश है, तो मीना जी भी और सारे डिपार्टमेंट की कोशिश होती है कि हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स जो आप लोग हों, उनसे ज़्यादा कोई भी स्कीम आपकी कंसल्टेशन के बगैर बनेगी तो कामयाब नहीं होगी। जब तक आपका इनपुट नहीं होगा, जब तक आप रियल ग्राउंड जीरो जो पोजीशन है नहीं हमें बताएंगे, वो तब बात बनेगी नहीं। मैं एक दिन बात कर रहा था कि गति शक्ति में हम सारे प्रोग्राम ले रहे हैं। रास्ते में जो ट्रक यहाँ से जाता है, रास्ते में जो चोरी हो जाती है, उसको भी कोई ना कोई प्रोग्राम उसमें सोचना चाहिए। जैसे गोविंदगढ़ से लोहे की ट्रक जाता है, रास्ते में एक जगह प्रॉपर है, वहाँ से उसको 2 क्विंटल आधा क्विंटल से निकाला जाता है। इस तरह राजपुरे की तरफ से निकले, इवन लिक्विड चारकोल वगैरह जो लोग जिसको कहते हैं, वो करनाल से आती है, वहाँ उसको उतारी जाती है। इसके रास्ते में जो चोरी का है, इसको भी इस सिस्टम में जोड़कर कोई इसका हल निकालना चाहिए। नहीं तो ये एक वे ऑफ लाइफ बन गया। चोरी, टैक्स की चोरी या हो या दूसरे ट्रक में किसी व्यापारी की चोरी हो, ये एक हमारे सिस्टम का पार्ट बन गया है। इसको भी ब्रेक करने की जरूरत है। जो हम विकास करते हैं, डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, उसके साथ मॉरल वैल्यूज भी डेवलप करें, तरक्की करें। और रास्ते में जो चोरी का सिस्टम है, इसको भी रिड्यूस करने के लिए, चेक करने के लिए कोशिश करनी है। आप इस पर भी विचार जरूर करें कि उसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए। आप जो भी सुझाव देंगे हम उसको ऐड करेंगे। आज आकर यहाँ मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। आप लोगों एक बहुत अच्छे प्रोग्राम जो प्रधानमंत्री के दिल का प्रोग्राम है, उन्होंने शुरू करवाया है। गति शक्ति प्रोग्राम सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स रल के इसको कर रहे हैं, एक साथ एक ही दिशा में सारे इंटेग्रेट अप्रोच से करेंगे और देश तेजी से विकास करेगा, देश तेजी से तरक्की करेगा। वर्ल्ड में इसका नाम जैसे एक्सपोर्ट लार्जेस्ट हो रही है, रिकॉर्ड हो रही हैं, और भी कीर्तिमान हम स्थापित करेंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for your wonderful words. And as he has said, we welcome Shri Amritlal Meena ji from Indian Administrative Services Special Secretary, Logistics, Department of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And before I request our Secretary General to sum up with his formal vote of thanks, may I request, with the permission of the Honorable Minister, number of industry people are doing number of good jobs. So may I request President and Honorable Minister to kindly come in front of the dais, and we would like to give a small memento to Gear India brand of Gemini Equipment and Rental Private Limited. May I request to kindly come on the dais and receive a small appreciation on behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And sorry. Yes. May I request Mr. Meena ji, if you can also join us on the dais, please, sir. Shri Amrit Lal Meena, Special Secretary, Logistics, Department of Commerce and Industry. And may I request Mr. Sandeep Wadhwa, please join us on the dais for this important occasion. I request Gear India brand of Gemini Equipment and Rental Private Limited to kindly come on the dais. Are you there? Yes, sir. Please come, sir, and receive a small appreciation on behalf of the industry. A big round of applause. Thank you. Now I would request Skyways Group, representative from Skyways Group, if you are around. Please come, sir. You can come on that side and then leave from probably this side. Yeah. May I request now Viz Freight, if you are here. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Please, Viz Freight, if you can kindly come on the dais and receive a small appreciation. And last but not the least, G9 Company. Everybody knows G9 Company. May I request the representative from G9 Company to kindly come on the dais and please receive this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Kindly come, sir, on the and please take your seat, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, the Secretary General of Progress Harmony Development Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly give the formal vote of thanks for this inaugural session. And post that, we will have a detailed discussion with Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji, as I have said, in the technical session. Over to Mr. Sanyal.
Thank you, Yogesh.
Okay. We'll have some questions. Anyway, yes, President sir, thank you. As we are an interactive forum, anybody wants to have a question with the Honorable Minister, maybe? So I think all, yeah, the gentleman there, yes. Sir, please introduce yourself and kindly be brief.
मेरा नाम देवेंद्र सिंह भदौरिया है, मैं DCBA से प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा हूँ। मंत्री जी से मेरा एक सवाल है ट्रेड को लेके कि जो कस्टोडियंस हैं, जैसे हमारे देश के रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री का कस्टोडियन है कॉनकोड, जिनके द्वारा अनाप शनाप चार्जेज लगाए जाते हैं, दुहाई दी जाती है कि सरकार ने हमारे ऊपर रेंटल चार्जेज बढ़ा दिए गए। तो मेरा उनसे निवेदन है और आग्रह है कि इस तरह की जो आज गति शक्ति प्रोग्राम प्रधानमंत्री का चल रहा है और सरकार के ही लोक उपक्रम इस तरह की दुहाई देके ट्रेड में चार्जेज पे 50-50 हजार रुपए एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए हमें क्या एक्शन लेना चाहिए, नंबर 1। दूसरा, जो आज देश में निजीकरण हो रहा है, जिसमें हमने तमाम सारे कस्टोडियंस को एयरपोर्ट समर्पित कर दिया है, उनके द्वारा जो हैंडलिंग के मिसकंडक्ट किए जा रहे हैं, उनकी कहीं पे कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। पूरे देश में हम देख रहे हैं कि दिल्ली का एयरपोर्ट प्रथम स्थान पे है।
सर, ये सारे जो है ना, आप मेरे को लिख करके दीजिएगा, बिकॉज आई वांट सम स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चंस, नॉट अ स्पीच ओवर हियर।
सर, चूंकि इसका प्रोग्राम का जो मेन आज भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का मोटिव है गति शक्ति,
हाँ, तो
और अगर उसमें कुछ चीजें हेडल्स बनती जा रही है,
इसका सर, बिकॉज मिनिस्टर साहब को निकलना है,
हाँ,
बट वो जवाब जरूर देंगे।
दिस
प्लीज ब्रीफ टू द पॉइंट। हाँ प्लीज, थैंक यू।
सर, मेरा इसको संक्षिप्त में यही पूछना है कि देश के लोक उपक्रम है कंटेनर कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया, अगर उनकी जो हैंडलिंग और जो चार्जेज है उसको लेकर अगर देश की सरकार ने कोई निर्णय नहीं लिया तो जरूर इस देश के जो प्रधानमंत्री का मोटिव है गति शक्ति, वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे लक्ष्य पर प्राप्त नहीं कर पाएगा।
ठीक है जी,
यही
ठीक
मेरा
है जी, थैंक यू, संज्ञान में लिया गया। हाँ जी, हाँ जी, थैंक यू सर।
आपने पॉइंट रेज किया है वो आपने डेलीगेशन में भी इसको रेज करिए, इसको डिस्कस करें, उसमें इसका पार्ट बनाए जो आज की मीटिंग का, जो आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स है वो उसको सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, चाहे इंडस्ट्री की है, चाहे रेलवे की है, या किसी पोर्ट की है, उसे आप कहते हैं उसको निजीकरण करें। निजीकरण तो हम सारी इंडस्ट्री, आप निजीकरण में बैठे हो तो वो भी हो सकता है, पर उसमें जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उसको सॉल्व जरूर करेंगे। आप सुझाव लेकर दें क्या करना चाहिए, तो सभी, चाहे रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट, कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट हो, गति शक्ति प्रोग्राम सबसे सुप्रीम प्रोग्राम है, उसको कामयाब करना है, हर हालत में करना है। इसलिए जो इसमें गति आएगी या उसमें तो विरोध आएगा उसको दूर करेंगे।
थैंक यू ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर। अजय बंसल जी, आप लिखित में लीजिएगा
थैंक यू
ऑनरेबल मेंबर से, एंड देन वी विल।
एक चीज में आदरणीय मंत्री जी साहब, हमारा सिर्फ आपसे एक अनुरोध है, इस समय लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को जो कम करेगा, अगर जो हमारे पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स हैं इनको अगर जीएसटी के दायरे में ला दिया जाए तो उससे जाके जो हमारे को जो इंडस्ट्री होता है, ट्रेड होता है, तो उसको उसका इनपुट क्रेडिट मिलेगा। तो आई थिंक एफएम तो एग्रीड है, अगर स्टेट्स भी ऑन बोर्ड आ जाएं तो उससे बड़ा फर्क पड़ेगा। अगर आप उसको जरा हमारी यहाँ पे भी देखें।
देखिए, हमारे कंट्री में फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है, स्टेट्स हैं, सेंटर है। जो टैक्सेस है, बहुत सारे टैक्सेस तो स्टेट का डोमेन में आते हैं, और जो जीएसटी है ये कंसेंसस के साथ इसको अडॉप्ट किया गया, सभी स्टेट्स इसको एग्री किए। इसलिए अब भी इसका जो जीएसटी में लाने की बात कर रहे हैं, स्टेट्स इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं, उनको हम मनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हमारी लगातार एफर्ट है। इसमें जो जीएसटी काउंसिल है उसमें ज़्यादातर डिसीजन यूनिवर्सली लिए जाते हैं, ऐसे वोटिंग नहीं होती कभी भी उसमें। इसलिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोगों का यही मानना है कि जीएसटी में लाना चाहिए। इसका प्रयास हम कर रहे हैं, जारी रखेंगे।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now, President Sir, with the permission of the Honorable Minister and yours, I would request Mr. Sanyal to kindly give the formal vote of thanks briefly, so that we end this inaugural session and immediately go to the next session. Over to Mr. Sanyal.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Shri Som Prakash, Minister of State for Commerce, Industry, Department of Promotion of Industry and Entertainment, Government of India, and our chief guest today. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time and coming here and gracing the occasion. Shri Pradeep Multani, our President, PhD Chamber. Shri Ashish Vig, Chair, Gati Shakti Development Committee, PhD Chamber. Shri Sandeep Wadhwa, Chair, Logistic Committee, PhD Chamber. Shri Ravinder Sethi, Co-Chair, Logistic Committee, PhD Chamber. Dr. Yogesh Srivastav, Assistant Secretary General and my colleague, PhD Chamber. Distinguished Managing Committee members, distinguished former presidents, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues who are here. It's indeed my pleasure to propose this vote of thanks. I would not take much time. Large number of experts are sitting here, including the distinguished and respected Additional Secretary Shri Meenaji. We had a fantastic interaction during the logistic conference, which was held under his dynamic leadership. And we were all there in strength, as you are all aware. Most of the logistic partners who are sitting here, they were all there that day. Thereafter, we went to Gujarat, and there, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the Dholara logistic park, which has come up along with the industrial park, it is a treat to see. And let me tell you, this is all with the efforts of the Government of India and the state government, and they are doing a fantastic work. We propose, as per the chair, Mr. Ashish Desai from Nirma, our chair of the Jaipur, Gujarat chapter, that we propose to take a delegation of 25 members, strong people who would like to invest there. And this is the way forward for Gati Shakti. With these words, I once again thank you all for giving this opportunity. And I really thank from my heart Honorable Som Prakash ji, who has spared his valuable time despite his busy schedule and being here. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. Now I would request Mr. President to kindly give Statue of Liberty a memento from PHDCCI appreciation to the Honorable Minister. Statue of Unity, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal, for correcting. Yes, Statue of Unity, लौह पुरुष सरदार पटेल, और जैसा कि हमारा मोटो है, Progress, Harmony, Development, Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, gentlemen, in this inaugural session. Immediately, I would request my colleague Ajay Bansal to please change the name so that we can have. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir. A big round of applause for him once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to have a session on cost reduction in logistics need of the hour. May I request my colleague Ajay Bansal, Sunita Prajapati to kindly come on the dais and immediately change the name of the speakers. Yeah. Ajay and Sunita, please change. And the chief guest of this cost reduction in logistics need of the hour, the session chief guest is Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji, Special Secretary Logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no break. Please settle yourself. Please settle down. Yeah. And the moderation would be done by Satish ji, Senior Vice President. Is he here? Satish ji, are you around? Oh, great. So you are also here. So my job would be minimized. And then we have Mr. Sheikh Azad Parvez, Head Logistics and Warehousing, V-Guard Industries, Yashpal Sharma, MD Skyways Group, Rajesh Gupta, Head Supply Chain, JK Tire and Industry. Gupta ji, yes, you are already here. Keku Gazdar, Managing Director and CEO, and Avnish Nayak. Gupta Saab, please come. Head Supply Chain, JK Tire and Industry, Keku Gazdar Saab. And the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Satish, Senior Vice President, Viz. Okay. So moderator should be here. And rest the speakers are going to be there. Yes. Gupta Saab. Yeah. Please put your name. Yeah. No? Yeah. Okay. 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 So a brief instructions again by my colleague Ajay. May I request our chairman Sandeep ji to kindly come on the dais and give and co-chair, of course, Ravinder ji, please come on the dais and give a brief appreciation memento on behalf of PHDCCI to Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji, Special Secretary Logistics, Department of Commerce and Industry. Post that we will have the deliberation, and then we will of course be giving all the appreciation to all the speakers. Yes, sir. Please come in front, sir. Our chairman, Mr. Sandeep Vadhva, our co-chair. Yeah. So please give a small memento on behalf of PHDCCI. I would request the dignitaries to kindly stand, and then this is as a token of appreciation. A big round of applause since he has a meeting. So I thought this used to be done after the session, but let us do this before this so that to save the time. So thank you very much. And now I would hand over mic to my colleague Satish ji, Senior Vice President Viz, to moderate this session. Over to you, sir. All yours.
I think we are 7 minutes away from a good afternoon, and not so difficult to do a session before lunch. After the lunch would always be a thing. But I think the topic that is being put to moderate today is an important topic, and we are fortunate to have none other than Mr. Meena, our Special Secretary for Logistics, to be on the dais. So before we start the session, what I would request Mr. Meena is to probably talk more on the government side of it, so that we have more information up to date. Because I'm happy that after being 31 odd years in the logistics industry, we finally have been thought of as an important part, and we have a special secretary appointed. So Meena ji, we are very happy to have a special secretary for our thing. We've been always been asking for industry status, but I think COVID has got us the industry status finally. So request Mr. Meena to please speak.
Thank you, Satish ji, and all esteemed panelists, all participants in this International Logistics and Supply Chain Conference. I am grateful to PSD CCI for inviting me and talking to you on PM Gati Shakti. As you all know, PM Gati Shakti, Honorable Prime Minister launched last year, October 13th. The objective of PM Gati Shakti is ultimately to bring in logistic efficiency. And as you all are into the logistic sector, so you know the components of cost. First and foremost is the transportation and fuel. Second is warehousing. Third is the inventory cost. And fourth are the systems and processes, regulatory fee, etc. So the first component, which is almost half of the contributor to the total cost, transportation and fuel, is being attempted to be addressed through PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. Honorable Prime Minister has given this vision to develop multimodal connectivity infrastructure across the country to bring in efficiency in transportation and to see that there is a shift from one mode to another mode, which is more cost effective, maybe from road to rail in case of long distances, from rail to water-based or road to water-based or the coastal shipping. So the infrastructure required for all modes of the transportation have been taken into that plan, and focused intervention is ongoing with certain targets set up for next up to 2024-25. For example, if we talk about the road sector, a lot of work is being done. But in 2014, the total length of the national highways in the country was 91,000 kilometers. Through PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, it is targeted to take it to about 2 lakh kilometer long national highway network, apart of course from the state highway development by the state governments. So today we have already achieved 1.41 lakh kilometer in last 7 years, from 91 to 1.41. And plans and programs and projects are there on the ground to achieve this 2 lakh kilometer in next about 2-3 years, 2025. You must have read the news yesterday, Honorable Minister Road Transport and Highways, the Guinness Book of World Record, wherein 105 kilometer bituminous carpeting has been done in 105 hours, world record. Yesterday it was there. So that is the speed and the capacity on which all the infrastructure departments of the government and also the state governments are working. Similarly, there are targets for railways, there are targets for civil aviation. We had about 17 airport and helipads earlier. It is targeted to be taken up to 220. Already the figure achievement is 141. The telecom network, the OFC, 2014 about 60 gram panchayats were having the OFC connectivity. Now about 1.7 lakh gram panchayats are already connected, and remaining about 80,000, that is total we have 2.6 lakh gram panchayat will be connected by OFC connectivity by next year. In fact, by 2025, all the 6 lakh villages are proposed to be connected through the OFC connectivity. Same applies to the transmission network. Already we have achieved 4.25 lakh circuit kilometer of the transmission network in the country, as against the target of 4.54 circuit kilometer. Similar are the targets for the port and various other modes. So the experience of implementation of the projects over the period of time indicates that the time overrun and cost overrun are the major factors which affect our speed. The reasons of the time and cost overrun invariably is land acquisition, unforeseen delays in the land acquisition, the clearances, primarily the forest, wildlife, and the environment clearances. Then there are utility shifting issues, which takes time, and of course, administrative issues. Government of India, different ministries, about 1,800 projects are ongoing, which are more than 500 crore in value. We in DPIIT are responsible for monitoring the issues which are hindering the progress of these projects. So we have a portal, project monitoring group called PMG portal. So in that portal, any proponent ministry can raise the issue which is affecting their progress. The issue automatically goes on to the ministry or the state government responsible for its resolution. And then through monthly meetings, we have a system of coordination. Through that, we resolve the issues. After launch of PM Gati Shakti, with the general environment of everybody being extremely sincere to ensure time and cost overrun to be kept at zero level, in last about 8 months, 1,000 issues have been resolved across different projects. And the speed of implementation of the infrastructure projects is enormously higher with this general environment. Apart from monitoring and concurrent resolution of the issues, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is a digital plan to see that these disruptions are taken care of during the beginning in the planning stage itself. Now, why the problem of land acquisition takes long time? Because the alignments are not properly seen before the alignment, the disruptions are not seen before the alignment is finalized. Why it takes longer time in the forest clearance despite clarity and the intention? Because the alignments at times are not properly looked at before the fixation of the origin and destination points. So in PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, the layers of information which are required for decision making are mapped onto a digital platform. There are about 600 layers of all different ministries and the state governments, which have been mapped onto a single digital national master plan called PM Gati Shakti NMP. It has existing network of the road, rail, water supply, forest layers, sewerage, mining, everything you name it, there is a layer. Now, for any planner, if he has to decide an alignment between point A and B, suppose the highway planning from, let us say, Pune to Bengaluru is to be planned. It's a new highway proposed by MORTH. When the alignment is mapped onto the national master plan, it gives as to where it is crossing the forest area. So in case the agency wants to undertake diversion in the planning stage, the option is visible. But if there are limitations that they cannot divert, then they are aware of the fact of need of having the NOC requirement from the forest authorities well before the project is approved or taken up for the tendering process, so that the time is available for its early resolution. Similarly, if it is crossing through some habitation or water body, the information is available well in advance. So this is how this national master plan is helping a great deal to all the consultants who are involved in the infrastructure planning by way of visualization of all possible data layers, and resultantly the possible disruptions on account of the factors which I just narrated would be less. And hence the ultimate objective of without time and cost overrun would be possible to be achieved. You are aware that in this year's budget, as against last year's provision of 5.5 lakh crore for capex, this year it has gone up to 7.5. Government of India has also provided 1 lakh crore to the state government for capex enhancement with focus on PM Gati Shakti and logistic related infrastructure. So there is massive push on spending with timely completion, spending with quality of construction, spending with a purpose to improve the transportation efficiency is PM Gati Shakti. For example, our ports, 100% potential utilization of port, the congestion, last mile connectivity were the issues. So complete audit has been undertaken by the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways through the ports administration, and about 80 such projects have been identified, which if are taken on priority, will see that there are no unnecessary congestions at the entry or exit of the port by way of widening of road, by way of taking up of new alignments or railway lines or some other solution. But such projects have been identified, and the Ministry of Road Transport and the railways responsible for the implementation are already working on the feasibility. Same applies to the economic zones. If suppose there is a large congregation of the industries in a particular area, and the movement to port or to the hinterland or to the consumption center takes longer time if there are capacity limitation of the transportation. So such gaps are identified and taken up on priority so that the efficiency of transportation is attended to. Regarding the warehousing, multimodal logistic parks are being developed now by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. You are aware 35 parks locations have been identified. Few have already been tendered. Railways is also developing about 100 cargo terminals along the freight corridor, and wherever freight corridor is not there along the existing railway lines at places which has possibility of containerized cargo movement. Exercise is already underway. Now, there is a system of, user interaction. So in one of the user interactions in the Standing Committee on Promotion of Export Shipping about a beak bag, we were informed that the container freight stations, which used to take care of the containerized EXIM cargo, now because of the direct port delivery, their significant capacity is lying unutilized. And same applies to the ICDs. So there was a demand from the users that to permit us for the air freight CFS, part of CFS capacity may be utilized for AFS, airport station. Or if the capacity is larger, part of it can be utilized by providing custom bounding for the CFS and remaining for the domestic. Now, all these issues have come up, and there are about 300 CFS and ICDs in the country. We are examining very closely with the CBIC and would be taking a decision, considered decision in this direction, so that these facilities which have been created over the period of time are not put to idle. Whatever surplus capacity is available is put to use as the logistic parks for the domestic movement also. Similarly, for containerization enhancement, Concor is already procuring additional containers, and now talks are on to see that we acquire the manufacturing capacity for containers, and more cargo movement through container is promoted. The network of the warehouses is being mapped onto the National Master Plan, and the freight flow systems are also being developed so that the available capacity is visible to the industry for optimum utilization purposes. For efficiency and inventory management, the existing digital systems of 27 ministries, whether it is FOIS or port community system or systems of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, IceGate, DGFT system, all these are being integrated onto unified logistic interface platform through API based integration. Now, any user who wants to access data from across these systems would have facility to develop their own ERPs and get data for better tracking and tracing of the cargo. Already many use cases have been developed. Anyone who is interested in developing their own use cases, we are permitting access to this database at this stage only for the pilot purposes, but very soon it is going to be launched and made available for every user on proper identification basis. Under NICDC, Sanyal Saab just spoke about, we have so far developed 4 industrial parks. One is Dholera. It's 900 square kilometer, unthinkable area, 900 square kilometer, out of which 400 square kilometer is meant for industries and another about 500 square kilometer is for solar and various other activities. Already a solar park have been set up with 13 lakh solar plates installed. I had visited that site. It is just seeing to be believing कि जितनी नजरें जाए सिर्फ solar plate नजर आती. Or initially, now there are plots available. Many industries have already taken. Significant concessions to the early applicants is being offered by the special purpose vehicle. In NICDC, the industrial parks are being developed by the special purpose vehicle, having 50% ownership of the state government and 50% of the central government. State government provides for the land. Value of land is taken as equity of the state government, and central government provide equal amount as the grant, which is equity of the central government. In case the project require additional expenditure, then there is a window of providing debt by the central government so that the core infrastructure is developed, and thereafter by way of the revenue from the sale of the plot and use of the common facilities, the SPV becomes self-sustainable. Another facility that has been developed is near Aurangabad in Maharashtra. There are already 112 industries have come up. Many of them are into commercial products. The third industrial cluster is Bikram Udyogpuri near Indore, 26 kilometers from Indore in Madhya Pradesh. In Bikram Udyogpuri, you will not believe, state government has taken 300 acres of the land from this SPV. And state government is offering that land for medical devices park at the lease rental of, can you guess what can be the possible lease rental which state government is offering? 20 rupees per square meter. 20 rupees per square meter per year is the lease rental, जिस पर 300 एकड़ जमीन को मध्य प्रदेश सरकार मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पार्क के लिए ऑफर कर रही है. कल ही परसों विज्ञापन था अखबार में. Similar such offers are coming from various states. Another facility which has been developed is near Greater Noida. Now the upcoming ones, one is in Krishnapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. About 4,000 acre land is available. The common infrastructure is in the process of development. Tumkuru in Karnataka. Then a park is coming up near Baddi in Himachal Pradesh. Jodhpur Pali area in Rajasthan. South of GT Road in Bihar, Gaya district. Then Prayagraj, Agra, Patiala. Honorable Minister का जो क्षेत्र है उसके पास में राजपुरा पटियाला पंजाब में. Then उत्तराखंड में Parag Khurpia near in Udham Singh Nagar district. So many such parks and facilities across the country are coming. where the infrastructure is truly world class. It's plug and play. You have to just apply for the connection. Otherwise, up to your plot level, you have all facilities, power, water, sewerage, CTP, everything. So I'll urge upon you to consider, explore these facilities and see if the manufacturing options available there can be explored. I'll request PhD CCI that the issues which were raised in the forenoon session before the Honorable Minister, if such issues could be compiled, we have a forum of interaction with the industry associations for resolution of the issues in consultation with the different ministries who are responsible for the resolution. For example, the Concor related rates issues were raised. If it is raised through PhD CCI Logistics Committee, we will definitely talk to them and see as to what is appropriate for the nation as a whole. Concor may have their own view. It's a commercial organization. They may have a set of thinking, but what is useful for the country as a whole, this logistics division and this system of PM Gati Shakti provides for a mechanism for consideration and taking appropriate decision. This empowered group of secretaries have been created under PM Gati Shakti, highest level body, chaired by Cabinet Secretary, with 24 departments as members. Now, any issue which is relevant and a particular ministry has a particular way of consideration, which according to industry or the stakeholders is not appropriate for the logistic efficiency point of view, such issues can be discussed, deliberated, and what is good for the country, that view can be taken at this EGOS level. So now there is a formal mechanism. So I'll request PhD CCI that such larger policy issues which are affecting the logistic efficiency of the country, such issues may be raised. We will discuss and take them to the logical end. So in view of little time constant, because I have to attend another function, I'll stop here and thank PhD CCI for giving me this an opportunity. And I'll request for an excuse from the panelists for permitting me to leave a little early. Thank you very much.
Shri Meena ji, thank you for bringing in light a lot of things which probably the associations also would have not known. And I think it's important for these interactions to happen. PhD Chamber of Commerce has requested that if someone has any questions, they should address it to you. So if they can raise their hand, yeah, I see a gentleman there. If you can raise your hand and the mic can be passed on and tell from which organization. And request also to keep it as a straight question and not so much of time, given that Mr. Meena ji has expressed that he has to rush to another meeting. Over to you.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, that's good information that you have shared, and a lot of congratulations to the government for taking a lot of initiative. I am Gaurav Asdani from Tech Eagle. I have a small question. How do you think cargo logistic drones can play an important role in PM's vision to be 500 kilometers of range in our drones and can carry about 200 kg? So how do you see these drones, cargo drones, plug into that big scheme of things?
See, use of cargo in the logistics, already there are experiments, and we just had the drone festival in the country, and government is promoting use of drones extensively. So in case you have any issues which need consideration by any of the departments, you are free to get in touch with us and let us discuss, and as a policy it is to be promoted. But if there are issues which are hindering your rollout or capacity enhancement, let us discuss and resolve it.
I don't think there are any more questions, but okay. On a mic, can someone pass on a mic to Cyrus, please?
So I'm Cyrus Kalkara from GINA, also president of ACFI. I would like to clarify this statement where everybody feels in India the cost of logistics is 14%. We've done a full exercise, and also it is backed up by NC, the general body, NC. Yeah, and they've also agreed that it is 8%. ACFI members, at least for the air freight, we can validate because many of our members have run through all the database, and we found that in our database, which we are actual users, so we know exactly what the cost of logistics is. So that is coming between 1 and 8%. So we have to send out a good message to the industry rather than sending out this 14% message to everybody. India is competitive. We are not that expensive as it looks. And like I said, on the air freight, we as ACFI, as the president, I can guarantee you that this is definitely between 1 and 8%, because we've done our homework, and 1 and 8% is the CIF value, not comparing to the GDP structure, which is the actual way of measuring it. Because you are concerned about the cost. And if you directly take the cost, it should be measured on the value of the goods. So, Meenaji, you are the head of it. So can you send the right message to the whole country rather from your table?
I fully.
Sorry? Yeah, Niti Aayog also has done the same.
No, I fully agree with your views that this 14% of GDP, Armstrong and Armstrong had conducted 2017 in study for various countries, including India, and they came out with 13% of GDP. And National Council for Applied Economic Research has come out with the report of 8-point-something%. Yeah. We have felt a need of having, a reliable study and an index on it. And accordingly, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, MOSPI, I have requested them, in fact, Tuesday coming, we are having a meeting to engage a professional, reliable, trustworthy organization to undertake a study and come out with the actual logistic cost across different sectors, because the logistic cost in agriculture will certainly be higher when the volume is larger. But if the cost of logistic in air cargo sector will definitely be lower. So we are engaging a professional, reliable, trustworthy organization to devise a methodology to undertake the logistic cost study, and also to develop a framework so that on year-to-year or on 2-year basis, it is regularly, calculated and indexed is derived. So very nice, you brought it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cyrus, thank you for bringing it out. Otherwise, I or Yash should have brought it up anyhow, because I think we've been taking the brunt of it all over the globe. And I actually wrote an article on this as well, of saying is that each country has its own GDP. And if you're comparing India to an US or to an Europe, in the first place, that's a mistake. And each state has its own set of parameters. Someone who's having an inland haulage to Himachal Pradesh cannot be compared to someone who's sitting in Chennai, because his logistic cost for import and taking it to his street will be very different. So I'm glad that Cyrus brought it up, and you've also endorsed it and acknowledged it, because we itself are, end of the day, then giving a wrong message to the world and saying, don't come to India because the ratios of numbers are lopsided, sort of it. So Cyrus, thank you. And Meenaji, thank you so much. I think Mr. Ravinder Sethi has another question.
I don't. I'm actually, since this is a great opportunity of having Meenaji here, and thank you for saying that it is going to be taken up again next week. My only request is, sir, if agreeable with you, could the industry be a part of the study also? ACFI over here, or PhD, our logistics committee, if at the very beginning we can be a part of it, so that there is no ambiguity again down the line.
Let me first ascertain about the institution on the advice of Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, because they are the authorized ministry in the Government of India. And once the institution is firmed up, we will definitely have an advisory forum drawing industry expert, so that your views are duly honored.
Thank you, Sethi sir, for bringing that. And another request that Meenaji we have is the Leeds report that is circulated. The questionnaire needs to go through a tremendous change, because in the questionnaire itself, when we go and look at it, you are asked to choose the states. Now, if I belong to Andhra, I will take Andhra and give my feedback on that particular state. But if I take some other state sort of it is going to be different. So I would also request in this through PhD Chamber of Commerce and ACFI and the rest of them that the Leeds report is also not giving a true picture of this country, unfortunately. And I had mentioned this to KPMG and others also, saying that the logistics experts are either on this side or this side on the thing. An IIM MBA graduate who would have not probably even entered an airport designs a questionnaire, then we have an issue on hand, unfortunately. So I think this is the other thing that I would want the government to clearly look into it, because it's important that these messages that we release to the rest of the world are more accurate in terms of data and authenticated by numbers, because they do an exercise and then later it gives a wrong picture of a particular state. Because why I'm saying this is, if there's only one person giving a feedback in that questionnaire, that whole state will look very bad. So the minimum number of people who are giving to the survey also has to be qualified in the whole process.
I appreciate your feedback, and Leeds logistic is across different states. It was started in 2018. The second report came in 2019, and the third report came last year, 2021. The survey field study data collection for the fourth version is ongoing in the field. This time, I have personally sat on to the questionnaire, and a lot of changes have been brought into, including collection of feedback about 3 states from a stakeholder, because it's more on perception basis apart from some objective criteria. So an individual who is being interviewed is being asked to give feedback about 3 states with whom he or she during his business interacts or is aware of. So that specific to your question, that change has been brought into. But definitely, if there are further improvement required in the next version, we can look at that. And now, the Logistic Performance Index, LPI, which is measure of logistic efficiency, which World Bank used to come out. We are aiming to be at, ranking at about 25. Now we are 44. So all 6 factors which influence the LPI performance, we are working on them. Today, we don't have that time. Otherwise, I would have explained as to what are the 6 factors which contribute towards the LPI of a country, and how we are working on all these 6 factors to see that our LPI ranking improves significantly. And Leeds is an expansion of LPI, so that when every state improves, the country as a whole improves. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I did not expect that you all are far ahead than us in certain aspects. So I think a big round of applause to Meena ji.
Logistics division ka kaam hi yahi. Government has created logistics division 2017 with focus on improving the logistic and integrated development of logistics. So in fact, I'm happy to interact with you, and aage we will keep on interacting to get.
Surely, sir. Thank you so much. Sure, Mr. Meena ji. Okay, I think half the questions of the session have already been answered. So my job is actually become a little more easy to speed up things. Fortunately, on the dais, I've got people whom I know for the last few decades and need no interaction or introduction as well. So I'll make it easy that we start from Avnesh, who's from Raymond's, to introduce himself, followed by Keku, Yash, and Rajesh Gupta, and we go to Asad. So probably introduce yourself for the benefit of everyone, and then we take the session forward.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Avnish from Raymond, and I head the logistics and the warehousing for the textile division. So, I mean, keeping time, looking at the shortage of time and the very interesting topic of cost reduction, probably we can go on whole day talking about it, how we can go about reducing cost and what contributes to the increased cost of logistics. But yes, few takeaways from what we have heard from the Honorable Minister and from the Secretary. It was like how we can look at reducing the transit time. Everything is coming down to that, how we can reduce the transit time of goods. So I would say probably we have about 31,300 pin codes across the country, and probably about 50 to 60% are covered within 5 days. So even if we can bring the transit time down by 1 day, well, we had done a study which I can share sometime later on a personal level, wherein even a day's reduction in transit time brings in a lot of saving and efficiency within the system. Also, there are many other ways we can look, wherein you not look at is in a silo logistics cost itself, but you can look at other factors which contribute to the cost. So you can look at how you can consolidate the orders at the warehousing level. So by consolidation brings in efficiency, and efficiency definitely moves on to the transportation side of it. And that reduces the overall cost within the system. And third, I would say, is the tech part. Like Honorable Minister already said, we have a lot of tech companies which are being registered. So a lot of them are in the logistics platform as well. So I think every second, third day, fourth day, I keep getting some messages, some emails from tech companies that what they have to offer. And I have seen few of them, and you would be amazed the kind of technology they provide, the kind of data they provide. And with that data in your hand, you can do magic. And with magic in terms of cost, in terms of customer satisfaction, and in terms of bringing in overall efficiencies into the system. So we have been using technology. I can discuss offhand with you how we have gone about it and what kind of efficiency it has brought in, both in levels of satisfying our customers, or reducing our cost, and bringing in efficiency. So I won't take much time.
Thanks, Avinash. Kegu, probably you're the right person who's seen both sides of the world, on the government side and on the private side. So you and I have been sharing that, so I know it's not new for us on this discussion. Over to you.
Thank you, Satish. You get to ask questions this time, so it's nice. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Keku Gazdar. I head the company called Avia Pro Logistics. We represent Vistara Cargo in India. I just want to touch upon one additional point on this good topic that we have today on the cost. If you break down the logistics cost, one of the components that you get will be the inventory carrying cost, which is a major component of this whole cost. And that somehow gets pushed in the background, and other costs seem to be taking a front role in this. This cost is relative more to the manufacturing industries, particularly where the inventory carrying cost needs to be looked into. That's one part. And the other part is, let's remember that cost does not have to simply mean that you're reducing the cost of a product or a service. It means to a great extent whether you treat that as an investment for future growth, or you're looking at simply to shave that cost of your product. Now, three things come to my mind, okay? We do a lot of process reengineering. We get into a lot of digitization, and we get into a lot of manpower supplementation, right? As we probably have time, Satish, we can go through this later, but I just want to leave this as food for thought at the moment. Thank you.
No, brilliant. I think Yash is the right person next, because the last point to touch was on manpower, and he does something in terms of that as well, apart from a lot of other things that he does. So I think only Yash can be the better person to probably throw some light in.
So thank you, Satish. This is Yashpal Sharma. I am Group Managing Director for Skyways. And I'm actually very delighted with whatever I've heard today, right from the Special Secretary talking and thread-bearing, what the 4 elements of the cost of logistics are. And Satish, I cannot agree with you more that, we need to reflect this to the whole world, where we are sending in these wrong signals that, we are such high logistics cost country. Don't come to us. I think we are, as Indians, we are very tough negotiators. I mean, if I go abroad and I buy something and I don't negotiate, people really ask me, are you an Indian? So I'm very confident that the logistics spends in India are very thoroughly negotiated by every stakeholders who's involved. And being part of the industry for 27 years now, I think every element, whether it is freight, it is fuel, it is, I mean, leaving the fuel out, but if it's freight, it's warehousing, any kind of a cost, we are comparable or lower to any other country in the world. So I think that as a context needs to be very, very correctly put. And I also agree with Keku here about, about re-engineering certain processes which will help to further optimize costs, not cost reduction, but further optimize cost and also bring in more business benefits to customers. That, we all know, I mean, you've handled Zara in the past as well. So, what did they do? They did not work on reducing their costs. They probably went into air freight like nobody else in an industry which was always focusing on reduction of cost, finding the cheapest way, even if it was the most slowest. They went in and they created air freight as their choice of transportation for their goods, whether it was raw material or whether it was finished goods or even further distribution to various stores across the world. And what did that do? From a very small retailer in a small part of Spain, they went on to become one of the leading global retailers of the world. So, so on the logistics side, skilling, of course, I mean, skilling is very, very essential part of our logistics and will definitely help to further optimize and improve efficiency in logistics. I think our industry started to do this now. It's late, but it's never late than never. So I think skilling will certainly help us big time in ensuring that we are able to further add value to the customers.
Thanks, Yash. I'll now go to the real users, and Rajesh ji, maybe you are in a difficult vertical when compared to someone like Raymond's, and I'll come back to why Raymond's I said about it, is that the tire industry is not an easy industry for multiple reasons. And I've done that because the import itself is currently a challenge and the demand in the country is there. So probably you can throw much more light in terms of your organization and on the cost aspect of it.
Thank you. If you see the kind of challenge the supply chain professionals have faced the last 3 to 4 years, is absolutely phenomenal. I think that the entire focus across the world now is on supply chain. And if you watch or if you see or listen to the speech of Prime Ministers of India, I think probably first time it has happened that Prime Minister is talking about the supply chain. So this pandemic actually, and talking about the tire industry, I am Rajesh Gupta from JK Tire, and we handle tires, individual tire weighing from 2.5 kg to 3,400 kg. So you can imagine the size and the kind of, you can say, complications, multiple plants across the world and multiple SKUs, and the customer is already demanding, because tire, if you see and use, is only he'll change the tire when there is puncture or tire is very bad. And this always happens at the last priority. So he keeps on postponing customer purchasing tire, and when it is emergency, then he says that I want now. So it becomes like firefighting. So coming to this logistics cost, what we are talking about, I believe that cost reduction is not the proper word. It has to be cost optimization. Nowadays, particularly after Corona, customers are ready to pay higher prices if they get the better services. Whatever they need, many times, even if it is say 1 rupee higher cost, he will say, if I'm getting the right product at right time, I don't mind paying something extra. So in entire, if we talk about the JK Tire, last 3 to 4 years, particularly pre-pandemic and now also, we have seen that demand fluctuation from zero when there was lockdown in the across country. From 0%, it became almost 400% in a very short time. So you can see both the limits and how to manage, and a lot of actions have been taken on digitization. And then I'm very happy that entire India, the government is doing so much of work. So this is also helping all of us. So transportation being the biggest cost for any supply chain professional, literally focus is that how to improve the services, the processes, the digitization, how to look at each and every component, the whole organization. Reorganizations are happening. This is also helping how to reduce costs, and particularly in tire, if you see tire industry, the profit margin is very, very low. So naturally, there always pressure how to contain the various costs. So a lot of actions are being taken, and I'm happy that today the people sitting here actually are really contributing and trying to find out solutions to whatever problems we have, and the way the future is there, as stated by the minister and the additional secretary, it looks very, very bright. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. I think we'd had this debate with logistics, etc. What should be the topic? They had a completely, someone would say logistics is cost cutting sort of it. I think the better word you used was optimization. And then if you ask someone like a freight forwarders who are sitting here, they would say, "Aur kitna kaatoge, bacha kuch nahi hai." Sort of it. This is a reality, because if you go to Mr. Ramakrishna who's sitting here and he says, if my agency fee is 300 rupees, what will I get out of it? And you will say, try it. So I think that is where, you guys have to really tell us on this aspect in the later questions on how do we collaborate to really look at and address this issue. So I think I'll over to Asad, who's been patiently waiting for the last few minutes.
Yeah, so good afternoon, friends. So I'm Sheikh Asad Parvez. I head warehousing, logistics, and exim for V-Guard Industries. So I will ask you one question to all of us. So we as logistics managers, whenever the company P&L shows red, they only come and ask us, yeah, logistics cost to come karo. Because our cost is the only cost which appears in the P&L, and it glaringly shows that logistics cost was this much, and the top management full focus. So in those times, you will find people who are not even involved anyway in logistics, but he will come and give you gyan. Arey yaar, tum aisa kar lo, wo waisa kar lo, vendor change kar lo. So this is what we have always been facing, correct? And the other question is, see, on other side, we heard all the earlier speakers and everybody here in the industry from the ministries that government is doing too much things to ensure that right cost is arrived, or like somebody debated 14% is not the exact cost. Actually, it should be 8%. So whatever, the only focus is how we reduce this cost. And in a scenario where you see our fuel prices is going up. So we are talking about modern warehouses, logistics park. Believe you me, these logistics parks are not very cheap. The warehousing cost has really gone up. So when I started my career, I was paying 3 rupees to 5 rupees for a square feet. Now I am paying 25 rupees to 30 rupees for a square feet as warehouse rental. So under such a scenario where overall cost is going up, how do you expect us to bring down the cost overall, like to from 14 to 8, or maybe from 8 to 6? Always we have that debate. We have to bring it down. So there, what, like Mr. Gupta rightly said, the word reduction is a very negative word. We should always think about optimization. And we all know, if I ask all the supply chain managers to put the place in their heart and say, there's a lot of wastage happening in the supply chain. A lot of wastage is there, which we can easily reduce. For example, small on top of the mind, the vehicle utilization, whenever we're dispatching, at times out of pressure from the sales team, we will send a 60% or a 70% utilized vehicle. There is a scope of optimization is there to get the right product, light vehicle for the right consignment. Like Mr. Satish was telling, all our transporters, whenever they are coming to us, they always say, yaar, itna to kar diya, aur kya karenge? So on their side also, we have to feel, see, we are doing so many things. So from logistics side, from our side, what we should focus more on, instead of reduction, let us work together for optimization. And there are many small ways where we can do to optimize. For example, warehouses, we can go for vertical heights wherever we are doing ground storage or block storage. So all those initiatives we can do. For example, we heard one of the ministries speaking about solar parks. We have so many warehouses there. Why not convert all our warehouses into solar park? Anyway, the roof is there. Let us convert and let us generate the power for the country. So let us become power positive. So these are the things top of the mind, which I thought we can work upon it. And like rightly said, that we have to work on cost optimization rather than cost reduction. That should be our motto. And everything we are doing, but what about the future? Which the question that I am also asking to all of us. See, we will have vehicle, we will have good roads, but will we have drivers? Are we going to have drivers? Because the way we are treating our drivers today, are those drivers willing to send or make their children go into that profession? Will it happen? We will have roads, we will have infrastructure, but I'm telling you, we are not going to have drivers, because we have to do something for that community. We have to make them feel that their job is very important. Here, warehouse managers, logistics managers, transporters, owners, they all take the cream, but this poor fellow drivers are left behind. So if we are not doing now is the right time to ensure that this job is glorified, so that we have to have people, new generation coming into this. Okay, so that's what I have to say.
No, thank you, because the driver shortage issue is not restricted to India. I think we've already seen that to a very large extent in the US. But just to bring it to the audience's view also, is that in India we've never treated our own car drivers or truck drivers with great amount of respect. So the first fundamental that all of us should do is to get our drivers respected in the second thing. I lived in South Africa for 5 years, and the drivers used to sit and eat with us in the same restaurant where the MD and rest of them, they would be on the same bar where, because the salary level that they were paid were really tremendously in level with someone who's in any other part of it, but they were also educated enough to do multitasking. What I mean is, he would operate a forklift. Also, he would do multitasking. Here, you would give an assistant to a driver, then suddenly you say, "Main thak gaya," put him on the thing, and the fellow would bang. I think we've got these type of issues currently that are there in the country. So quickly, since we're running against time, let me come back to my good friend from Raymond's, because the other day I went to buy a Raymond suit, and I thought it's easy to buy a Raymond suit. And after selecting it, I asked him, "What does your meter cost?" And he told me it's 11,000 rupees for a meter of the cloth that I selected. And then he said 11,900 for the stitching. And total came to around 75,000 after he bought a shirt and a tie and the handcuffs. And I said, "Do you need an optimization now really? If I can put it in a Mercedes Benz and carry it and deliver it to you." Agnes, someone who's carrying fruits and juice. So reason only I'm saying is, it's Keku prompted and said we should talk about use cases, because each industry has its own uniqueness in terms of the time to the essence sort of it. Where does your management see this as an important table? Because I don't think you will be reflecting in the supply chain in the cost as a major cost in someone like Raymond's. Maybe over to you to give a little more insight on where is the challenge.
I mean, like we said, we had to look at the entire chain, not just the logistics part of it. And obviously, I mean, like esteemed panelists have been saying, like optimization is the key word. So order management and warehouse management was the one key part which we looked at it.
Okay.
And that is wherein the efficiencies came in, and those efficiencies trickled down to the logistics as well. And also one of the important parts, since we are here, so is to know actually what your customer wants. To knowing your customers, knowing your customer demands, like you went to the Raymond store, like we know stitching is not as desirable in this time. So we came up with MTM, wherein you go to an MTM store, you select the fabric, it is customized to you, it goes to the Bangalore facility where it is stitched in the factory, it's factory made, and it's delivered to your house. So again, order management was the key. How do you have an order? So next time, whenever you visit, you just give in your phone number and we have all the data. So you just select the fabric and everything comes to your home. So it is basically how you treat your customers and then getting the cost of it up, because now people are willing to pay for services. If you are getting a good service, people will pay for it. So yes, so in fact, what we did was not look at logistics in a silo. I just need to look at logistics costs, get in a transporter, so bolu mein rate kam karo. That was not the key. Look at the entire process into it and bring in new systems and efficiencies. So we work on SAP WM, and we have a TMS platform as well. So integrating both these platforms and integrating with the logistics service providers. Now, all these things bring in tremendous amount of data. They bring in a lot of efficiencies into the system, and they bring in a lot of value to the organization. So like I would conclude, like maybe look at everything in a larger perspective with integration, like the Gati Shakti program itself, like with different ministries are collaborating together. Like within an organization, there are many departments, and sometimes it happens you don't talk to another department. So if we are integrated within the organization as well, then that really brings a lot of scope for improvements, efficiencies, and cost will follow.
No, that's a good input to give. So I'll go to Keku for a reason, is that now you represent a carrier which is fast growing in the country, and the belly space has always been something which has always been in discussion, especially on the Indian circuits where you don't have large freighter operations currently happening, barring a few who are there in terms of it. Is there a way that some of our cargoes, which some of the speakers spoke in the earlier sessions of road to water, and of 64% going through the road mode and the rest of them, can the Indian aircrafts be used betterly? Because you've been on the airport side as well in terms of how you transport, because Avnish mentioned that, customer can really pay more or he looks at a better transit time. So maybe you would want to talk on that subject.
Thanks, Satish. So let's hop on 2 points, both very critical in today's context. One is fuel, and one is process reengineering that I'm very, very passionate about. Under process reengineering, let me drop down to a simple thing like documentation. All right. I don't know how many of you know the amount of paper that we use in this industry is phenomenal. And we have absolutely no use of that paper in a larger sense. No use. All right. If today as an air travel, you can use your entire journey using your mobile phone, I have no idea why we still need paper to come to the airport and clear cargo or even book cargo. That's one point that I want to make. Two, of course, on the issue of fuel, which is a major component of our business. There was a discussion earlier this morning about fuel coming under the purview of GST. There are some issues that this still needs to be cleared within the Council of the Finance Ministers. However, as an airline, fuel almost constitutes 46 to 40%. And with the current situation we have in the world today, it probably must be over 50% as a cost of the transport. Now, using process reengineering, using digitization, using any activity that can bring down the cost will help the industry overall move, and it will optimize the carrying capacity of our aircrafts. That's one. Two, please remember the moment the aircraft door closes, I can talk only for airlines, and that's my forte. The moment the airline doors close, that place has perished. All right, it's gone forever. So I often say this, the biggest perishable commodity in our industry is empty space on an aircraft. Even perishable can rebook on the next flight, but if your cargo space is perished, it's gone forever. Optimizing that capacity is very, very critical in our industry. Three, true to the fact that we do not have freighters in this country, but look at the number of aircrafts that are coming into the market as a whole from different airlines. As a total, you're going to get close to 1,000 aircrafts in the next probably 3 to 4 years. And that's going to have a significant amount of belly capacity being introduced in the market. For the commodities that we move within the country today, that is purely sufficient. Where the challenge will come will be more to do with the import and export from and to this country. A lot of our capital equipment, a lot of our capex today still travels on freighters because they are large machinery items, right? And yes, there are concerted efforts to bring in freighters into this country. Probably sooner rather than later, this will take precedence. But at the moment, my view in short would be, please optimize the capacity that is currently available within the industry and see how best this can be monetized.
No, brilliant. I think you've clearly touched upon all the points that I was looking for. And I think that's a message that clearly has to go, is that maybe in collaboration of talking about wasting space on the carriers, you can use your technology to get visibility of how much space is being really wasted, and you really rework according to it. But you also touched upon an aspect of manpower in your earlier points. And that is where I will go to Yash, because having qualified, certified employees whose productivity is higher is better than having people who are not qualified and you take them into the industry and waste time and energy. How important is that for the industry? Because this is not, Logistics Skill Council came in a little much late, I would think, because all of us came into here by accident and not by choice. And today we are on the stage standing up, trying to regularize things which are not really regular. So maybe you should throw some light, Yash.
Thank you. First of all, I mean, since every time manpower comes to me, so I'm not a manpower agency, right? So just to clarify to the audience who doesn't know me yet. So yeah, I mean, I said this skilling is extremely important for any optimization in any industry and any business. And our industry also, like you said, you know, most people in logistics land up either by inheritance or by accident. So the only two reasons why you generally get into logistics, that is what historically was. COVID luckily has changed that, and a lot of people are looking at our industry with more career options than what they probably did before. But you know, when we talk about optimization, you know, Keku spoke about digitalization, etc. So every aspect of, if you want to become bring in digital technologies, you want to, you know, digitize, you want to do AI, IoT, etc. Everything will be done and handled by humans. And a lot of things need to be worked backwards. We just spoke about process reengineering as well. That, you know, a lot of times customers need to look at the entire process right from the beginning, and not just from the time that the logistician comes into the picture. And that efficiency. So there's a lot of consulting, for example. So I prompt customers to use logisticians as consultants when they are designing their entire logistics supply chain. Because if they're just going to look at us from a point A to a point B carrier, or, you know, facilitator for a customs or any other facilitator, then you're not actually optimizing the logistician yourself.
Absolutely.
So today's logistician is very well skilled, is qualified to actually suggest you more ways and means of optimizing your entire business, and not just the transportation part of it. And so skilling has happened tremendously in our industry, and it continues to happen. And obviously, you know, right from, if it is documentation or warehouse handling or a trucker, even, you know, driver. So all of them are going through a lot of skilling and trainings that I see from our industry, and which are bringing in efficiencies. But I really prompt the industry. I mean, I've got a few on the panel as well, but I really prompt them to use logisticians to come in much before the actual goods are ready for transportation. We
Brilliant.
will help you big time.
Thanks. I think I've got some sort of an emergency now. So Mr. Yogesh Srivastava, just come in. No problem.
No emergency, sir, but since we have already logged in Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, he is the chairman of Inland Waterways Authority of India, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. And we thought, let's take this opportunity, though he's going to speak in the technical session too, but we thought, let's take this opportunity to invite him, since he's there virtually, that in the context what you are speaking right now, that if he can, give his thoughts on this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share it with you. May I request my colleague Ajay, if we can just see if Mr. Bandyopadhyay is there. Yes, he is very much there. And before he speaks, ladies and gentlemen, let me share it with you. He has a vast experience. He was Joint Secretary, Ministry of Road Shipping, and he was also having a great experience as far as the logistics is concerned. Let me, request Mr. Ravinder Sethi ji. Sethi sir, if you can kindly come and then set the context so that post your brief points, Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay can be able to then speak, since he has a different meeting after a few minutes. So we thought, let us invite, in this session itself. Over to Mr. Sethi.
Thank you very much, Shri Bandyopadhyay ji. Welcome to our session over here. Thank you for taking the time out. Before we come to you, I just want to make the very relevant point about what all of you have said about cost reduction. One aspect which we are not ignoring, but we're not giving that much importance to, is inland waterway. And the stress Government of India is playing on inland waterway, which is very, very relevant for domestic cost reductions. So this would now be taken in that context, which would be one of the subjects which would be discussed in this next session. And if we could now very quickly also, once again, thanking all of you, esteemed speakers, if we could get the next panelist to come on the dais, please. Post this? Okay, fine. So a warm welcome, sir. thank you so much for being with us. And the floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you, all of you. Since I was invited at 12:30, sorry for interrupting in this session because I had planned other meetings. So everybody knows about inland waterway, and you also know that all developed countries where the waterways are used, logistic cost is the lowest. And if you start with the Germany, which has 8% logistic cost, we have between 14 and 15%. They use quite a substantial, more than 25% of transport through waterways. Same is done in US. I have a very small presentation on what we are doing to reduce the logistic cost on the waterway side. Just a minute. I will share the presentation with you. I hope all of you can see the presentation, please. Is it visible? I can't hear. Is it visible, please? It is. Okay.
So it's visible. Huh?
Okay, thank you. So in the waterway side, we have 111 national waterways, which is around 20,000 kilometers of navigable length. But 20,000 kilometers, the navigable length is 14.5 thousand kilometers. We are presently navigating 20 cargo and 25 for passengers. Passengers are also very important because in many parts where bridges are not available, passengers have to use only this means. Last year, that is this financial year, last financial year, we closed with a record 109 million metric ton of cargo, which is a 30% increase over the last year. We have 2,225 kilometers of navigable length in northeastern region, which is important for connectivity with the mainland, because now the road and rail lines only move through Chicken Neck. I will show you as we move forward. And northeastern region has 20 national waterways. Presently, our modal share is 2%. We targeted to increase it to 5% by 30 and 7% by 47. We are seeing the way we are increasing in the transportation and use of waterways. I think we'll achieve this. But if we have to reduce the logistic cost, we have to go further. We have a protocol treaty with the Bangladesh, which we call the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, which is 2,755 kilometers. A lot of our produce goes to Bangladesh, and we import also many items from Bangladesh, out of which 2,392 is operational. Earlier, we had an act of 1970 vintage. We have last year enacted the Indian Vessel Act 21, which brings a unified registration like the motor vehicle, unified permission certification all over the country. Earlier, this permission used to be taken from each state. They have to be registered in each state and permission taken. Now it's a unified act, a unified rule for the entire country. Increase the efficiency of the infrastructure which we have brought in. We have brought in night navigation, the river information system, so that the efficiency increases. And it is available on the larger national waterways, that is 1, 2, and the Indian portion of the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route. So as I told, 30% increase was there on year to year. We had started pilot movement from Patna to Guwahati of the food grains and steel from Haldia to Guwahati. After that experience, we have started scheduled services from Haldia to Patna and from Haldia to Guwahati via the IBP routes. We have extended the port of calls in Bangladesh, and the route is seeing an Indo-Bangladesh route is seeing a increased transport. Then we have other stitches. As I go forward, we are improving. Recently, three companies have shown interest in connecting the Maya Rajshahi route, which is a shorter routes to NW1. It starts from this Farakka side. Presently, it goes from Haldia right Narayanganj and comes back. We are starting this shorter route of Farakka, Rajshahi, and then to NW2, our northeastern side. We have deployed RoPax vessel in Assam and UP, in Kerala. Bhutan is sending a lot of material through Pandu and through Dubri terminal. And they are also using Pandu and Jokigopa. This comes to India as well as Bangladesh. Over cargo is the only route available on national waterways. This goes right up to Brahmaputra because they take reactors for the petroleum refineries there. To increase the efficiency and digitalization, we have the Pani portal, which gives the water depth of the cargo. And we also have a card which gives on real time the capacity of our terminals, the various cargo which has gone, which is lying there. And for training, etc., we have a institute called NINI, National Inland Navigation Institute at Patna. And we are developing a skill center at Guwahati. So now coming to give connectivity to Kolkata and beyond via the Ganga Hooghly river system, we have constructed a multimodal terminal at MMT, which is available for use. There is one intermodal terminal coming near Patna, Kalughat. It is basically Patna, just 10-12 kilometers from Patna on the other bank. There is a multimodal terminal at Sahibganj, which is operational. There is a lock at Farakka, which is under construction, but there is an old lock which is being used. And then there is a multimodal terminal at Haldia, which has already come in. Through bid, we have a concessionaire for this. We are not only developing the whole stretch for longitudinal transport movement, a lot of population stays along Ganga. There may be several tens of crores of people staying there. And for them, we are developing cross-river transport. 5 additional RoRo terminals are being constructed, where there are distance between the bridges is high. 62 jetties for their use is being constructed. And we are increasing the depth in the waterway, which is available for using higher tonnage of vessel. And one of the study done by Hamburg Port has shown that by 44-45, the cargo may move up to 65 million tons. On the fairway, because this is the most important thing, right, starting from Haldia up to Triveni, water is available. It's a tidal water. And from Triveni, Farakka, the tenders are on. Presently, the depth is available up to 3 meters, up to 2.5 meters. We are increasing up to 3 meters. Then from there onwards, we are increasing the depth. Certain stretches up to 3.1 meter is available, but the tenders are on for increasing the depth so that vessels with more capacity can move on this. Then we have to connect the NW1 Ganga system to the northeastern region. So northeastern region means the Brahmaputra side, the NW2 Brahmaputra is there. This can be only connected through the Bangladesh route. Presently, this route is being used via Mongla, Taudkhandi, and Chilmari, which is a longer route, but still things are going there. We moved steel there. And we are developing this shorter route of Sultanganj, Rajshahi, Aricha, and Chilmari because a lot of dredging has to be done here. And since Bangladesh is blessed with so many rivers, they bring a lot of silt. That is problem also for them. Bangladesh, in fact, they use 30% of their total movement is through waterways. Then we are also trying to connect our Barak Valley through, that is Karimjan, Bhadarpur side, also through this waterway via Bangladesh. It connects parts of Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. South Tripura is connected through the Gomti River, through Sonamura. We are developing a jetty there at Sonamura so that this can be transported through water. And another stretch of this Feni River to the southernmost tip of Agartala is under development. This is the story of the northeastern side. connecting through Bangladesh. A lot of infrastructure has come in. A lot of soft things have also taken place. Protocols have been discussed. So there are certain stretches which are very popular. So now with these waterways, we are connected through to Bangladesh, to Bhutan, and Nepal wants to use it using the Sahibganj and the Kalughat routes. They have recently demanded the use of the Biratnagar Sahibganj and Birganj Patna routes. Now going to the NW2, it's a very long stretch. As you know, Brahmaputra, it has more water than the Ganges system. There are so many connected rivers. It has a very long length of 891 meters starting from Sadia. We have several jetties on this river, which we are managing. We are bringing, we are dredging this whole route for increasing the depth so that cargo can come in. Presently, the cruises, 5-star cruises are moving on this route, very popular, both on, I must say, both on Varanasi as well as Brahmaputra via Bangladesh. The cruise tourism is very popular. All foreign tourists come and they are already booked. There are 6 to 7 such cruises already moving. And Dubri is a very popular terminal, which is connected to Bangladesh and also to Assam and Meghalaya side. Jogigopa, we are bringing a multimodal terminal, which will have rail as well as road connectivity. Pandu has both rail and road connectivity. It's Pandu means Guwahati. Other terminals also carry load from this side. And we are increasing the efficiency by bringing night. It already has night navigation, but other river information system and navigation system are being introduced. Recently, the cement industry and the IFCO has, we started a pilot project at Paradip. 52 million tons of mound of gypsum is there at the IFCO fertilizer factory, which is required by the cement industry. We are transporting that to Paradip port through our waterways. 47,000, nearly 50,000 has been transported. Every day they are generating still 15,000 metric ton every day. Now we have an agreement with Ultratech Cement to carry it on the river Hooghly. There are 4 cement plants of Ultratech on this river up to Patna. So we plan to take this gypsum on this river system to the cement plants. Now coming to the whole belt of Odisha, there are 2 river systems, the Brahmani and the Mahanadi river system. It has several industries. This is the industries in form of the whole coal belt is there at Talcher. Then in the around this Pankapal, there is this industrial belt where there are steel plants, the aluminum factories, and many other factories. So they require their raw material, coking coal, coke, etc., which presently goes through roads and rail. But the road, there are 50, at times there are 50 kilometers long trucks, lines standing there at Paradip port. Dhamra is connected by train, but it has also issues in availability of road. So we are developing this waterway system to give them an alternate route. We are bringing an EOI through the PPP mode to develop this system because it's viable. It will go right up to Talcher, and the movement of raw material to these plants and the finished products from the plants to these 2 ports is being planned. Now coming to NW3, Kerala, it's connected quite well, and the ore and other chemicals are moving on this. We are constructing log gate, dredging it, constructing terminals. And as you know, a lot of houseboats and other cruises also move on this. Again, the cruise owners are bringing 5-star cruises on this, and they are planning to start it this season. NW4 is the Andhra Pradesh belt. A lot of cement plants around the Krishna and Godavari river. They are demanding it to be connected to Kakinada port and Machilipatnam. And we are trying to develop it. We have already given floating terminals and pontoons in this river system. More is under development. Amba River is another stretch from Mumbai. The port used are the JNPT and Mumbai port. Using Amba River, the steel industries and other industries here take a lot of raw material to the factory. bring the finished product to the port. We are trying to develop this stretch. And there is a demand from the cement industry and the steel industry for this stretch. This is again the Mahanadi and Luna system, which we are trying to develop because there is a lot of demand industries which you can see in this table. Thank you very much. So that was what I wanted to share with all of you.
So Yogesh, you would.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, we have just made this change since Mr. Bandyopadhyay has meetings not only in his office but outside office also. So thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful remarks. As far as your appreciation of plaque that is concerned from PhD CCI, I would request Mr. Sandeep Wadhwa and Mr. Ravindra Sethi, sir, we will personally go to the office of Mr. Bandyopadhyay, and then we will personally hand over to him for his time which he has extended and the knowledge and the information which he has shared with us for the benefit of all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shri Bandyopadhyay ji, is the chairman of Inland Waterways Authority. And thanks, sir. We will, on behalf of PhD CCI and on my personal behalf, we thank you once again, and we will come with the specific industry wish list and hand over to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So over to my friend Satish ji. Now let us, make it over, and then we will quickly come on the technical session too. All yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. That was a short commercial break from Inland Waterways. We are back in action again now. So don't go anywhere, because that's how our lives have become now, that it's a high pressure thing where you have to do multitasking. So I'll go back to Mr. Sethi's comment where he said that inland waters is important. I think we've realized this many years ago. The current situation is that we are less than 2% on the inland waterways in India. But what's stopping us from really getting to that is the connectivity into the nearby inland water points, and the coverage in many areas still needs to improve. But I think the slides that we went through is a good indication of what India is trying to do to really get the inland waterways up and done. And if you look at the China model of success that India tried but did not really get to where it was, is really getting the connectivity right in terms of getting the transit time lower when compared to bringing the container on it. But today, if you look at, if you are situated in Baddi or somewhere, and you need to get your container, a pharma container, into the Navasheva port, you probably need a trade union to certify that your trailer can come in. And then it comes into Dadri or somewhere, and then you try and put it on a train if it is available, and then it enters into Navasheva or Mundra. Now, if these cannot be fixed, you cannot really get your costs down, because you're talking about multimodal. But are we really talking about multimodal or still allowing the unions to continue? And I think that's an important subject that also PhD Chamber of Commerce and other unions should be really talking about, because someone talked about Conquer and the rest of them, which are something which we can always fight about. But I think we have inefficiencies which have to be addressed clearly. There is also one important aspect, is that how much really do our employees are effective in terms of the time that we use in terms of the whole day usage, because Keku comes also from the airport side in the past, and we know our airports are not completely utilized in the morning hours. And that's a debate that we've always been having, strategy even of it. So maybe I'll go to Rajesh ji to really understand, why do all the pressure come in the month ends really in the logistics industry? Because last moment में ही 31st को 200 गाड़ियां की डिमांड हमारे पास आती है. ये मंथ के 15 दिन में क्यों नहीं आता है? इसका कोई राज है जो हम we are not able to understand as of now to get the cost down?
राज एक ही है. Instead of saying salary on first, you start paying on weekly basis. Sales and marketing will have their targets on weekly basis. All the pressure will come on Saturdays instead of month end.
No, brilliant answer. But I think reality is that this is something which I wanted to bring to the audience notice. No, your answer is right, because between Yash, Keku and me, getting space on the flights is a problem. Getting our employees to stretch on 31st, when December 31st people want to go home, and on Christmas they want to be, we get a request on 24th evening, ye container stuff nahi karoge to agli baar se dhanda band. Now what do? You're putting your knife on a steering saying, get your costs down. And so you have to give overtime to your employees and then motivate them and say that when the whole world is enjoying Netflix, why are we logisticians on the road trying to serve the nation? And we don't get Padma Vibhushan or Bhushan for that when we really do that part of it. And this is something which I've been telling all the associations is you don't give it any certificates to us, but you have to give it to round the line people who have really struggled hard to keep this country's vaccine up and running, have kept their lives at stake and really ensured that everyone also got food on time. And then there was no shortages really in terms of even if the ports were stuck and they loaded each and every container. I think that's something which we all need to understand. It's very important for us to recognize our own people, and they will get you more efficiencies really. But I think I like your idea of weekly salaries. I was actually trying to do that to sales, that you bring your revenues, collect your money, and then we'll give you pay salary sort of it. So I'll go to Sheikh really in terms of getting more insights. What would be the 3 things that you would want really in the cost optimization model? I'll start from there, and the same question comes up till Avinish here before we conclude and go into a Q thing. What are your 3 wish list items that you think in a cost optimization situation?
Yeah, so before I go to my 3 wish list, I will answer to your question which you asked, Mr. Rajesh, that why the sales is happening only on the last 3 days. And this is something which all the logistics people have been trying to crack, I think from the day we went into this model. Okay. The major reason is, see, we have inculcated some bad practices, and that has been imbibed in the system in such a way that what is happening, actually, it is not the sales team fault only. So how the dealer distributor community reacts, that also we also have to understand. So they know कि इसका target है, इसको करना है इस महीना में. शुरू में मंथ का शुरू में जब ये आएगा, ये एक स्कीम लेके आएगा, से 5% देंगे. लेकिन वो जैसे जैसे वो टारगेट दिन करीब जाता जाएगा ना 31st के तरफ, उसका भी पल्पिटेशन हाई होगा सेल्स वाला का, और डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर है वो रिलैक्स करेगा, बेटा आप तो आओ तुम, अब आओ, और दिन जाएगा. और जितना जब 31st को आई हैव सीन रीजनल मैनेजर्स ऑफ गुड कंपनीज सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ द डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर, बॉस मेरा नौकरी बचा लो. तब वो बोलता है तुम क्या दोगे, देन दैट नेगोशिएशन स्टार्ट्स. सो वी हैव एंटर्ड इनटू दैट बैड प्रैक्टिस. Actually they also want to make money, no?
No. I think this was something which was important for us to bring onto the table, because you can't optimize unless you collaborate clearly. And like Keku said, re-engineering is something which this industry has to go through. Change is constant, and don't resist the change, because if we don't get our optimization right, it will be like the call center stories. Gurgaon used to have a whole lot of call centers many years ago. And suddenly all the call centers went off to Philippines because they were better English speaking, and they used to work 13 hours at the cost of an Indian who works for 8 hours. So if today we are not competitive to the end customer, all we are going to do is to axe our own legs and hands, not anyone else. And I think that's the realization is, please keep the end customer in mind, because the end customer ultimately is still the king. And he will drive the business out of any other country sort of it. So I think you brought out a very, very important point. Now let's go to your wish list, and I come that side.
See, cost reduction or cost optimization that I have said. So my wish list would be to have, we go into, like you said, our supply chain guys or the warehousing charges, they are facing all the brunt. Like in V-Guard Industries, we don't have a CFA or a 3PL. So we manage entire 1.5 million square feet ourselves. So it is like I am running a 3PL company for my organization, and there I am managing the people, all are on roll, so I have to manage them. So like you said, no, one thing is that we have to have an incentive system in place, like we have for the sales team. That is one which we have to also give to the warehouse, extend to the logistics team, because you bring sale on paper, but actual sale happens when the material moves. That is the when we are actually having the sales. So that is one thing which we can do. Secondly, which I wish is, like, we all are supply chain managers, and we are all have a target of reducing cost in terms of logistics cost. So what we can collaborate with each other. For example, you are another supply chain guy, manager of some other organization. I am of some another organization. So like this 4 or 5 people, we can sit together and we can map our footprint all together. And then we see where we can make some synergy. So that's in some location, you will be having inward and I will be having outward from there. So if we have that pool and then we go with our vendors and we give them a bigger picture and bigger volume, then they will also have stability in terms of they know that their inward movement as well as outward movement, both are secured. So they will also try to bring reduction in cost. So they will give that, pass on that benefit to me. That is one we can think about going ahead. And other thing is, like I said, we have to, all of us have to think together, and we have to promote that very good Japanese culture that is there, which is Kaizen culture. We have to really be after it and ensure that our warehouse guys are not just doing loading, unloading, but they also have a thinking brain. And they are constantly working towards that on how to read, because I can go and tell them 100 gyans, which will be bookish. But the guy actually who's working in the down warehouse level or at the vehicle placement level, they have more ideas. And they can give you more ideas how to eliminate wastage. So our target should be how to eliminate wastage, and this wastage elimination should come from the grassroots level and not from the top-down level. So
Thank you. Brilliant. I've made note of it. Mr. Rajesh. Yeah.
See, one point I want to add, what I said was not complete. The complete story is that in our company, we have started closing on Saturdays. So same thing, that instead of monthly closing, can be a Saturday. So we started Saturday closing, and we are finding that the month-end pressure and the pressure on our service providers has gone down drastically. In fact, yesterday I was discussing with my sales team. He was saying that now we have to think how to stop the sale. See, we normally talk about the increasing the sale. He says that we will achieve the target by 29th. So now we are thinking what to do on 30th. So maybe that how to stop or put a break. So the situation is that if you improve the processes or system or the mindset, anything is possible.
No, brilliant. Thanks. Yes, your 3 wish list.
So 3 wish list, starting from the customer. We're talking about digitalization. We're talking about data transfers. The one thing that I would like is the customer to put in place is putting their invoice, packing list, etc., the documents in a data form. Digital transfer should be possible so that any elimination of errors down the line are possible. So that's from the customer side. On the government side, we keep talking about multimodal. There are very small things, I feel, low-hanging fruits that the government can put in place, in which way you could do an air to an ocean, to a road, to a rail transfers. So very, very small. And I feel the customers will gain hugely if those things are put in place. That's largely from the regulatory side. And third, you've already said, so unionize, end of unions. I think that's for the road. So if we want to bring in efficiency, we need to get away with all this Gundaraj from the yesteryears. We need to get them off.
Great.
3.
Take that one.
That's okay. 3 wish lists very quickly. Go digital, go green, and go blockchain.
Brilliant.
Blockchain more important. Green, we have somewhere in the course of the last couple of years decided to ignore this. Please keep this on your agenda. It's very important that we do this. Blockchain, very important part of our digitization drive. Data should be entered only once. Just to conclude, Satish, I think as an industry, from a logistics perspective, we need to move from what we as an organization can offer to what the customer wants. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think most of them are covered, but I would say we should see warehousing and logistics like we are the salt in an organization. If you put too much, if you put too little, it's going to spoil everything. So one of the main wishes is you're going to reduce the transit times wherever possible, go multimodal, like inland waterways, if that provides us with any more further connectivity or better transit times. So I would like to do that. And last but not least, yes, month ends are a big pressure. So we really, if you come to my organization, it's not like everybody goes and buys suits in a month end. So it's not aligned, the demand is not aligned to the end customer. So how we can align those demands to the end customer, and one is that, and probably replace some business heads who I would like to see from operations side rather than coming from sales side. So that habit of,
Correct.
not understanding the operations part.
Thanks, Avnish. I think the forecasting part and the Umesh is here, so he'll probably be touching a little more on that. So I will not go into the demand and forecasting and the rest of them, but I think for optimization, you need more amount of data and the rest of them. So with that, I would want to conclude the session unless there are any Q&As that someone wants to have any question. I can take one question. Brilliant. None other than from Ramakrishnan. So can someone give him the mic, please?
Thank you. I am standing at the right opportune place as PhD Chamber of Commerce, where the industry people are there and the two stalwarts are there. Larger the industry, whether this airlines or shipping line, tow there and give many concessions, especially on the shipping side. They demand 14 days free period, they give 21 days free period, maybe sometime at 30 days also. My dear, in the logistic industry, everything costs money. Today we are talking about a reduction of cost. Even for 14 days, it could be $100 or $150. With the government initiative of 90% RMS, I think you don't even keep that cost, the cargo, even for 24 hours. It is, rather than asking a question, I would like all the industry stalwarts to stop this 14 days and 21 days. Please be efficient, and we will be efficient and clear the cargo in 3 days and give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishna. I can only add is that I don't want to name the conference, that there was a conference happening where a lot of Indians were in hall number 1 and there was a set of forwarders from Hong Kong in hall number 2. The guys in Hong Kong were debating how can they bring down that 5 hours custom clearance to a lesser time in terms of it. And the Indians were debating why government is reducing the free time from 3 days to 5 days. So I think it's a question of a mindset that we need to really change, is that optimization is one part of it, but change is constant and continuous improvement is important. Fat in the organization has to be drastically reduced. And we should look at what are the deadwood points that we are there, like the documentation on which Cyrus has been talking about digitalization. I think it's high time that we put a deadline and a date by when the government gets that done and we all stick to it. Okay, with that, a big round of applause to this brilliant panel who've done a great job of bringing in light sort of it. I'll now hand it over to the organizers.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. And they say that a panel is going well when even after more than an hour, the audience are hooked on and intrigued. So ladies and gentlemen, this panel was sponsored by Wizz Freight, and we'll now look at a short video from them. Can we have the video, please?
Supply chains are evolving. And so is the freight forwarding industry. You need a new age partner to help you keep up in this digital world. A partner who provides you with supply chain solutions fast and is reliable. Introducing Wizz Freight. Digital freight forwarder for modern day logistics. Our disruptive supply chain technology is powered by AI, has an intuitive user interface, and works on a secure cloud platform. One platform for everything. You can check rates, book shipments, track your shipments, and pay online, which reduces 30% manual work and generates savings for you by reducing 15% landed costs. Your supply chain deserves more. Our platform provides several advantages as compared to using a traditional freight forwarder. Customized supply chain solutions for renewables, food and FMCG, life science, high-tech, automotive manufacturing, fashion retail, commodities, and companies. Our team of wizards with deep expertise in the supply chain provide expert solutions for and growth. Additional services include custom clearance, warehousing, cargo insurance, and packaging. To know more about our customized solutions, write to inquiries at wizzfreight.com. Ready to transform your supply chain?
Wow, big round of applause. So I'd now like to call on stage Mr. Varun Chopra, Executive Chairman, GAIR India, to present the mementos to our speakers. Please give him a round of applause. So we'll start with Mr. Sheikh Asad Parvez. He's the head logistics and warehousing V-Guard Industries. Next is Mr. Yashpal Sharma, MD Skyways Group. Please keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have Mr. Rajesh Gupta, Head Supply Chain, JK Tire and Industries. We now have Mr. Keku Gazdar. He's the MD and CEO, Avia Pro. Next, we have Mr. Avnish Naik, Head Logistics and Warehousing, Raymond Limited. And last but not the least, our very favorite, Mr. Satish Lakaraju. He's the Senior VP Viz Freight. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Okay, so I think now is the time for me to introduce myself. My name is Rachaita, and on behalf of Logistics Insider and PhD-CCI, I welcome you all once again to the IILSC 2022. It's wonderful seeing you all here. So moving on, greater infra connectivity can translate into higher productivity, gains in service efficiency, greater spillover benefits of investments, and growth in trade. Building infrastructure connectivity has now become a key priority for industry stakeholders and policymakers alike. Logistics being considered as the backbone of any economy, especially that of India, it is cardinal that we eliminate all shortcomings in the supporting infrastructure. Our panelists today will give an insight into the infra situation of their own respective sectors and discuss the remedial actions to the lacunae that hamper an effective supply chain. This panel is sponsored by Gina and Company. So before we begin, let's watch a small video from them. Can we have the Gina and Company video, please?
Customer first has always been the motto within the Gina family. Being amongst the oldest freight forwarders in the country, Gina has always been looked up as a pioneer and a trendsetter within our industry.
We monitor the port, we monitor the customs, we monitor the airlines and shipping lines. We really see that they deliver what they promise. So we go beyond our call of duty. We believe in excellence. Gina, we believe in excellence. The motto of Gina is heart counts and not head counts.
right, amazing. Can we have a round of applause for that, please? Now it's time to meet our second panel. Moderating this panel is Ms. Chaitali Mehta, Director, EKF Global Logistics. She has 25 years of experience as a third-generation customs broker and a second-generation freight forwarder. She's at the helm of all strategic business engagements at EKF Global and was the first woman to join the business and also become the first female director of the company. She's also popularly known as the Helicopter Lady of India, being the first lady to handle helicopter logistics from start to finish. Ms. Mehta was also the first woman office bearer for ACCAI Western Region. Please join us on the stage, Ms. Mehta. And now for our speakers, we have Mr. Umesh Madhyan, VP Logistics, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. Please give him a round of applause. We have Mr. Cyrus Kadgara, President ACFI and partner Gina and Company. Let's keep the applause going. We also have Mr. Abdullah Al-Khalafi, Cargo Manager, India and Nepal, Emirates Sky Cargo. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Chief Cargo Officer, Adani Airports. Good afternoon to all the panelists. I hope you all are comfortable, and without further delay, I'll give the lead to Ms. Mehta. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I promise that we will not make this boring because I know we are standing between you and lunch. And hopefully while I'm here, my stomach is not going to growl to go away for lunch. Thank you very much for joining us. Our panel is small, but I'm definitely sure that it's going to be interesting. First of all, would like to say thank you to Logistics Insider and PhD for conducting a wonderful session and very interesting topics. May I take this opportunity to ask my panelists to introduce themselves, starting with Mr. Ramesh.
Yeah, this is working. So good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, Chaitali. Also thank PhD for organizing this conference and inviting Adani Airports and inviting me to represent Adani Airports into this. Very quick introduction. My name is Ramesh Mamidala. I work with Adani Airports and I head Adani Airports cargo as well as ground handling. Since we have very limited time, I leave with this.
Cyrus.
I'm Cyrus Kadgara, partner of Gina and Company, and I'm also the president of ACFI, Air Cargo Forum India.
Abdullah Al-Khalafi, I look after India and Nepal for Emirates Sky Cargo. Thank you.
Umesh.
My name is this, and I'm sitting in the right place. So my name is Umesh. I am from Coca-Cola, and I also preside the CVSCL, the Chamber of Visionary Supply Chain Leaders, which is based out of Ganga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a very interesting mixed set of panelists. Unfortunately, one of our panelists, Mr. Karthik, fell sick, so he could not join us. May I take this, may I request each one of you, we've heard a lot of interesting things from morning, a little bit concerns our infrastructure also, but before we get into the depth of it, may I request each one of you to give us one line on what you think of infrastructure to logistics and what is it that you're expecting, just one line each. We can start with Umesh.
Okay. But you want one line only? Okay.
I have no problem. The audience has to be more interactive. I'm a little worried. So please, if we can have some smiles and maybe as and when they talk, do a little bit of clapping, because I'll be very honest. This is my first major session for moderating. My father is watching from Bombay. So if you all are not going to be interactive, he's going to think I'm doing a bad job. So for the sake of my father. and my reputation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we heard a lot on infrastructure plans, majorly also by the government. My one bit would be that there is a lot of scope in Indian infrastructure if we talk about cost. And there's a lot of scope in terms of automation, in terms of digitization. There are a lot many cases or examples which I would want to give over the next 45 minutes and make sure that we share those practices. And I would urge everyone in the panel also to share those examples on infra, which India needs, not only from a service standpoint or a cost standpoint, also sustainability overall.
I guess when we speak of infra, two important points: capacity and efficiency. Over the previous panel, cost was discussed a lot, and I get worried a little because we get hit first when it comes to cost reduction, first and last. So I guess if we sum it down, it's around capacity and how smooth the goods flow in and out of these airports. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyrus?
I'm going to change my stance. I'm going to say something what Abdullah's just reminding me of. When you talk about infrastructure, now I'm going to make a promo for you. The airline infrastructure. I mean, it's just ridiculous. The costliest commodity in the world is an aircraft. You can't have anything more costlier than that. Then their fuel costs are 40 to 50%. Their running costs are so high. Then after all that, the maintenance of an aircraft, it's unbelievable what you have to do to maintain an aircraft. And then just because I work for the airline, I have to be paid the highest. Right? So when you talk about infrastructure, look at what's going on this side. When that's the we don't realize what goes into the cost of infrastructure. Likewise, even the shipping lines have their own thing. They are one of the costliest items in the world, what we are dealing with. And then everybody is looking at how to save the cost. Yes, everybody is looking at cost saving. It's a change that where we have to have a very don't want to use the profitable, a very healthy airline industry. And that if the airline industry is healthy, automatically the cost gets rationalized. That's what I say. Ramesh, you are the expert in the infrastructure business. So
yeah, thank you, Cyrus. I work with the airlines as well. So in fact, along with them in Emirates Airlines. So since my expertise is about airport cargo infrastructure and the topic is about infrastructure, so let me give you a couple of pointers from my point of view for the country. I think we have said in different conferences, the country is looking at achieving, currently we do about 3.5 million tons, as a country from air cargo point of view. I think all of us know that because it is said in many different conferences the recent past. And this is one country doing 3.5 million tons. Approximately 65 to 70% of that comes from the international cargo. There is one city, Dubai, which is where Abdullah comes from, that one city airport actually does as much as the whole country does. You just need to keep that in mind. So much more that we can achieve as a country. So the target that we're looking at in one of the recent conferences, ACFI, where most of us actually belong to, we said the country should be able to achieve about 10 million tons by the end of the decade. It is achievable. Now, if it is achievable, if the country has potential to achieve that, maybe even exceed that, where do we stand in terms of infrastructure capability? I think that is what we should address in this session. I think based on my estimates, Keiko, from your previous organization, you can correct me. I think as a country, we have a total capability to manage about 5 million tons at this stage. Most of the airports are expanding, including Airport Authority cargo divisions. So, but we have something like 6 to 7 years to build the facilities, expand the capacity to meet that extra 5 million tons capacity that we don't currently have. I think this is one part of the infrastructure. But talking about infrastructure, it is not just limited to building facilities in airports. It is also doing a lot of work in terms of integrating the stakeholders and bringing them onto one technical platform. Some airports have done, many airports have not done. But bringing the digitization, bringing the IT infrastructure, implementing cargo community systems, state community systems to make sure we have seamless integration of information, involving all the stakeholders on the same platform. I think these two are very important.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very interesting, diverse answers, but yes, do agree that digitalization is the need of the hour. Technology is, and no matter how much we talk about digitalization and technology, it'll never get old. Coming to that, one of the questions I wanted to ask all of you individually as panelists was that I know COVID has been done to death, and we've discussed all of this, but there is also something positive that has come out of COVID. So, and all of you represent different industries, part of the logistics, maritime and transport. So may we have your feedback on what was that one positive aspect that came out of COVID that you have understood and you have inculcated in your companies, and you would want your industry also to do?
I think one wonderful thing happened to airport cargo on the airline cargo as well, because that industry, air cargo industry, came out to be the savior for the entire globe, not just for the country. With airlines continue to operate cargo operations, although the passengers were not flying, many airlines, including Emirates Airlines, they converted the passenger aircrafts into cargo on-seat aircrafts. Obviously, freighters continue to run across the globe. Even in our country, apart from the airlines, all the airports in the country, the airport authority-owned airports, the private airports, we continue to operate the cargo operations because we have to deliver the medical-related supplies, we had to deliver vaccines to the population. And I think in one of the previous sessions, when somebody talked about some of the staff losing lives as well. So it did happen actually in our operations as well. But one great thing that happened, apart from the sacrifices that the staff made and the families made, is the efficiency with which we worked across the country. And that was not thought as possibility in the past. For example, when we started, in fact, there was a central committee in MOCA that was actually monitoring, and some of us like Keiko and I were actually part of that committee monitoring the shipments on a daily basis. So we managed to deliver the vaccines from the time of arrival into the trucks in 5 minutes, unthinkable in the past. And how did it happen? Because people were passionate, people were proactive, they passed on information proactively from one entity to the other entity, and more than anything, committed level of services is what we got from the staff. So suddenly we started believing, where somebody said 4 days, 5 days, Satish said in the past session, but then from 4, 5 days, even domestic, for example, we used to deliver in 120 minutes. But then it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes is what we saw in those days. So the big lesson is, with limited infrastructure, with whatever constraint that we had during the time, but if people wanted to deliver, they managed to deliver in 5 to 10 minutes. Now, it is possible, is what we understood. But the challenge now is how we can take that competency forward and make sure we do that year after year, decade after decade, and make sure air cargo grows substantially in this country.
Thank you. Cyrus?
Thanks, Ramesh. Short, COVID just brought air cargo into the limelight worldwide. Since air cargo saved the whole world transporting viruses, air cargo got this full recognition so fast. There was always air cargo available, but worldwide recognition only got there after COVID. The Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Prime Minister, everyone got involved in this whole movement. My friend Keku here, he was the control tower for the COVID when he was at I-class, but that's what COVID got us. Secondly, COVID, what we could not do in 10 years, within COVID, we did in 1 year. That was going almost paperless or contactless or something. So these are the two main factors, I would say, what was the positive outcomes of COVID.
But I will take this opportunity before Abdullah to say that when people said we had issues in Bombay when we couldn't get our staff to work, and we were made to explain as to what is our job, as to why they needed railway passes or why they needed to come by bus when it was not possible to arrange cars for them. My statement was that, you say the doctors and the nurses and the hospitals save people and the pharma companies made the vaccines which save people. But I would like to say that our logistics industry, starting from the airports to the loaders, to the logistics, the customs brokers, the freight forwarders, every single person, we are also frontline workers, because if we did not work and we did not put our lives at stake, the doctors would not get their PPE kits, the vaccines would not be put anywhere. So I think as an industry, we deserve a round of applause for ourselves, because honestly, if it was not for us, India would not be made proud today, with due respect to all the other stakeholders. So thank you very much to every single one of us. Abdullah, your take.
I think COVID made us explore the unusual. Us as an airline deciding to operate empty passenger flights with cargo, in the belly hold only. It was a nightmare to think of covering the entire operation with just 20, 25 or 30 tons. And then we got little excited. We started putting cargo on the seats. And then we saw it working and got a little more excited and removed the seats from the passenger. It looked like it's a long time until passengers come back, so we have our ground to play. So I mean, things like these would never be considered, before COVID.
Correct.
I don't want COVID to come again.
Yes.
But, it's definitely, I mean, it showed our creativity basically in the airline business.
Absolutely, absolutely. Umesh?
Okay, so from a user perspective, I just realized I'm the only user. So
yes.
So from a user perspective, I think what the biggest thing which we realized was, how do we do more from less? Less is more. Basically, we had no people. We still had orders. There were still channels which were responding, and there was servicing which was still need to be done. I think one biggest realization which we had was automation. Wherever we had automation, it was still smoother for us to manage those warehouses. We have one of the largest automated warehouse in west part of India in Gujarat, in Goblij, in the plant, which is the Asia's largest plant. And we do about more than 400 pallets per hour with less than about 40 people. Otherwise, on a manual warehouse, you would need close to about 350 people to run that warehouse. And how we were able to continuously get throughput out of the warehouse, still do order processing, loading, all of it through that solution was the biggest eye opener for us. So whatever digital journey we started pre-COVID, I think the realization is that you have to accelerate that more often than now. And how do you exactly choose critical pockets out of that for going forward? For example, going paperless is the biggest one. Is the number one, which everybody is right now targeting, so that you reduce contact and touch. How do you go more digital there? How do you have loading solutions which are better? And that is where the government comes in, where we just spoke to the Honorable Secretary on standardizing trucks from a CVSCL standpoint, myself and Chetan. So I think it's important for us to realize those learnings from COVID and take it forward. So as a user, I will still say automation and digital, biggest bold underline italic. And I really don't know why we are making you stand, Chetali. Why don't you sit?
No, it's fine. Honestly, don't worry about it. I'm absolutely okay. Thank you. If I make any goof ups, it's easier to hide it inside over here as compared to being here. That is why. Everybody talks about the PM's Gati Shakti thing. And to be very honest, I had to do a lot of research to even understand about the Gati Shakti. But since all of you are stalwarts here and have been involved in a lot of maybe the framing or the drafting and all, what is your take? Do you think we'll actually be successful if the Gati Shakti goes on full scale and it actually starts off on the full thing? Or is it just going to be like it's going to start off and then it's going to fade and then it's going to start back again? What's your take on it? Do you want to go, Cyrus, first?
Yeah.
Ramesh, you.
I think we had a little bit of the discussion in the morning as to what that means and what the government is willing to do or is actually doing already. So to my understanding, as we also understand within Adani Group, this is all about integrated, master planning oriented development of the country, across different layers. Somebody said 300 layers. And if you look at airports on its own, not just our airports, but across the country, different airport operators, including government airport operators. If you look at the life cycle of an airport as it continues to grow, as the airport is developing, you possibly see examples in metro cities also. Mumbai is an example. So the airport can grow because the airport has a little bit of land. Sometimes the airport is also land constrained. But wherever the airport can grow, you suddenly see there is a lot of development around the airport. Airport cannot get water. Airport cannot be serviced by the road network because it is completely landlocked. And you have a lot of residential areas around it, restricting the air movement of the airport itself, so on and so forth. In some of the airports, electricity supply also becomes a problem. So these things have happened in the country in the last 20, 30 years or 3-4 decades because we lacked the integrated approach for development of all the infrastructure, including utilities that we use every day. I think that is the biggest change that is going to happen. Somebody said, you lay the road and the second day somebody comes and starts digging. No, that is not That is not right, and that is not what should happen. From the airport's point of view, I'm quite excited. That is something that we lacked in terms of seeing the integrated approach for the development of infrastructure around the airports. In airports we can manage, but we have no control on the infrastructure that is being developed around the airport. If that falls in place, I think there is a whole lot of meaning in terms of developing airports together with the infrastructure which is coming up around the airport. I see that as a big development. I personally believe that it is going to happen, and it will definitely benefit the country immensely in the decades to come.
I will take this opportunity, sorry, Cyrus, before we go to you, I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you, Ramesh, that everybody, when we talk about transshipment hubs today, Hong Kong is the number one that comes in place. Everybody knows that their EDI system is probably the best where they do it. And Satish even mentioned about it, that they were talking about reducing from the 5 hours. Do you think that we have the potential to ever become that kind of a transshipment hub in India, either all the airports or one of the airports at least, where we will be able to do that kind of seamless integration? Because when I was going through research for our particular panel on infrastructure, I came across an interesting fact that when the Air Council International had released their world airport rankings with their statistics on 11th of April of this year, surprisingly for me, okay, it could be not for anybody else, but for me, that Ted Stevenson's Anchorage International Airport was number 3 in the world in terms of carrying cargo. And they were carrying about 3.55 million metric tons, which was about 29.5% higher than 2019 and 12.6% higher than 2020. Now, they moved on this ranking from the 7th number the previous year to the 3rd number, all because they have a system which, as per the US law, started in 2004, is called the Expanded Cargo Transfer Rights, which permits air cargo to and from a foreign country to be transferred to any other airline if they are landing in Anchorage without being considered to have been broken its international journey. So this liberalized air cargo transfer rights and location for cost reduces their efficiency, reduces the cost, but increases their efficiency. And considering that we all think that Alaska is at one point of America, surprisingly, it's only 9 hours away from 90% of the industrialized world. Do you think that something like this, which could happen in a tiny little place like Anchorage, but with us, with the modern facilities? And I was super impressed by what Mr. Bandyopadhyay said in terms of the hinterland waterways that they are talking about with the PM's Gati Shakti that is coming and all. Will this not be there? Because all of us want at least 1 or 2 of our airports to be considered to be transshipment hubs, have more number of airlines calling us, which may not happen. I know Delhi has probably more airlines than even Bombay has calling. So do you think it is achievable?
It is definitely possible to develop, and we must actually do that, to develop some of the airports as transshipment hubs, both passenger as well as cargo, not just for cargo. The right ingredients for that is, apart from building infrastructure, developing policies, having the right regulatory framework, it is also very important for us to have an anchor airline. Now, as a country, although we had large airlines in the past, even currently we do have them, and some of them are growing to become large. But in the last 2 or 3 decades, when neighboring airports like Dubai, Doha, they substantially grew in terms of becoming transshipment hubs, simply because we did not have that kind of a capacity to develop. You need connectivity. We need multiple scheduled connectivity to become a hub. And we need to accept that we don't have that kind of connectivity for global operations, right? And given the fact that freight forwarders and airports, for example, we like open skies. We want everybody to come in. But we also, as a country, we have the objective to also protect and help our airlines to grow, right? Domestic airlines to grow. If we put both together, I think it is very important that we have, now I'm quite optimistic that it is going to happen with Air India in the hands of Tatas, and they definitely have the vision in the right place, and they are in discussion with the multiple airport operators. They have the vision to develop at least 3-4 top airports in the country as their transshipment hubs. Now, this is one part of the story. So I think that is falling in place with 1 or 2 airlines taking that slot to support airports to become transshipment hubs, packs as well as cargo. Cargo cannot go on its own. With that falling in place, now what we need to very quickly develop in the airports is the processes required. We don't have them, not standardized. The appropriate regulatory framework is not in place. I think we've been saying it in different forums. I know MOCA is working on it. ACFI has also drafted a policy and given to MOCA for reviewing it. I think very quickly that will fall in place. Then the third thing is about actually making sure the approved regulatory framework in its true spirit starts working in a fully automated fashion. It's again back to the systems. I think in one of the conferences I said, in a place like Dubai, no airline actually declares to the customs what's coming in, what is going out. It is electronically transmitted even before the flight lands. So it is the customs system's responsibility to reconcile and see what is transshipment. System knows it. And once in a while, you actually go on to physical inventory to see what is declared by the airlines, what is declared by the airport is in place or not. So to that extent, it has to be fully automated. I'm very glad that this process is already fully in place for ports, whereas in airports, we still have to achieve that. So there are some system-related changes that we have to do to ensure we are efficient as a transshipment hub. Now, transshipment, if you go and visit the airport that you mentioned, even if you go and visit places like Dubai, I happen to have worked there for almost 1.5 decades. Transshipment as a product actually evolved to become very, very refined. Now, there are many layers of transshipment. There are connections that you want to do on the ramp, tail to tail within 3 hours time. There are like perishables, pharmaceuticals, you want to connect within 6 hours time. Now, there are things on the ramp, even after screening, you want to connect within 12 hours time. There are things that possibly you take more than 12 hours or 24 hours time. So some of these airports that have been into the transshipment business for the last, let's say, 3-4 decades have become very specialized. Now we need some time to develop that competency in the country. That may take about a decade or so, but we understand what has to be done. We can quickly develop that competency and become very successful in terms of transshipment. So there are many things that have to be done. But I think we know what needs to be done. I think we are thinking on the right direction, in the right direction. I'm pretty confident, if not all the airports, at least 3-4 top airports will become transshipment hubs. It doesn't mean 87%, which is what Dubai does. For example, Delhi is already about 6-7%. It used to be 0 a decade ago. And Mumbai, when Jet Air was functioning, Mumbai used to be something like 13-14% transshipment. Came down to 0 and now came down to maybe 1 or 2%. But some of these airports can actually become maybe 25-30% transshipment in the next 5 years, if all the right things fall in place. And then eventually a decade later, for the 10 million to happen, obviously we need to have at least 30% transshipment in the major airports. Otherwise, we as a country cannot do 10 million tons.
May I ask Abdullah, in connection to what Ramesh said, the ACFI annual convention, Mr. Sindhya said that we have 21 international airports and they have 35 domestic airports. And they were looking at setting up more cargo terminals. So in connection to the transshipment hubs of the main international ones and connecting 2-tier and 3-tier cities to the 1-tier cities, what's your take on it? Because you are an airline, you operate to some of the maximum number of airports that we have. Do you think that's going to increase? And how much of an impact is that going to have in helping India become a transshipment hub? Because right now we are all a panel, we are missing the seaport, so we will not talk about that part. But from the airline perspective, what is going to be? And then Cyrus, I'm going to come on to you as for your answer for that and your thoughts on it.
Chetali, on the transshipment model, I think India has a transshipment model on its own. It shouldn't be compared to, I disagree with the comparison with Dubai or Hong Kong. The potential in India lies in connecting, like you mentioned, the smaller airports, tier 2, tier 3 airports, to the bigger international airports. Obviously, you'll not get a flight from the US into 100 airports in India. It would make more economical sense for these flights to come in the major cities. But that's, a passenger can connect easily from, say, Varanasi all the way to Rio de Janeiro. But what about cargo? If there is an important, 99% of the cargo for cost or any other reasons will be trucked from Varanasi to Delhi or any major airport. But what if there is a time-sensitive shipment that needs to move from that tier 2 or tier 3 airport all the way to an international final destination on a single airway bill? How fast is the clearance from the small airport, and how fast is the transit in the major airport from one airline to another? If, say, I want to tie up with a leading domestic carrier, can I transit in 2 hours in Delhi, for example, or 3 hours or 4 hours? So these sort of things, we need to get to the bottom of a shipment journey by air cargo completely, from the nearest airport, regional airport or domestic airport, all the way to an international one. And again, as I said, 99% probably of the cargo will continue to move by truck from smaller cities all the way for commercial reasons. But let us have the option available for extremely time sensitive and very valuable shipments, like mobile phones or pharmaceuticals as well, samples or vaccines, airlines, eyeglasses, specs. So, things like these, I guess they don't mind paying a premium of 10-20% because that value lies in the transit time more than what they can save if they moved it by a truck or an airline. That's from my side.
Thank you. Cyrus, as a freight forwarder and as a customs broker, your company has probably seen the changes, the maximum that have happened throughout because you're a 100-plus-year-old company. Adding further to what Ramesh said and what Abdullah said, if we have the 3-tier domestic terminal setup and we have the 2-tier domestic terminal setup, we all know that our industry creates jobs because we are adding on more people and all. But as a freight forwarder, and I know this is off the books, so my apologies for it, but I couldn't not help you ask this. But as a freight forwarder and as a IATA agent and as well as a CA, doing multimodal transport, right now, majority of our cargo comes by road from the hinterlands to the airports as well as to the seaports. But if we had these kind of domestic terminals come up, and when you are doing critical care shipments, would it help in terms of using the airports for seamless connectivity where you do the customs clearance at the 2-tier and 3-tier airports and then bring them to just for the transshipment purpose?
Tell your question or speech?
It's actually a question. I'm asking as a point of view because you have offices everywhere. So I know, like I said, I apologize, but I couldn't not help ask this question to you.
But I get it back now.
Yes.
But I agree.
Okay, sorry. Do you want me? Okay, then I will rephrase it. Don't worry about it. I'll rephrase. I don't want to put you in a spot.
Need the domestic connectivity. Abdullah said that, Ramesh has said that too. I would like to tell you one thing. We are already on the threshold of becoming a great transshipment hub. Along with the terminals, the airlines, the freight forwarders, we've done a hell of a lot of homework. We've given what needs to be done. Now it needs to be implemented. So now the ball is on the other. We don't have anyone representing from Ministry of Civil Aviation, but the ball is in the Customs Court, probably, or the Civil Aviation. They need to make the call how to go ahead. All the work is done. I don't think we need to do any more work. If we just implement what we have done, we are there.
Perfect. Thank you very much. One question to all of you. If there was a genie and the government of India decided to grant one wish to your company or to your industry, what was that wish going to be? Should the government of India decide that we are going to become genie and give you Aladdin's lamp? Yes, we'll ask Gina, starting off with you.
Well, we've already done 122 years. I don't know if we can double that or not. But the genie for the trade would be, I think, digital, finished.
Really?
Paperless, digital, that's it.
Completely digital.
Go digital. I'd like, Umesh, you need to comment on this because we have it. The most difficult is to get a digital invoice from a shipper. So I don't want to instigate this thing, but is there a real difficulty in getting digital invoices? You guys are, I'm sure, Coke over the world is doing it digitally, but in India, somewhere, we just can't get this done.
Yeah, so we are digital EPOD, digital invoice, digital ASN, digital everything. We are already digital. But yeah, I think digital is one big need, which I would agree. But more from a user standpoint, also to your earlier question on Gati Shakti, I think one piece which is still missing somewhere is how do we standardize trucks? What do we do of improving asset utilization of trucks in India? We have 8.5 million trucks in India. The average running of these trucks is about 250 kilometers per day versus in Australia of 450, Germany 550, US probably 600. So how do we exactly ensure that we make this process of loading, unloading more automated? Today, we at Coke in India do almost 90% of loading palletized. We don't load cases and we load a lot. We do more than 7,000 shipments per day. That's our peak. And mostly 80 to 90% of them is only pallet loading and not case loading. So I think there's a lot of scope there on how do we create an ecosystem infrastructure where trucks are 10 pallet trucks, 12 pallet trucks, 20, 40, and so on, rather than a 19 feet, 17 and a half feet, 20 and a half feet. When we started this, we did a study in India and we found there are 720 dimensions of trucks in India available.
Wow.
And the standard in Australia is probably 6 type of trucks is what they get. So whatever you want to move, choose your truck and just move. So today we don't know exactly the truck which we have called for, which is reporting on the docks. It's 20 feet or 19 feet. So what do we load? We really don't know. So I think that is one big scope which I would expect the government of India to work on. And I think this is the government which is also listening and talking to industry, to be fair, right? On your question on PM Gati Shakti, I am super confident personally that there will be change. There will be change on warehousing, definitely domestic. I can talk more on domestic and you have stalwarts for international, but from a domestic standpoint, transport, roadways, we saw waterways, the plan is solid. We as CVSEL also have done a little bit of input to that policy which came in earlier, and I think the plan is very solid. What we need to only see is when and what is the pace of executing it. I think that is something which can be a little better, but the plan is real solid. So my genie question could be only transportation standardization in India on the roads.
Interesting. Abdullah, for you?
I would ask for 24/7 clearance. I mean, that's not necessarily just to the government, but the entire industry. We've got unutilized airline capacity, like Keku mentioned, and unutilized infrastructure as well. So during the day, a lot of hours, the airports are not utilized. In addition to Sundays and second Saturdays.
Yes.
So a lot of output is lost because of that. Thank you.
And Ramesh?
From the airport's point of view, some of the airports that we have, and for Adani airports, we have 50 years concession. And if you look at some of the airports, which applies to the airport authority run airports as well, these airports used to be tier 2 airports mostly, some of the tier 1 as well, including Mumbai. These airports in the past, 20, 30 years ago, used to be on the outskirts of the city. With the development, so much development taking place around the airports, most of the airports have now become city centers. So there is obviously no land for the airports to expand on their own, number one. Number two, for us to run, the airport operators to run the airports for the long term, the development around the airports, I think I mentioned this when I talked about Gati Shakti in the past, so that has been a problem because we somehow optimize the land utilization and build the airports or continue to expand the airports for the next 50 years. But the infrastructure around the airports is a problem even today, not thinking 15, 20, 30, 40 years later. So I'm quite excited about the Gati Shakti initiative of the government. So one thing that I would ask the government actually is to very quickly implement the Gati Shakti and make sure the consultants, developers, promoters included, that are working on expanding airports, take their initiative, take advantage of the initiative, and make sure the development happens in line with the infrastructure around the airports.
Is that your genie request also?
Yeah.
Perfect. Very nice. Umesh, I've been wanting to ask you ever since we spoke, is that Coca-Cola is at the foremost of infrastructure relating to digitalization and automation, including innovation. You have implemented a lot of your practices from your foreign factories and warehouses and all. But at a local level, what is it that you have done to improve infrastructure, which maybe your competitors could, I mean, yes, I understand there's competition, but if we are talking about infrastructure for the whole industry and for the country, what is it that you would want to give them advice that you have done at a local level, which others could also implement? Maybe it could be us also who could implement it in our own little ways.
Sure. So I think number one advice, what I would want to give is, there is automation which is available at economical rates in India. First of all, we got to believe that. Let's first believe that. People do not believe. When I spoke about the ASRS automation, which we have in Gujarat, in Goblej, I saw eyebrows going up, right? But it sounds expensive. Yes, it is. It is not $1 million. It's about $5 million, spend a little more, maybe 6. But what is important is to see the payback. Does it have a payback? It's a very decent payback. Now, let me give you one more example. What do you think of a solution which loads 1,000 cases manually with touch of a button in less than 3 minutes? Expensive?
No.
Less than 12 months payback in most cases. And it is worth it. So we have 6 of them in India, in 6 different sites, I mean, not in one site. So all 6 different sites, we started one in West Bengal, we replicated all, and now almost every state has it. Large facilities have it. We would have about 6 more probably in the next 2 years. So there are these solutions. First of all, they are available. They can be made in India. They can be economical. There's nothing to scare about these investments. They sound scary, but they're not scary. They have a payback. Point number 2, I think payback should be more holistic. There are 2 kinds of paybacks. One is a quantity payback, which is basically you have to see running across P&L lines. It need not be a logistics line, for example. It could fall under sales, for example. It could fall under manufacturing, so on and so forth. Every automation has a business case. More so, new age automation and technologies have business cases beyond P&L lines. So you have to make a holistic business case. That is part 1. Part 2 is the qualitative benefit. For example, managing labor or increasing minimum wages, etc., is going to become a problem going forward. Handling will not be easy. I'm not saying get rid of labor. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is your cost, which is today a cost, could be tomorrow 2x or 1.5x. So that's how ahead of the curve installation, I think, of these solutions is important. And third last advice is wherever you have a problem, I think it's important to be creative in applying the right technology to that problem. So Forbes did this study about a couple of years back where they said that way back in 2010, 2015, if you rate number of 10 skills you need in a logistician, last was creativity. Today it is number 1. That's what the study was. Today the number 1 skill you need is people to be creative. Not creative to be drawing trucks, right? Obviously creative to be applying the right solution available in the market, the right tech, and make sure that you solve the right problem. For example, today RFID and RFID readers for managing trucks inside a yard, a long yard, imagine a 300 trucks yard, is a standard solution. A IoT sensor is 1/4 of that solution. We have it in our sites. We use IoT sensors instead of readers, which are mounted on the ground. And when the truck comes in, docks in and docks out, we can read whether the dock is available or not. And that's how the security guy sends the next truck. And you keep on rotating in a single piece flow, get throughput, etc., etc. So I think these are my 3 advices which are important for you if you want to start your journey on automation stroke digitization.
I have one question for you before we move on to the other panelists, is that you're the president of the CVSCL, the Chamber of Visionary Supply Chain Leaders with 36 members as 36 companies as members. Since we had supply chain being represented in the earlier session, I thought it was interesting to ask you and important. How are you all making an impact on changing the infrastructure related to the supply chain? Because Cyrus, I, Abdullah, we are all from the logistics side. I mean, we like hardcore logistics, but you all are from the supply chain, and there's generally an interchange of, logistics and supply chain. But now with these sessions where we are having dedicated, what is it that you guys do differently that is helping your contemporaries and the people in the supply chain companies who are doing imports and all helping it?
Right. So I think 4 broad pillars of CVSCL. Number 1, best practice sharing. So we share a lot. We share to the extent where we can also jointly within organization negotiate together with a vendor if there is a solution which makes sense. So that's number 1, our best practice sharing pillar which works. Number 2, there is a lot of work which we try and do in terms of sharing advocacy on draft policies. So we work very closely with the machinery in the government and try and see how we can build a collective expertise which we have amongst these 36 companies and share that for them to improve on. Number 3, we do a lot of joint collaborations. For example, Warehouses Association of India is something which we tied up with. And that's what we are working on with them, in ensuring we support them in every work for every state they do. For example, there is a meeting with Karnataka government on warehousing. So we give them those ideas of what we can do and how we can improve and how we can automate, etc., and increase throughput. And number 4, we are working with academia as well. So we have a partnership with XLRI, and we are trying to have a lot of inculcation of change management, innovation, etc., from grassroots at the student level. How do we actually get that training to them? How do we, offer them that, okay, you do a 2 months offsite with Coca-Cola in one of the plants, let them see how we solve problems, let them see how we innovate, how we do all of this stuff, so that that becomes a mechanism. Because see, any tech you teach to students today is going to be obsolete 6 months from now. So it's more the mindset which you got to teach rather than the tech. So IoT today is IoT, it raises eyebrows, but I don't know what it will be after 6 months, it will be something else. So that's broadly at CVSL what we do. So far, satisfied with what the impact is. I would urge everyone to please visit cvsel.org and make yourself a member and contribute overall, not only for your company, but overall for the fraternity and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyrus, traditionally, we have 4 forms of logistics, rather modes of transport. We always talk about air, we talk about land, we talk about ocean. But one that we don't really talk about is the rail transport. We have railway transport available. Now, Indian Railways has a huge potential to become a big player, but we don't have too many takers for this. Is there, what's your opinion and what can be done? Because if somebody, and we've been asked this question as a company before, will you do rail transport? And my first answer is, no, I don't want to do it, kind of a thing.
Rail transport is very important.
Yes, it is. I know. But
major doing rail, and I mean, all from ICDs. I mean, like, there's only railway connectivity. So when you talk about sea freight, definitely railways and seaports are so very well integrated, and we need definitely more integration, I would say, on rail.
But there is.
And I would take a gamble to go at least 10% privatization.
Yes.
The government has to take that gamble, because keeping it in the government sector, and if people are ready to invest, let them invest.
But I think, to be fair, it's also improving. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Okay, we just completed the total number of rail consignments which we did last full year. We completed all of them last month. So we've already done 100 rail consignments, being a user, and imagine Coke traveling through rails, but that's how the season has been, fortunately for us. So we have done all that, and there is a lot of reciprocation from the government. They have even provided us a hydra at the railway station to load palletized in a container in rail. So we have done rail palletized transportation this year for the first time. So I think there's a lot of collaboration there. It's not bad, it's improving, but there is still scope. There is huge scope, and it will make a lot of sense if the rates are seen a little differently.
Because
it's also eco-friendly, right?
Is.
Very.
But, we are in the hinterland. Delhi has probably a lot more ICDs around than any other state would have in terms of it. But we also know that the nearby states, whether we take Rajasthan or we take anybody else, they are all connected to the ports by rail. And there are issues because at times they don't have rail service, unlike TKD to JNPT or from Mundra to TKBD. I'm sure a lot of freight forwarders here would agree. So in those respect, definitely there needs to be a scope of improvement in terms with Concord for introducing more railway connectivity, since if they are planning to set up more ICDs to reduce the major pressure on the ports. Any opinion?
Chitali, you'll be surprised that, we talked about, when we talked about railway freight,
yes,
a simple thing we brought up quite a few years back, and we cannot yet implement, like how a passenger terminal has an arrival and a cargo terminal has a departure, but not a arrival time.
I agree.
You saw that?
I agree.
So we don't have an arrival time. You can have an arrival day, today, tomorrow, or Thursday.
True.
There's no time.
And
so sometimes you can today you can even miss a vessel for a few hours because the gates close down, etc.
So I will take this opportunity to talk as a freight forwarder that yes, when we are talking about infrastructure and if we are looking at environmental friendly alternatives, then yes, we do need to work on our railways because like Cyrus very rightly said, sometimes we don't even know when the arrival is going to be because goods trains are always given the least amount of priority compared to passenger trains. So yes, if whenever PhD does a session with the government and all, then they need to tell them that railway needs to be improved too. One, a question for you, Ramesh, is that is it, sorry, when it comes to the airports and infrastructure go hand in hand, what is easier? Taking over an existing airport and then setting it up the way you want to, making the changes? Or is it to start from scratch? I know starting from scratch, sometimes it's a lot more easier, but starting from ground level and scratch and then creating the vision that you have, what do you think is easy? What is it? What is your opinion?
Depends how you look at it. From the development point of view, the greenfield airports are always better because you can create the vision that you talked about. It's much easier to develop from scratch and build the airport to your vision. But if you look at the commercial development, the brownfield airports are always better. There is captive market now that you need to capture, and it's easy to grow on top of that. From air cargo point of view, given that some of the airports that we have and the airports that we have in the country, they're landlocked and we are not able to really expand the way we would like to, and also meet the demand that the industry has. My favorite from air cargo point of view, both from airport development as well as commercial development, will be greenfield, to be honest with you. Multimodal. For example, some of the airports we talked about are landlocked. There's no opportunity to actually build multimodal airports. The places like Navi Mumbai, Jewar, Navi Mumbai is with us. So these airports actually present as a great opportunity and potential to build multimodal, integrated airport cargo infrastructure, and we are doing it. So that's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Abdullah, if you were asked advice when a new airport was being built, and we have a couple of new airports coming up in the pipeline and all, what would your advice to the government be, or to the developers in terms of an airline? What is it that you would look for from a new airport? I understand from an existing airport, there's nothing much that we can do. I mean, Bombay is a prime example for it. But if there was something which was coming up and your input was taken, then what is your advice?
And as simple as having the right facility for the products that I'll uplift from there and into that airport. If that city has a lot of perishable exports or pharma exports, the infrastructure needs to be designed in a way to suit these products. There's no point of being ready to handle all sorts of products, and having an unutilized capacity. And it's not just the airport itself, the roads leading into the airport and the infrastructure, the storage, warehousing facilities around the airports. I think we have a good example here in Delhi, yes, where there is a final transit or consolidation point just before the terminal, the cargo terminal. So I think it's around these points where of course at the end of the day, it depends on the size of the market there.
Yes.
You want to do something realistic, cost effective, but at the same time, extremely efficient and right for the products that go out of there.
Thank you. One last question before we leave it for the Q&A to the audience. If it was not for the logistics industry, I know this is not part of infrastructure and all, but I'm always curious to ask people, if it is not for the logistics industry, what would it be for you? In also connection to what Satish mentioned at his ending remark, that quite a few of us are here by accident and not by choice. Is it an accident or by choice?
For me, it was definitely by liking. In fact, I am an engineer.
Okay.
And I actually did transportation engineering. If it was not logistics, I would have become a full-scale traffic transportation engineer. So I got into this because I liked this subject. It is fantastic, and I would not have enjoyed my life as a traffic transportation engineer as much as I'm enjoying as a logistician.
Thank you. Cyrus?
No liking, no choice, just inheritance.
Abdullah, for you?
I'll be afraid for that, probably.
So I chose to be a logistician. So I love to keep places at the things at the right place at the right time. I love all that. If not logistician, I would be probably in planning, probably demand planning, supply planning, infra planning also, but definitely closer to logistics still.
So essentially, we are all at the right place at the right time, doing the right things. So thank you very much. It's up to the audience. Do you have any questions for our panelists? Yes, we are done. So Rama sir says 2:30. So we probably have just time for 2 questions before everybody wants to go off for lunch. And we start off with the next session. So if anybody has questions.
On the railways, I think
think it is more important that the ministry really thinks about reducing the cost by disintegrating themselves as a commercial organization by just giving a rate. That is most important. If it is done, probably rail will do more progressive than the road.
Thank you. Anybody else till we officially break? Going one, going twice, gone, done. Thank you very much for being an attentive audience. Hope you all were not too bored and enjoy lunch. Thank you for the panelists. Lovely question, and Cyrus, sorry.
Thank you so much to our panelists and especially to our audience for being such patient ones. Okay, so before we break for lunch, I'd like to call on the stage Captain Malik, the Chief Relationship Officer of Skyways Group, to felicitate the speakers. All right, we'll start with Mr. Umesh Madhyan, VP Logistics, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. Next up, we have Mr. Cyrus Kadgara, President ACFI and partner Gina and Company. We now have Mr. Abdullah Al-Khalafi, Cargo Manager, India and Nepal, Emirates Sky Cargo. And finally, Mr. Ramesh Mamedala, Chief Cargo Officer, Adani Airports. I request all the panelists to come forward for a group photograph. So please stay. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
This just shows I've done a bad job.
No, not at all. Not at all. We have Ms. Chaitali Mehta, Director, EKF Global Logistics. Chaitali ma'am, I think it's just the hunger. I'm sorry. Thank you so much to all of you. So my tummy tells me it's lunchtime. I'm sure yours also does the same. Let's disperse for lunch. And before we leave, I'd like to thank our delegate kit partner, Gear India, and Lanyard partner, Skyways Group. Let's meet back here in an hour. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Check.
Symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the Managing Committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members. Get opportunities to be part of the managing committee. May get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees. Opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies. Get branding and publicity to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members. Get opportunities to be part of the managing committee. May get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees. Opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies. Get branding and publicity to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
Hello.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the Managing Committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolize and development. For the last PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, Special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD Bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, and commitment of business to the society at large, to support it and task force. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the Managing Committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the Managing Committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a
PhD Chamber of
satiating lunch.
Commerce and Industry
For those who can hear me
symbolizes
outside,
progress,
please
harmony,
get yourselves
and development.
seated so that we can
For the
start
last
with the
116 years,
event.
PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services to act as a catalyst for rapid economic.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I request you all to please get seated, get comfortable, and we can proceed with the event. I hope all of you enjoyed the lunch, and I'm sure tummies are full and minds will start drifting away soon. But we are going to make sure that the next session is worth your while. To start the post-lunch segment, we have the Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India's address on trade facilitation, the role of FFFAI and other industry associations in the developments regarding policy and logistics infrastructure. For that, I'd like to call on stage Mr. S. Ramakrishna, advisor, FFFAI. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please? Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. After full lunch, good afternoon again. Okay, what I am going to talk about is the full session, what has been there right from Satish to the last session. They have discussed a lot. So probably it will be a repetition. However, you must always know, as an association of a national body, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India, and other association like PSD, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, MANSA, like that, there are plenty of associations in India. And each association really contributes in the, or I can say, influence the government in decision making. And what I'm saying is a fact. It is not something that to boast about it, but surely we as a Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India, you must know the structure. We have some 28 associations all across India. These 28 associations have a national body called Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. And each country's national body has got a international Freight Forwarders Brokers Association. This is a structure broadly. And we call ourselves as a Vatavriksha. I don't know how many people understand Vatavriksha. Vatavriksha is a banyan tree. And Federation is actually a banyan tree. Every portion of the banyan tree leaves a root and embeds there. May it be including the PSD or any of the government body. As much as that, we are also enrolled with Ministry of Home Affairs, which is not part of our logistics at all, but there also we are there. So coming to what we and other associations have done, probably most of the people sitting here are from the logistics, they would know, and it has been briefly discussed in the morning sessions also. What happened during the COVID? Chaitali mentioned that probably we are also one of those people who should have been the front warriors during this pandemic period. We are supposed to work, and we worked. But most importantly, the recognition of the government. When I say recognition of the government, every custom commissionerate, irrespective of any location, they banged upon the entire logisticians, support them, and ask what is required. That is the level of the association. And when I'm saying this, I'm also taking the other associations in this. All the associations were banking on us as a federation because we were the ground level workers. The other associations are an industry association. Probably that is also one of the reasons, even before the COVID, the NTF, NCTF, which is headed by the cabinet secretary and all ministry secretaries, we are the only Federation of Freight Forwarders Association, is the only association which is there in that as a board member. Apart from, you have FIO is there, you have ASSOCHAM,
and one more association. Only 4 associations are there, out of which probably the logistic association, we are the only association there. Why? What is the reason? The reason is proactively we go and talk to the government. What is good and what is the deficiency in the policy? Normal thing is to go to the government and say, sir, you have done a wonderful job. Very good. You must continue that. We don't do that. We call spade as a spade. Very respectfully. Not that we fight. Very respectfully say that this is not the way it is to be done. So much so today, what has happened in digitalization had happened during the COVID period only. When we talk about the bonds and bank guarantees in our parlance were for clearance of goods, we did not have to go and produce anything physically. It was all online. And the supporters were, we had a very big support from the industry through their Chamber of Commerce, like one in PSG, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, Mansa in Bombay. Like that, there are plenty of national associations which backed us up. So therefore, digitalization was a process which started during the pandemic. And it got fructified at a later stage where the government saw that there is a message during the emergency, during the contingency, during whatever you can name it, we could efficiently do the logistics, which has also been appreciated by the Prime Minister. Probably this is the only industry where the Prime Minister talked about it. It's a logistic industry. One more important thing is we are all a proud custom brokers. First and foremost, I must acknowledge that I am a custom broker. Custom broker is not a small entity. We are a custom broker who are the people who know 90 to 95% of the law of the country. May not be absolutely we know each and everything, but we can always say that we know a lot of things, which probably the lawyers also come and ask us what it is. So that's the level we are in. So as a custom broker, why are we looked upon as an association who can contribute? Because we know a lot of things. Their industry, they look at their working. But we as a custom broker, we handle so many products, so many dangerous, non-dangerous, so many things. We are aware of the policies and procedures. You take it as an airline or you take it as a shipping warehouse, or I think the whole gambit of logistics. So that has given the confidence in the Ministry of Finance when they created NCTF and they took FFA as one of the body member there. Of course, nevertheless, all the information and the requirements comes from the industry and a lot of chambers of commerce. So therefore, FFA per se, if we say that we do everything, will be incorrect. It is a conglomeration of each and every body who give us the information and we take it in a right spirit. In the various government bodies, for example, in the Ministry of Commerce, we have Scope Air, we have Scope Sea. All these places, we play a very pivotal role. In the morning, Dr. Yogesh said that PhD is for, what was P for? Progress. Progress, harmony, and development. I think, I don't know if that is the name of the PhD, I don't know, but it actually impressed me. So if we can replicate ourselves with the PhD, probably we do the same thing. probably little more than that what they are doing in terms of the progress, harmony, and development. That is also the reason why we are on board with each and every location. In 28 locations, whatever the difficulties we are facing or whatever the good opportunity which is given by that particular commissioner or what that region percolates to our headquarters, which is located in Mumbai, that information is disseminated to all the members, not only to 28 association, to all the members. So therefore, the best of everything comes into the national level, and we normally discuss and formulate a policy. Having said this, I must compliment each of the custom brokers who are sitting here. We are only 10,500, probably 11,000 custom brokers in India. And we handle 98% of the EXIM trade. I think I deserve an applause for this. 98% of the EXIM trade, we handle it. When in the last session, when I talked about the cost, when they were talking about the cost, I sincerely meant that all the industry must now tell the shipping companies, you don't want 14 days free period or 21 days free period or 60 days free period, give me $300 less. If you don't perform, we will pay the demurrages. So the government has evolved in a system whereby 90% of the cargo is facilitated. Then why would anybody take so much of a free period? Free period is never a free period. It is always a cost. I sincerely hope that the supply chain management people who are sitting here from the industry side also really take care of this aspect of it. The federation, we do not know anything about the inland waterways, especially people sitting in Delhi. The federation invited us. Then Logistics Secretary, Mr. Sivaselam, took us to Assam. We had a session, we had a beautiful session there. After 2 days, what Mr. Bandyopadhyay was showing today, we had all traveled as a federation, we traveled that area. And we had also given certain suggestion as well, like what he showed in Pandu. Next to Pandu, there is a bridge going. Because Pandu is a jetty basically. There is a bridge going. We said, you cannot run a vessel. Even a small vessel cannot be run. I think jetty should be moved across the railway line. Probably those railway line which is going up has also have a connectivity below that. We were told that was a line which was used pre-independence to carry the cargo to Far East up to Japan. Why should we not be doing now? 2 reasons. It was a pleasure to interact with then Logistics Secretary, Mr. Sivaselam. He would not accept anything very, Keku knows about it. He will not accept anything just like that. He will ask so many questions. So that time the dredging, the depth available was probably 4.5 or 5 meters. That 5 meter was good enough for any vessel to go. Today it is unfortunately, somewhere it is 2 meters, somewhere it is 2.5 meters. What only I am trying to emphasize is Federation of Freight Forwarders, along with the other association, if we really interact and we come out with some good suggestions, here is the government who will take it and implement it. I will also give you a small example. Those who are in shipping will know this, how we contribute as an association together. During service tax time, some intelligent people went and told the Ministry of Finance that container should be taxed. Container freight should be taxed. So government said, yes, it's a big revenue. 5% tax was put onto the freight, like what you have in GST today. Then Mansa in Bombay and Triple FA again in Bombay went to the ministry, said, what are you talking about it? 11% is the freight of containers and balance 89% is on the break bulk. Why are you raising the cost? Some wisdom dawned and they said, okay, I can't pay you back what has happened 3 months before. But from following date, no service tax. So that's the beauty of the association. If you have a knowledgeable association, which can really do, we can do wonders. In the recent case of, you see, GST, I am not sure how many people has followed that Mohit Minerals versus Supreme Court. The question was whether in CIF, the 5% GST should be to the importer was a question. But I would have really thought whether the freight should be GST to be paid or not should have been the question. And Supreme Court would have come with judgment. Unfortunately, all the courts, I must not say unfortunately, I must say they will only answer to the petition filed. The petition filed was whether the Mohit Mineral should be paying 5% tax or not. Government said no, they are not supposed to pay freight. They are not supposed to pay tax because they are double taxed by CIF. What happens in FOB case? FOB also we convert to CIF. Is there not tax, any tax on that? And people are brilliantly discussing in all WhatsApp group. And they say this is the best judgment ever come. Please ask the logisticians. Whatever the judgment is, we say this judgment does not actually come to the conclusion whether freight is taxable under GST or not. So this is one more thought to PhD, that we have to take it up with the government that freight per se, whether it is a FOB or CIF, should not be taxed at all. Coming to the systems, why the cost has reduced, the logistic cost? I would give credence more to the government than the efficiency level of a custom broker or the shipping company or the airlines or the custodians or anybody. Why do I say that I give more credence to the government? Is that we as an association, always when we go back to the government and say, these are the problems, government would ask, what is the solution you have brought? So therefore, as a federation, we always used to give a problem on one side and possible solution from our end as a solution to that specific problem. By that, if you really see, a lot of problems have got mitigated by our own solution. Whether it is good for us or not, I do not know. A lot of things have really improved. And when I say 90% of the cargo is going on a risk management system, whether it is good for me or not, but certainly good for the industry on the national level. So therefore, in the next session, whenever PhD calls us, probably everybody is going to say logistic cost is not 8%. It has come down to 6% or 5.5%. We look for that days. Similarly, we were talking about the training. You will not be surprised in next 1 month or so, we will get a notification from the government that every custom broker should have minimum hours of training at a owner level, at the first category level, and the second category level. Probably organization like FFI, ACFI, if PhD has got any educational institution, all these people will be actually coming out with a policy level of educating the people what is good and what is bad for the trade and how it has to be done. We talked immensely on digitalization, but really in all sense of digitalization, are we really doing digitalization at a ground level? At ground level, I must say, excepting clearing the documents on the system, there are no digitalization. Even today, we carry papers. The national body, apart from FFA, the PhD, FICCI, FIO, ASSOCHAM, everybody have to come hammer and tong and say, boss, we are not carrying any paper. We are talking about the invoice and packing list by the industry people not giving by email. I would say that it should be digitally signed. That is the biggest KYC one can have. Today, on the name of KYC, we are hanged on the smallest pretext. So, as a federation, I'm not here to say the grievance, but I am saying as a federation and the other associations, how we can collaborate each other more. We need to collaborate each other more in terms of these nitty-gritties. So we have to really do it in a way that it helps the entire industry. Why would KYC be limited only to us? We say the government is failing in the level of Director General of Foreign Trade. I don't mind criticizing DGFT. DGFT gives the IEC in 10 minutes with 500 rupees fees. What have they done? How have they done any KYC? One bank letter? That's it. When it comes to us, probably when I apply for a membership of PhD, you would be asking more KYC than anybody else. So these are some factors which we need as an association, apart from what we have done wonderfully well so far. I think these are certain things which we have to do it. Now coming to infrastructure, the people who have gone to JNPT and see the wolves of JNPT 2 years before or 3 years before, and every meeting with Mr. Nitin Gadkari, as a group of federations, we used to go and ask for 8-lane road for JNPT. And today it is fructified. Normally what happens is in South, there is a saying that, a crow sat on a coconut and coconut fell down. Probably the crow thought that, it has nipped the coconut and put it down. It is not that. Whenever we talk, even in this forum, whatever I'm talking about, it fructifies someday. Maybe it takes 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, it fructifies. I'll give you another example. Mr. Suresh Prabhu was the chief guest. Probably Keku was also there in that meeting in FICCI. As a federation, we were Samir Shah and myself, and from Amtoy, Shantanu Badgankar was there. So we had a panel discussion. In that panel discussion, we said, there should not be any vehicle moving across the border without FASTag. One thing very good about at least 3 or 4 people I can name. One was Mr. Sivasalam. The second is the Minister Sindhia. Vandana Agarwal from Ministry of Civil Aviation. These are the people who used to take notes themselves. And today you see the kind of the kind of fast tags which have come into the various commercial vehicles also. If they don't have a fast tag, they pay the double. So that is what it is. Sometimes, okay, another example I can give you, it was organized by Amtoy. Arun is sitting here in Delhi. I am normally the culprit who raises a question. So I asked, ACFI was there. So, no, not ACFI, what is that? Act 5, that association of ITWA. ITWA was there, who were saying that we have done this for the drivers, we have done that for the drivers. I asked today, somebody was talking about drivers are not really respected. I said, why don't you give 10 paisa per kilometer out of the entire stretch of he travels towards the gratuity or pension or medical help or education to students, anything. 10 paisa per kilometer doesn't cost anything. But if you see the entire the truck community, which is some million truck they were talking about, if everybody gets that kind of a money, and every 200 kilometers, that is for the PhD, I'm just saying this, every 200 kilometers, if there is a facility for the drivers and conductors to have a proper rest, proper food at a subsidized rate, why will there be any accident? And honestly speaking, I have been on the other side of the industry also. We always say, तुमको 2000 रुपए का अवार्ड देंगे अगर आप बॉम्बे से दिल्ली में 48 घंटे में आ जाइए. वो बोलेगा जी मेरे पास डबल ड्राइवर, हम 48 घंटे में आ जाएंगे. इस डबल ड्राइवर इज कंडक्टर हु इज नॉट इवन बैच्ड, he doesn't have even license. So these things we have to stop it as a federation, as well as the national association like PhD and other association. We can all join together in this endeavor to get the things good for the logistic industry, and we can really do wonders. If I exceeding 10 minutes, please tell me. I can speak a lot. So, so therefore, I have 10 minutes over. Okay, 2 minutes. 1 minute more. So therefore, I take privilege to represent the Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. And primarily, we are all custom brokers apart from other logistics providers. And we are very keen to join with PhD or a national body like PhD, which is 100 years plus organization, to give proper sense of everything what we can do to better the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed insightful as well as interesting, and I'm sure the audience would agree. So now to felicitate Mr. Ramakrishna, I call Mr. Ashish Vik, Chairman, Gati Shakti Development Forum, PhD CCI.
We will definitely.
Please give them a big round of applause. Next up, we have a short presentation by Mr. Varun Chopra, Executive Chairman, GAIR India, on moving toward net zero in the MHE industry in India.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, a big thank you to PhD Chamber, Logistics Insider, for giving me this opportunity. I think the morning sessions were extremely insightful. Some of the points that I picked up on, one is, I think Keiko mentioned about green, that's sort of stuck with me. Optimization, which I think is critical. And when I'm going to be talking about net zero, I think it's very important to keep in mind that it's not just an initiative towards becoming more green. It has to develop return, it has to deliver, return on investment. And I'll try to demonstrate that in the next couple of slides. So I think everyone's familiar with ESG. I think over the last couple of years, this has taken center stage for most organizations. E standing for environmental, S for social, and G for governance. So net zero forms part of the E part, which is the environmental piece. Again, I'm sure all of you are aware, but I just thought it's very logical to go through this flow.
क्लाइमेट चेंज पर इस वैश्विक मंथन के बीच मैं भारत की ओर से इस चुनौती से निपटने के लिए 5 अमृत तत्व रखना चाहता हूं, पंचामृत की सौगात देना चाहता हूं। पहला, भारत 2030 तक अपनी नॉन फोसिल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी को 500 गीगावाट तक पहुंचाएगा। दूसरा, भारत 2030 तक अपनी 50% एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से पूरी करेगा। तीसरा, भारत अब से लेकर 2030 तक के कुल प्रोजेक्टेड कार्बन एमिशन में 1 बिलियन टन की कमी करेगा। चौथा, 2030 तक भारत अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था की कार्बन इंटेंसिटी को 45% से भी कम करेगा। और पांचवा, वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा।
So I think hearing it, right from, the Honorable Prime Minister, I'm just going to focus on point number 5, which is how do we move towards net zero? Now, 2070 may seem very far away, but if we don't start now, we're not going to get close to that number by that time. I think another aspect, and we've been seeing this in the recent couple of years, how Nitin Gadkari ji has been really pushing for EVs across the entire transportation system. Talking about lithium-ion batteries, zinc-ion, sodium-ion, so on and so forth. I just want to emphasize that when you talk about ESG, it comes with some tangible financial benefits. There is a strict or very strong ROI deliverable to doing ESG. It's not something which is just good to do. It's something that will deliver a very strong impact on your bottom line. And each and every industry has a role to play. Of course, there are industries which contribute more, some which contribute less, but it's absolutely imperative for every industry to have a net zero vision going forward. And I think most of the organizations do today. I think an important point to probably note is transportation accounts for 14% of global greenhouse emissions. Now, transportation is large. I represent an organization and probably an industry which is relatively small, which is the material handling equipment, which is more commonly known as equipments which are forklifts, reach trucks, battery operated pallet trucks, etc. So these are warehousing equipments as well as equipments which are used in factories for movement of raw material and as well as finished goods. So let me just talk to you about that for a bit. MHEs are critical in the entire end-to-end supply chain. This is very critical to understand. Some of us who work with MHEs realize that if a forklift stops, your business stops, because your raw material either doesn't move to the factory or finished good doesn't move from the factory to the depot or wherever it is supposed to. And similarly, whether it's a reach truck, whether it's an order picker, whether it's a BOPT. So MHEs are absolutely critical part of the supply chain. And like most things critical, you don't realize the value of them unless they break down. And I think this is where, we've got certain technologies that we currently can use, which also minimizes breakdown and gives you maximum uptime. So the MHE industry in India is about 20,000 units per annum. It's growing at about 20%. Very important to note, diesel MHEs contribute 35% of the MHE market in India. To be more precise, it's 36%. While it's becoming smaller, 36% is significant. And this is an area which we can really tackle with the kind of technology that we have today on MHEs. And I'll share that with you in a bit. So how do you move towards net zero in MHE and at the same time deliver a higher ROI? Please bear in mind that, again, I'm going to emphasize net zero has to come with tangible benefits for the customer, either in terms of optimizations on cost or in terms of higher uptime. So my submission to all of you is that there are probably two broad strategies, right? One is switch from diesel to lithium ion. I think we're all fairly good with numbers. 20,000 units is per annum. The installed base is about 300,000 MHEs in the country. About 50% of the base is diesel. So 150,000 assets, which can be converted from diesel to a lithium ion or a similar technology, which gives you immensely beneficial ROIs. And I'll talk about numbers in a bit. The second is, which may be a little surprising. I think diesel, everyone knows that, currently my cost is about 100 rupees a liter. A forklift of 3 ton consumes about 2.5 liters per hour. You save about 1.5 lakhs per month per forklift just on diesel cost, right? And when you move that to an OPEX model, it gives you significant saving when you move to an electric forklift, i.e. lithium ion. So one is switch from diesel to lithium ion. The second, which may be a bit surprising, is the switch from lead acid to lithium ion. Now, as we all know, and maybe, and I'm just, if you just bear with me, lead acid is primarily what we use in our normal vehicles, right? In our normal cars, these primarily use lead acid. Lithium ion, actually, we all use lithium ion batteries in our mobile phones, right? So that's just a representation of where technology, earlier it used to be nickel cadmium, as some of you may be aware. So today it's lithium ion. The switch from lead acid to lithium ion can give you significant benefits in terms of optimization, in terms of cost. So this is about money, clearly, value for the customer, because as you reduce your cost, I think we've all talked about, not cost reduction, but cost optimization. This squarely fits into with that agenda. Second is productivity, which is absolutely essential. Third is uptime. My industry works, as in the commitment that I give to my customers is a 95% uptime in an industry which typically works on 70 to 80%. So that's another ability to improve productivity and thereby lower cost or increase your sales revenue. And most importantly, this is better safety. If this sounds a bit too good to be true, the honest truth is it is fantastic technology, and I'm going to share that with you in a bit. So when you talk about lithium ion battery MHEs, the two critical parts are it's absolutely zero emission. Please bear in mind that in a lead acid battery, while of course it is much more greener than a diesel battery, still has emissions because you have lead acid. Second is there is an ability of opportunity charging, right? It's the same thing as charging your mobile phone. You just plug it in. So whenever your forklift is free or your asset is free, you just charge it in. That's the kind of ability that you have with lithium-ion assets. So no pollution, zero emissions, zero maintenance. There's no demineralized water. There is no helper required to change batteries. And please bear in mind, a battery is 600 to 800 kilos. So it's not something that we can manage on our own. You typically need another forklift or a BOPT or a Hydra to change a battery. Opportunity charging, which is absolutely, I think, something that we're all used to given how we're using our mobile phones. Most critically, it is fully charged in 120 minutes. A lead acid battery takes 8 hours. And please bear in mind, for lead acid, you've got to get the battery discharged to up to 10% before you recharge. Otherwise, you lose a cycle, which is basically the shelf life or the life of the battery goes down. So it's fully charged in 120 minutes. There's a multifunctional display, centralized checkpoints, and very easy maintenance. I've just shown two kinds of assets here. This is a forklift, that's a reach truck, and that's a stacker. There is no compromise on performance, and this is very, very important to keep in mind, guys, which is you have here an option, a solution, which is absolutely zero emission, is absolutely green. It gives you, gradability, 22% is absolutely best in class. Speed, generally a diesel truck gives you a speed of about 16 to 17 kilometers an hour. This gives you higher. You've got other benefits on tilting and lifting speed as well. Unless I guess I'm getting a bit too technical, I'll move through these slides a bit faster. This is just a battery setup. Those of you who've seen another usual battery in a forklift would know that this is one of the cleanest BMS, battery management systems, that exists. We operate in an environment where there is a lot of rain, dust. I operate forklifts in the mining industry. And trust me, even the roads out there are not appropriate, because when molten iron falls on the roads, imagine what happens to those roads. Those are the conditions we operate our forklifts in. And these forklifts are absolutely, tested for punishing environments. And currently we're operating these. So this is not theoretical. This is not we will do, we are doing, we are executing this. The battery goes through a lot of stringent testing. I'm probably preempting a question or a thought in someone's mind, which is, hey, there's been some issue of fires with lithium-ion batteries, right? So kindly bear in mind, that happened only with two-wheelers. And in two-wheelers, the regulations are actually lax. You can easily import an EV two-wheeler. It's not happened in four-wheelers. Second is the lithium-ion batteries that we source are from CATL, which is the #1 lithium-ion company, battery manufacturer in the world, right? So these come with very stringent testing, and these are currently operating in several of our customers in fairly, I would say, rough environments. Now, this is really important to keep in mind, and this is the concept which I'm sure you all would know better than me, which is the total cost of ownership, right? So on your left is your lithium-ion asset. In the center is your lead acid asset. And on the other extreme is your internal combustion, which is diesel asset. Your diesel cost of acquisition will definitely be lower, right? Which is going to be, and your lead acid is going to be slightly more expensive than your diesel asset. And your lithium-ion asset is going to be slightly more expensive than your lead acid asset. But the critical point to note is the total cost of ownership. Your operating cost of a lithium-ion asset is significantly better vis-a-vis a lead acid battery, and surely better than a diesel asset. Now, lithium-ion, it's also important to keep in mind that there's not one lithium-ion, right? So there are 5 types of lithium-ion batteries: lithium-ion phosphate, lithium manganese dioxide, lithium cobalt oxide, lithium nickel oxide, lithium nickel cobalt manganese oxide, right? So if anyone was feeling tired after lunch, I hope I've woken you up with all this technical jargon. Apologies for throwing that on you. But the critical point to note is lithium-ion phosphate is actually the most dominant and the safest in terms of the safety performance. It's got a 5-star rating and also gives you the maximum shelf life, right, of 3,000 plus cycles. So these are, and this is how one needs to. So if at any point of time, anyone of you is considering using a lithium-ion MHE asset, you may want to please just look at what kind of battery of lithium-ion are you getting. Just a summary on the, how lithium-ion battery is significantly superior to the lead-acid battery. This charges in less than 120 minutes. That takes about 8 hours. Charging efficiency. Efficiency is the ability for the battery to hold the power. So 95% is what the lithium-ion asset holds, vis-a-vis 70%, which is there for a lead acid, right? I think the other points are also critical, but these are the really critical points apart from the life of the battery. So a lead acid battery works on cycles. So if you have a single shift operation, which is 8 hours, you can expect about a 2.5-year shelf life. A lithium-ion battery works on a 5-year or 10,000 hour cycle and works for about 4 to 5 years. So this is the warranty that that one actually provides. Sorry, this is a bit of an eye chart. I think it's not even visible because I can barely read it. The critical point on this is what we've done is we've actually taken the absolute running cost of a lead acid battery. We've taken it per asset. You can see 1 truck and 30 trucks. A truck is the industry parlance for an MHE. And we show the OPEX saving on a lead acid battery. Please bear in mind, this is not diesel. On a lead acid battery, we're able to deliver in per year about 1.6 lakhs of saving on a lead acid. Why we've taken 6 years over 30 assets is, assume you run a long-term contract. You actually are able to save on 30 assets, 1.5 into 30, about 50 lakhs per annum is just on your OPEX saving, guys. So this is the absolute money that you can plow into doing something else with, what probably is the core of your business. So this is what the tangible benefit, and we are happy for anyone. Please get in touch with me or anyone from my team. If you want an optimization done on your lead acid assets, please do let us know. We are more than happy to do that. And there is no cost, right? So we're more than happy to give that view to you, because at the end of the day, going back to what I started off with saying, which is as we're moving to net zero, right? This is one of the critical aspects. Please bear in mind, nearly 40% of MHEs today are still diesel run. This is the opportunity to really not only reduce our carbon emissions, but also save a significant amount of capital, which you can invest in your business. Just to share a bit of what we've done in recent months. So, my team and I have had the privilege of executing the largest lithium-ion forklift fleet in the history of India at Vedanta Jharsuguda. This has been executed in the month of April. We've executed 27 assets. And Vedanta is a very privileged customer of ours from several years back. We moved from diesel to lithium-ion. And those of you who have been to Jharsuguda would know that it's a fairly punishing environment, right? It's 52 degrees Celsius in the summer, and mind you, you're working next to furnaces, etc. So you can imagine the kind of punishing environment these assets work in. So this is a privilege we've had. We're saving truckloads of I would say carbon emissions as well, right? So there's 2.5 lakh liters of diesel, 690 tons of CO2 is being saved. So these are just some of the visuals. Increase in productivity. As I said, net zero has to come with productivity benefits. There has to be an ROI impact for our customers. Otherwise, it's really no good. And this is what we absolutely commit, and this is what we're delivering. I've also had the privilege of executing the first ever lithium-ion reach truck in the country for one of our customers in Gujarat. This is Vedanta Jharsuguda. We've seen these numbers. I didn't touch upon that because of the limitation of time. I think I'm pretty much okay on time. So I'll just quickly touch upon this. This is not just reduction in carbon emissions, not just net zero. This is about, and not just about significant savings of money. This is also the highest level of quality and safety. So this works on an IoT-based fleet management system. Basically, you know exactly where your asset is. Now, say an asset comes close to, we call it a near miss in our industry, comes to say a rack and comes as a near miss, the asset stops automatically. Until the supervisor of the operator does not come in and check in, the asset does not move. So that's the kind of safety features that are built into these assets. And these are absolutely, remote based. If that wasn't it, we went one step ahead. ESG for gear is not a good to do, right? It's something that I personally believe in. I'm hugely motivated by, and this is something that drives me. So we've also trained women forklift operators in Jharsuguda. Here's one who's currently trained by us. We strongly believe that this is not about diversity. It's about equality, right? It's about doing the right thing. So we've trained these women. They're performing much better than the males, right? I have less absenteeism. Good thing is they don't eat gutkha. They don't drink and come. So, I'm pretty much, safe on those counts. But guys, yeah, so this is what we've done. It is the whole ESG piece, which is critical for us as an organization. And my earnest submission to each of you is probably as important for you as well. So let's work together as partners on the MHE front to fulfill our nation's vision of achieving net zero by 2070. The time to start, guys, is absolutely now. Thank you for your patience and much appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you so much for the dynamic presentation, Mr. Chopra. Okay, we were waiting for Dr. Yogesh Srivastav. I guess he's not here. So I'd call Mr. Tariq Ahmed, editor and publisher, Logistics Insider, to felicitate Mr. Chopra. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Chopra from the audience? Well, I guess they'll reach. Sorry. Is there a question?
Yeah, hi, my name is Brijesh Kumar. I'm from Jet Freight Logistics. One question is there. अभी like freight forwarding कर रहे हैं, lithium batteries movements आप कैसे promote कर रहे हो सर? सर lithium batteries का movement हम कैसे promote कर रहे हैं? Like we are exporting lithium batteries, how we are going to promote lithium batteries in the world?
I think the key point is कि आज lithium ion है क्योंकि this is what the current technology is. आपके 3-4 साल में sodium ion आएगा, which is already started off. Then you'll have hydrogen fuel cells. So the critical point is कि हमें जो promote करना है is the right technology to drive highest uptime, maximum productivity and highest safety. And to answer your specific question कि हम lithium ion को कैसे promote कर रहे हैं, ये एक ऐसा platform है जिस पे हम आकर share कर रहे हैं कि this is one of the options that we would request, all the logistic service providers, the logistic leaders to consider. So lithium ion is one solution, but in the next couple of years that will also modify. So that is the critical point to keep in mind. आपका question answer करता है?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm just happy someone from the last to ask me a question. So he's must have done something right. Thanks so much.
Oh, there's one more question there.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
So might slightly digress from the topic. Okay, you spoke about lithium-ion battery in MHEs. Can you also give a short insight as to how this is coming up, especially in the truck market in India? Been listening about or hearing about a lot of things with respect to electric trucks, or even for that matter, alternate fuel, the way you talked about hydrogen fuel cells. I think there's a lot of potential. I think somewhere in Europe, I think in the last year, we've had some certain trials wherein in a 5.5 kgs of hydrogen, a car ran for almost close to 1,000 kilometers, which is, I think, astounding. So where do you see the future, especially in the next 5 to 7 years, with respect to the overall freight industry and the adoption in some of these technologies?
Right. I don't think I can share with you where it's going to be in 5 or 7 years. Honestly, I don't know. What I can tell you for a fact is EVs, irrespective of the class of vehicles we're talking about, right? So whether it's automobiles, it's trucks, it's forklifts, MHEs, etc., it is the way of the future. So currently it is lithium ion because, like I shared, it gives you the maximum performance, maximum safety, as well as the best ROI. But please bear in mind, these cells were not financially viable 5 years back. So the reason why hydrogen fuel cells are not currently there in India, it's because it's, sorry, let me correct myself, why it's not been accelerated in India, because it's not viable. Similar for sodium ion, right? Now the sodium cost of sodium, as well as the supply of sodium, is significantly higher than of lithium, right? So the cost should logically go down, and this is likely to happen. So I'm sorry, I can't give you a specific answer to your question, but I think currently for the next 3 to 4 years or 5 years, lithium ion is going to drive the EV evolution across the different vehicles that we have. And sodium ion is going to pick up, in my view, because lithium ion, again, you've got to look at the source of raw material. Lithium comes from 3 countries in South America, right? Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. So you've got a constraint on supply, which is going to put pressure there. So as sodium ion picks up and the cost becomes affordable, please bear in mind that a sodium ion battery charges takes a charge in 20 minutes, as opposed to 120 minutes for lithium ion. And hydrogen fuel cells will do it in minutes. So you see there's going to be a trade-off between cost and time and productivity. But as costs go down, you will see rapid adoption of this technology. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I don't know whether it's going to be in 7 years, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks again.
All right. So after these two very insightful sessions, let's move on to session number 3. The Indian government is leaving no stone unturned to give a 180-degree flip to the Indian logistics sector, and multimodal logistics parks are a special part of the overall game plan. As part of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for multimodal connectivity and the Bharat Mala Pariyojana project, the government plans to develop 35 MMLPs across the nation to strengthen logistics and build transportation hubs in the country for seamless connectivity via multiple modes of transport. This will not only help cut down the logistic costs, but will also create lakhs of job opportunities, apart from lowering the time overruns, optimizing warehousing, improving logistics visibility, and making operations more sustainable. On this note, I take the pleasure of introducing to you our third panel for the day, which will talk about harnessing the potential of multimodal logistics parks in India. To initiate, please join me with a round of applause in welcoming Mr. Chandranath Dey, Head Operations JLL India, to moderate the session. Mr. Dey has 16 years of experience in industrial and logistics real estate. His roles include securing businesses across India and internationally. His key experiences include nearly 180 plus projects spread across the country and abroad, including large-scale port and airport-related projects, industrial parks, SEZs, FTWZs, logistics parks, etc. Moving on to the speakers, I invite Ms. Poroma Munshi Rebello, President, Business Development, Pristine Logistics and Infra Projects Limited. Next up, Mr. Bhupendra Kumar, Head of Logistics, IOL Chemical and Pharma. And lastly, Mr. Anil Mishra, National Logistics Head, South Asia, Pladis Global. Now that the stage is set, I hand over the dais to you, Mr. Dey.
First of all, thank you so much for the warm welcome here to PhD Chamber of Commerce and Logistics Insiders for having this session on this topic called harnessing potentials of multimodal logistics parks. And to all the people who are sitting here after lunch, let me quickly have an introduction to the panel here. I would request the panelists to first introduce themselves, and then we can probably take over the different agenda of the panel. Over to you, Parva.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you everyone for patiently sitting here post-lunch. I have a small threat for those who were here and have stepped out and have not joined us in this session. They will be consigned to mocktails. No cocktails this year. So on their head be it. I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Poroma Munshi Rebello, proud daughter of an Indian Air Force officer. My work experience is 26 years in shipping. I was with the same company, American Western Lines, APL. And then I moved into the rail division of APL, which is India Links, part of APL Logistics now. And just 3 months ago, I'm very proud and very happy to say I moved to Pristine Logistics and Infra Projects Limited as President, Business Development. Pristine is one of the premier multimodal logistics players in the country, having our own ICDs, PFTs, and in Ludhiana, in Kanpur, in Shiliguri, Patna. We also operate the ICD in ICD Birganj, Nepal. We're in the process of acquiring a very large South Indian logistics company called Sikal. So I believe we are the only private player organically growing in this country with a very large pan-India presence. We also have plans for neighboring countries, which we will share in due course. I thank you very much for having me here. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure,
and look
Parma.
forward to this session. Thank you. My old friend from Mozart.
Myself, Bhupendra Kumar. I am heading logistics with the IOL Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals. I offer a rich experience of 15 odd years. I have worked both sides of the table, to manufacturing as well as freight forwarding side. So this is all about my, and as far as the IOL Chemicals and concerned, we are the manufacturer of APIs as well as specialty chemicals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Anil Mishra. I have about 20+ years of experience. And currently, I am associated with the Pladis Global. They are the leading bakery and the snacks company. Globally, we have a 35 manufacturing unit. In India, we have one manufacturing unit in Kalam. From there, we are serving to the entire country, as well as we do the export more than 35 countries, as well as we do the import from the many countries for the manufacturing for our imported range. As in past, we have worked with the different company like a freight forwarding, agility we have worked, as well as higher appliances and Amway India. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. Let me first set up a background of the topic today. Potential of multimodal logistic parks, right? What is multimodal logistic parks? Two modes of transport meeting each other, a rail on a road or a waterway and a road and or air and a road. So is this first time coming in India? Is it something new to the logistics segment? Probably no. There has been always been rail linked logistic facilities like a PFT, which is a private freight terminal, or an ICD, which is also linked to rail. But what is multimodal logistics parks is an integrated facility which captures multiple aspects of exim cargo or domestic cargo and trying to combine them together with all the value-added services. We'll try and understand more about this from different panelists. We have panelist representations from developers or who have been operators, as well as occupiers or manufacturers who using this mode can use this mode of transport. During the course of discussion, we'll also try and understand, is it possible to shift from a mode of transport which is 60 to 70% with respect to road at this point in time in India to a rail? What are the challenges in these kind of modal shifts? We have in the day today, we saw a lot of panels where we were discussing about how India's LPI or logistic performance index needs to improve. And we heard Mr. Meena also today that India targets to be around 25 in the LPI score in the coming years. And for that, they're targeting all the 6 parameters. We'll touch upon how some of the players are probably trying to do it from the point of time, turnaround times or timelines or something else on this logistic parameter index. So the potential of logistics in India is probably humongous. Just to give an idea about the scale, right? I'm just picking up one aspect of the entire logistic parameter warehousing. In India, grade A, grade B, what we are doing in total put together, we are just about 30 million square feet in the top 8 cities of warehouses space. Grade A, grade B are properties of warehouses which are considered global category warehouses. Compare it with US, we are talking about 13 billion square feet. 300 million, 13 billion. I'm not saying that the purchasing power parities, all these things are different, but the scale itself is so much huge. The potential is so much huge in India at this point in time that it can be harnessed only through efficient management. Let me also take you to the point of logistics as a necessary evil cost. Everybody sitting here is ideally trying to optimize. I would not use the word reduce, as the earlier panelists sometimes in the earlier panel mentioned. You cannot reduce, you can actually optimize. So how are they optimizing the cost, and how is multimodal logistic park trying to help in that piece? So let's see the logistic cost pie. In the logistic cost pie, close to around 45 to 50% is transportation cost. In India, the biggest transportation cost in terms of 4 different modes of transportation is the road transport, and which is India is heavily dependent on that piece. Rail can bring down the cost from X amount to at least 45% to 40% lesser. But there are certain challenges to it. We'll discuss about this today around this time. It is also faster. An average truck in India travels close to around 300 to 350 kilometers per day. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody in the, there might be aberrations, but on average in India, we assume that in a truck travels 300 to 350 kilometers a day. But in a train, you can achieve at least 50 to 100 kilometers on a maximum speed, and average speed of at least 80 kilometers, 60 to 70 kilometers can be achieved under multimodal logistic parks. So that means we are talking about a segment which is cheaper in terms of transportation, which is faster in terms of delivery timeline, and it is cleaner. Why so? We did some calculations around 500 metric tons of cargo being taken on road and rail. What we understood that it is actually taking away 300 trucks off the road, right? I know there's a revolution coming in the EV segment where probably the trucks will be also running on batteries and probably all those things. But what we are talking about trains which are running on electricity, right? So we are talking about a modal transport and a projects which are faster, cleaner, cheaper. Cheaper, faster. So let me, on this point, understand from the different panelists we have here to understand what is theoretically true. Is it actually impacting on ground? Say, for example, when I'm saying the cost is cheaper, it is actually coming cheaper today. What are the challenges? So I will first move on to Mr. Anil from Pladis Global. Sir, commodity share of cargo at this point in time in rail is more than 60% in terms of bulk cargo, right? But it is in terms of other cargoes like FMCG commodities, etc., which the sector you represent. You represent a brand called McVitie's, one of the leading confectionery brands in the country, right? So over there, how do you use this mode of transportation in your existing logistics networks? What is the current rail share?
As you rightly said that right now that major rail that going to handle the commodities part, and the major player are related to your public sector. Private sector are very less in this area. And when we talk about the manufacturing side, FMCG manufacturing, when we have to send your different size of cargo, that availability of the rail is not at your doorstep. For example, that when we are talking about to send the cargoes from my plant is Kalam to the Bangalore, your northeast we have the availability for the rail transport, but for your western side and the southern side, we are getting very difficult to connect it, because whenever we talk like one of person is here from Adani, they have connected for the rail movement, and we have approached them. Their person told us that, boss, you have to get the shipment at my doorstep, then we can connect from the ICD to your port, and from here you have to collect it. So considering these problems, customer will not go for the switch to the from road to your rail transport. So these are the factors we need to understand. Second point, we have seen that it is majorly the involvement of the public sector. The approach of the government and the handling the cargoes is not so easy, because if I want to send the material from some longer distance, then you have to see that the cargo will come first at the Delhi. From Delhi, Faridabad, then again it connect to the rail and then move to the destination. So in those cases, that it is very difficult in the current scenario that we are not able to utilize the rail network. Although rail is having the vast network in the country, but still we are using only the 10% in my total freight. I hope that is required for the liberalization of the government policy, as well as the coordination of from government to the public. It is very important, because approach and the mindset need to be changed, so that it can give the more business and more person can divert. From Ambala, we are looking for the hub where we can have see that we have the pharmaceutical, we have the many FMCGs, we have the different part of the grains also. Normally, grain is handling from the Punjab or other to the different part of the country as well as export, but we are not getting the proper utilization of the rail network right now. Over to you.
Thank you so much. In fact, I'll now move on to Bhupendra on the similar lines of questions. In the segment of chemical and pharma, which you handle, typically in the middle mile, the rail mile, do you use rail mile, and typically do you believe its applicability and cost formats are viable to the segments like you, sector like you?
I'll start from where Anil has left actually. If you'll talk about the rail freight, then definitely if you have the full rake cargo, then it is viable for you. If you have a small cargo, 4 container, 2 container, 3 container, then it is not viable. Or for small packages, it is not at all viable for the API or the pharma or the chemical industry. Because when, for example, we have done one study for the Bangladesh. Madam is sitting here from Pristine. Concor is also there as a substitute. When we talked to the Concor, they said, yes, we can move the cargo to the Bangladesh by rail after getting it custom cleared here. But later on, we did the study and found that the container, which is opening the mid door, they don't have the back door entry, right? I have sent side access. So that side access, when I go, okay, no problem at all. I have sent my person and they have checked the container, side access is fine. Then we have decided to load it at the factory. For loading, I was not having the problem. But when we did the further study, I spoke to the consignee at Bangladesh and found that why this side access is there. Because they don't have the forklift to offload the cargo. I have a 210-liter of barrel of ethyl acetate, I cannot send it to Bangladesh because the facility is not there at the Bangladesh side. And by considering their non-availability of the facility, our Concor has decided to go for this side access instead of asking them to develop the infrastructure so that the more and more cargo can be boosted over there. As far as my prospect about this multimodal is concerned, we all are sitting here somehow, somewhere connected to the EXIM. When we talk about EXIM, it is import and export. And we talk about the EXIM, then definitely we are into multimodal already. None of the person can move the cargo from our factory to the airport without using multimodal transport. Where even the sea, as far as IOL is concerned, we are doing around 43% of the cargo by rail because I have a lot of FCLs to move to the port. Without using train, I cannot move the cargo to seaport. From factory to first mile is truck or trailer, then the second mile is middle mile, you have used the word, is train, and then it has to go to ocean, right? The second 43% is this, and around 41% we are using the road, and the balance around 21% is the air freight for international business. If you talk about the domestic component of it, for outbound 100% is we are dependent on the road. We don't use any rail freight transportation for the domestic business movement. And in that also we use FTL, PTL as well as tanker loads because we have a liquid movement a lot. If you talk about the inbound logistics in the domestic, yes, we use rail, which is around 43% of our cargo, and 50+% is again the road movement from different ports like Kandla, Mundra, Hajira. We are moving it to our factory. And if you talk about major challenges, then definitely the unfavorable intermodal mix is the one of the thing which we are talking about. In spite of for the bulk movement, the rail is cheaper, but still the 70% cargo of India is moving through road. Why? What is the reason behind that? It is unawareness? No, people knows, but the Concor is only the one player which is moving. Second thing, during this pandemic, what we learned, it is the visibility. Can we rely on Concor? Can we rely on train? Can we get the real-time visibility? It is not there. We cannot get the real-time visibility from the Concor. During the pandemic, we were seeing a lot of things from our Minister Piyush Goyal on the LinkedIn and other visible areas that we have moved 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs metric ton cargo in 48 hours from that place to X place to Y place, in 72 hours from Y place to Z place. But after pandemic, what happened? Again, the priority is given to the passenger train. Goods train are standing still, and then the passenger trains are moving a lot. So these are the many things which we need to work upon. These are the challenges we have to work upon before we talk about all. Yes, this is a good initiative. Like we are talking about packaging, labeling, and other facilities will be in multimodal parks. These facilities are already being done in the CFSs. Some of the ICDs are providing these facilities. Arshia is SEZ unit is already providing these facilities, but these concepts got failed. But now again, the government is starting taking initiative. It is always appreciated, but we need to focus on these challenges. Like if we go to the small scale towns, you will not find, we were discussing about MHEs. There are godowns. You will not find big warehouses over there. I cannot put my APIs in the godowns. I will not find a good warehouse. Material handling facilities are not there. So these are very, very big challenges we need to address through this multimodal logistic part initiative, which is taken by the government of India. Secondly, third point, I would like to put it here that we have an intermix or the unfavorable or inefficient transportation mix. Like today we have one owner of one truck, 2 truck owner is one. So that is not going to solve the purpose, right? Like Umesh was sharing in earlier discussion, then I don't know what size of the fleet I am getting. It is 17.5 or 18.5 or 19.5 or 20. So that uniformity is very important. When I know that there are only 5 types of the vehicle or 10 types of the vehicle we are getting in our premises, so that we can do the proper vehicle utilization, which is one part which is very important. 60% of the capacity, 40% of the capacity, 80% of the capacity is being utilized because this area is still untouched. A lot of companies are not able to do it. Even in 30 feet multi-axle, there are 3 heights. One is 8.5 feet, 9.5 feet, or 10.5 feet. Which one needs to be utilized? If I have a 10.5 feet, I can utilize it in a more efficient manner. So these are the areas needs to be touched upon. These are various factors. Those are the challenges. Last but not least, I would like to pinpoint the one thing which is safety and regulations. We create the regulations, we create the lot of things, but we don't focus on the implementation actually. Overspeeding of the driver. He is overspeeding. Why is doing it? We cannot control it. Right? So hazard, like for the tanker, we need a hazardous certificate, training certificate of the driver. Driver is coming, we are seeing that your certificate is expired. Are sab ghar reh gaya. Theek hai, manga de bhai. Within 10 minutes, he's getting the certificate on the mobile, and you won't believe, though same date, same time, it is printed. How the driver is getting that certificate? On phone, within 20 minutes. It means somehow, somewhere we are failed. We are not creating the infrastructure. We are not putting the restrictions. We are not implementing the things properly. I am very much against about this policy of banning the 10 years old vehicles in Delhi NCR. It is a punishable offense. It is not, we are talking about the carbon emission should be reduced. It is punishable. You cannot run. Why? I have run only 20,000 kilometers my vehicle, just an example, in 10 years or 15 years. Do you think we cannot run it for more? We should create the infrastructure so that the fitness cannot be given to a vehicle without proper check. In modern countries or in developed countries, the vehicles are running for 2 lakhs kilometers as well. There is also fitness. We need to create the infrastructure. That's only my major take on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now move on to Poroma. Poroma, you have been an operator in the segment. I would like to understand more about the value proposition of a multimodal logistic park. Typically, what is it tries to do?
CD, first, I must address briefly, my fellow panelists. So now I know I have to blame Mr. Anil Mishra for the fact that I'm putting on weight with all these digestive McVitie's biscuits, which I'm chomping every day. So thank you, they're wonderful. You did mention that you are unable to connect refrigerated or high value cargo to an ICD, and you mentioned Ambala in particular. I'm not really plugging Pristine here, but what I want to say is that we are a rail link, all our facilities are rail linked, and we carry a lot of pharmaceuticals from Dhappad. So Dhappad cargo, there empty pickup parks, there are several. So containers are picked up, taken to our ICD in Ludhiana, and they all rail out as refrigerated cargo with the power packs, etc. So that's one, briefly, but I do appreciate what you're saying, that why is it that road tends to beat rail and road continues to be almost 70% of transportation here. There are a number of reasons for it. One is cost, point to point. So you have your vehicle at your factory and you know when it is reaching the port. Then there is transparency. You can be connected to the driver of your trailer at any time, right? So you know exactly where your container and your cargo is. And the other thing is also the transit time. I completely agree with you that if you have to move your goods from your factory to an ICD or a PFT, and from there it is linked by train, first customs cleared in the case of an ICD, where Rama will facilitate, and then it reaches the port. There is time. It takes time. And why is it that the road sector is doing so extremely well? I think we should be proud of it. I do believe that cargo should move in the appropriate mode. But who are we to decide what is appropriate? with Mr. Nitin Gadkari has made immense strides. And actually they started with Mr. Vajpayee's government, where the Golden Quadrilateral was proposed and inaugurated and started. I think we should be proud of the road system that we have. The United States of America relies heavily on its road system for transportation. And even there, my company was a pioneer. We were partnered with Union Pacific. And so, you know, we are trained people. Having said that, there is space for everybody. If the rail sector is not competitive enough, is not fast enough, and for want of a better word, I will use the words cheap enough. And as Bhupendra rightly said, you need a whole train load for a train operator to run profitably. Why? Because if I don't have laden containers on my train, or I don't have empty containers paid for by the customer on my train, I am charged by Indian Railways for running empty flat wagons. So it's not feasible to run a train with empty flats. Now coming to Bhupendra, we are old friends, and he raises some very valid points, but I am pained to hear that he thinks there's only Container Corporation of India.
You are CTO, please.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so is Concord. We have a 50 crore license, they have a 50 crore license.
Fine, but for the domestic movement.
We are very, very big. We have we have almost 3,000 domestic containers, and there are very many. Adanis are very big. DP World is also coming in. So as of today, there are 17 CTOs, container train operators. Some of them, Bhupendra, like Concord, like us, we have a category 1 license, 50 crore license with the Ministry of Railways. Some have a category 10 license, which means they cannot call at the major ports, but really it's much of a muchness. It's, and if obviously nobody has come to meet you, Bhupendra, you are my old customer from Mozambique. I will be there tomorrow morning in your office.
She's doing a business development pitch
absolutely,
now.
absolutely. Just like we're going to, you know, speak with Mr. Chopra here to see how we can reduce our operating cost. So there are 17 container train operators in this country. And most of them have also got a road transportation fleet. Now, coming back to your question, I digressed. What is an MMLP? Typically, a multimodal logistics park requires to be a 100-acre facility. Most of the ICDs, inland container depots, or the private freight terminals today do not have that kind of land. The plan, and please, I'll be happy to be corrected if I'm here, if I'm wrong. The plan for 35 MMLPs is actually the brainchild of the NHAI. There is a company called NHLML, National Highway Multimodal Logistics. So they are coming up with these 35 MMLPs. Now, do we need an MMLP to do multimodalism? No. Multimodalism already exists in every single rail or road linked facility. I think what we are looking to do here is to improve the working within that facility. For example, we need mechanized warehouses. We need much smoother transportation of raw material from one part of the facility to another, where you can save maybe diesel cost and so on. But you know, the beauty of having a true MMLP is when you will be able to offer more than 2 modes of transportation. If we have, let's say Varanasi, we have the inland waterways, there is a jetty, there is, you know, there is infrastructure there. Can we come up with an MMLP there, which perhaps can be close enough to an airport? It can also have a rail link. Road, of course, is very easily available, and you have access to the waterways. I think we need to learn from Bangladesh. Since Bhupendra, you mentioned Bangladesh, I have just come from the Petropol-Benapol-Jessore border. And you're absolutely right. The fact is, we have a very mature container rail transportation system in India. And I think Bangladesh has a very mature inland waterways system. So we can learn from each other. But it is true that Benapole, we went and saw the handling facilities there. They don't have the infra to handle the trains which we can send there. Concor runs about 8 trains a month there. They can do more. But the fact is that the infra on the other side needs to be enhanced. Just like we need to enhance our connecting of rivers. Have we been successful in connecting rivers?
No.
I don't think so. So multimodalism really will be a game changer, for want of a better word, only when there are more than 2 modes of transportation being offered in a facility. Bhupendra also did mention speed. You're absolutely right. Passenger trains do get priority, and they will always get priority in any country, which is why the dedicated freight corridors have been, they're overrun the time limit actually, but a large stretch of the Western DFC is ready. Rewari to Palanpur is ready. Trains are reaching from here to Mundra in less than 2 days, much less than 2 days, sometimes even within 24 to 30 hours.
Mhm.
So are things improving? Yes, they are. The value proposition of an MMLP CD, to answer your question, is the ability to switch modes. If I have a small parcel load and I need to send it by air, I should be able to access an airport within 5 or maximum 10 kilometers of my road or rail linked facility. If I have the flexibility to decide my mode in the same facility, for want of a better word, it can't always be an ICD, then I think we've won the game. And I think MMLPs will have come of age. Thank you.
That's a wonderful answer, Paromita. Ability to switch mode. Sorry, Poroma. Ability to switch modes, right? The mode I want to use, ideally it can be for faster, or it can be cheaper at some point in time, right? So that's amazing. After that, I'll just take a pause here with the panel and go to the audience, because I think we need to wake them up a bit. I have audience raise your hand question. Okay. So it's like PM Gati Shakti, what it is trying to do. Different modes, different ministries, different organizations, public organizations. Then we have states which have land, which is the main custodian of that 100 acres of land where we'll have this MMLP. All these things working together as a team. That's what PM Gati Shakti is working on, and probably making it a future of integrating this entire piece in MMLP. I just want to take a perception from you in terms of what do you believe the future, like by what time do you think this can take concrete shape in India? 0 to 3, 3 to 8, or 8 to 15? Option 1, 0 to 3. Any people who believe that this you will see a lot of changes will happen in the multimodal logistic parks in the next 3 years, raise your hands. Okay. 3 to 8 years. Okay. And more than 8 years, 8 to 15 years. Okay, so my intention was just to understand from you a perception of what is the time period that you expect this to happen. But let me tell you, this is probably going to be even faster, in the sense for in between this 3 to 5 years period is what I understand, based on multiple things happening in the country right now. But again, it's my perceptions also again. So let me get back to the panel once again. So I'll go back to you, Anil, once again. Integrating first mile, middle mile, and last mile delivery systems with middle mile rail as a rail. Do you see technology taking a piece in integrating this piece together, and how?
Yeah, because technology, as per my understanding, that Penny is also rightly said, we don't have the visibility, but technology can connect to each other. If railway had the proper setup for the technology, why we are going for the 3PL and the transporter? Because there are the many transporter and the 3PL are having very good technology, and they are making a life very simple for the any consumer like us, because we don't want to go for the hassles, because we are paying. We are not taking any charity from the any service provider. In those cases, government need to be thinking in those lines, how to give the comfort to the consumer and like us, so that we can connect to the our cargo with them, because technology is playing a very critical role in the this COVID period. Also, we have seen that whenever the cargo are going, we are not able to track that. And when the international as well domestic, both the cargo we have seen, the 3PL has played a very crucial role, and they have given the technology mileage. And in those cases, we required the technology can play the bigger roles.
Again,
I would like to add one example into that actually. During the Corona days, being manufacturer of pharmaceutical product, we got the permission from the government to run our factory within 2-3 days time, and we have started our operation. But after 7 days of the operation, because the just in time, we were not having the enough inventory for the packing material. So within 7 days, we realized that our packing material supplier is closed. He is not operated because he's not into the category where like we into pharmaceutical or the essential product. So then the visibility of the supplier as well as supplier place has become very important nowadays. So we have supported with our permission to them, and their factory got opened after meeting the SDM and all, because they need to supply to the pharmaceutical company. We are supplying the life-saving drugs. So the visibility is a very important thing, not only to the supplier, to supplier place. That is an example I wanted to share here. Thank you.
I have one interesting example here, which I got to know from one of our clients when I was discussing a tuna fish, right? When it comes to is exported, and if you can give the entire logistics stream visibility of that fish when it's served on the plate, the value of that cargo or the end product is 40% higher. Because you have given when it was hunted or probably fished, and then after that, what was the temperature you have given, ensured the quality maintenance, the value of that, that's feasibility, etc. Technology which brings in this visibility in the entire supply chain piece is something which is expected to raise not only the time and efficiency in logistics, but probably also the value of the product.
And currently, I can say that in the rail movement also, there is the good example, because whatever the 10% freight we are moving to the rail, our guys are daily tracking to the rail operator. कहाँ पे cargo है, कहाँ पहुँचा, क्या हुआ, क्योंकि we are directly linked to the salesperson. And the salesperson are always checking हमारा shipment कब आ रहा है, क्या है, हमने order book किया है. Dealer is just cancelling the order, they are asking the money. But in that surface movement, we have seen that the partner are very frequent, and they have given the proper setup and the team also, or visibility through the GPS, and we can see that where is the cargo. So that there is a big difference in right now in the railways and the surface also, which take time to support the.
Noted.
Just to add, road transport, you have the facility to actually put in the vehicle as well. For the critical deliveries, we are putting the device inside the vehicle so that we can trace that. Because we are using two systems. One is SIM-based tracking system where I can track the driver, but most of the drivers switch off the phone because he's not interested in talking to you. But we are for the critical deliveries, we are putting the device which is controlled by us, and we can see where exactly like you might have ordered the Zomato or Swiggy. You can see whether the vehicle is running or standing or moving left, right. The similar kind of facility we are getting right time visibility by putting the device in the vehicle. So visibility is very important after this pandemic actually.
Great. Just let me also add one point here in terms of the commodity mix, right? In the real cargo mix of whatever commodity we have, only 4% is box and parcels, if I understand from the National Rail Plan. And as per the projection, it's going to be 4 times by that. But what I mean by box and parcels is the the typically we are looking for the e-commerce piece to move to e-commerce or the rail mode. So probably we don't have Smita in this panel today, I know, but this remains for you in the next panel probably. The plans for e-commerce players, like if new commodity types are not moving into rail, the entire feasibility of a multimodal logistic plan doesn't make sense. Just to give you a perspective, 35 multimodal logistics parks, we have been hearing that for multiple years now, 4-5 years now. Multimodal states are also coming up with multimodal logistics parks. DFCCILs are also coming up with multimodal logistics parks. There are going to be overlaps. There are going to be eating up each other's pie of demand and supply, right? That is going to happen. But we need to understand first a basic piece in terms of what is the critical location and sizing fact. You mentioned on sizing, critical location factors for MMLP site selection. If I come to you, Paroma, to respond to that. According to you, for site selection of rail link logistic parks, what would be the maximum distance of an MMLP from a nearest railhead and why?
See, you raised a very important point of are we actually creating capacity where it is required? Now, there is a national logistics policy which will be implemented soon. But the point here is that this whole plan of MMLPs and so on, for the government and state initiatives, does it take into account the existing private infra already available? I fear not. So what happens is then there are people in the private sector who are also investing. And then if the government or states come up with facilities close by, then there is obviously overcapacity, oversupply, less demand, more discounting, reduced margins, reduced ROI, and these are very capex heavy investments. So there was the interministerial committee, which combination of several ministries, which used to give approval, customs approval, right, Rama, before an ICD could operate as that. I think that has been replaced in some sense. The IMC approval. So now what I'm trying to say is if the national logistics policy doesn't take a bird's eye view of the existing infrastructure in the country, then we may be again going down the path of where the NCR has reached. Look at the number of facilities only in the NCR. Are they all working optimally? No. So if some of those facilities or some of that infrastructure had been maybe in another state, I think it would have helped the overall national logistics plan. So what should be the ideal distance? Actually, there is MMLP should definitely have a rail siding within its acres. There's no doubt about it. And not one rail siding, because you need at least 2 handling lines. You need an escape line. You need a sick line. You need a shunting line. So I would say a minimum of 3 lines, minimum, if not more, rail lines inside an MMLP would be required. Then there should be a very, very good empty parking area for road trailers. There should be facilities for the drivers where they can be looked after, they can relax. There's a first aid facility and so on. As I said, if this could be at least not more than 10 kilometers from an airport, obviously you can't have an airport inside an MMLP. So, you know, it shouldn't be farther than about 10 kilometers maximum. And how do you then link the waterway? That's the challenge. If you have to link a waterway, then you are looking at a completely different logistics model, completely different. Railroad airports are very, you know, there's a very clear supply chain, how it works. But we don't know enough about inland waterways. I don't think we know even 1% of what we know, what we should know. Do our waterways, do they have enough draft? No. I think the draft, and I could be wrong, but went down to 1.5 meters in Varanasi. There was a vessel which was placed there, and I think it could not carry anything more than empty containers. So how do we link, let's say, Varanasi through the Ganga to Kolkata or somewhere nearby? how, the entire channel, then night navigation is not possible currently. So I think focus on the IWT, and every single chamber of commerce has an inland waterways division. I happen to be part of some of that, and really we don't know enough. We're ignorant about the waterways. We have, at least I'm saying today, maybe the government has a lot of knowledge, but it has to be put to use. So true multimodalism will be when there is more than 2 modes of transport in an MMLP. You cannot have a waterway inside the landlocked MMLPs we currently have. So we have to be as close as possible, basically to reduce the so-called first mile, last mile. But again, I will reiterate that there is room for road transportation. There is, while we may want to convert road to rail because of carbon emissions, because long distance travel should be by rail instead of road, I will again hesitate to say that it's an either or. There should be room for both. Both have to be equally efficient, equally reliable, equally cost effective, and the customer then gets an option, a true option. That is multimodalism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just let me also put a point here. I've been always believed that the probably 2 risks that India has, 2 largest risks are AA risk or constraints that we call approvals and acquisitions. Just make it a point for MMLP. Let's see this focus on acquisitions of a land. We're talking about 100+ acres land. We're talking about 3 siding. That means at least 1 kilometer long length.
700.
I'm saying all put together with siding, 700 minimum, and at least 1 kilometer long length, 100 kilometers close to a railway head, because otherwise you'll have to take entire length from the railhead to the site. These are very difficult sites to find. So find out anything and everything. So it's government responsibility. Ideally, PM Gati Shakti to find out the right. It is all about the last, that moja. It can only be viable in that moja. Logistic park can come in say Bhiwandi, 5 different locations in Bhiwandi, but an MMLP cannot come in 5 different locations in Bhiwandi. It has to come near that rail junction. The government has to intervene to make that last mile acquisition possibility, make it a possibility as such. I think with this, I will have just one last question before I close this panel, if I believe I am on time. Okay, future ease of logistics is all about clean and sustainability. What is the one most important measure as a corporate occupier as such you would consider doing to consider the future green logistics in your firm? I'll take question one after another.
In fact, for the sustainable logistics, we are already started working on from the different fuels, like your from diesel to your CNG and other vehicles. And the EV is not rightly viable current scenario considering our product values. And the second thing is that the government need to subsidize those things, because right now that the cost we have to see, because every time we have the pressure on the logistic to reduce the cost, so that we have to think in those lines to control our cost, and it can be the sustainable.
Wonderful. Bhupinder?
When we talk about clean, green and sustainable logistics, then there should be a clean air and clean and sufficient water and the energy, clean energy, right? For the on energy part, we are already generating the energy through husk and other things, and we are consistently getting the energy conservation award from the government of India as well. Apart from that, I personally feel that we should go for this EV electric vehicles whenever it will come. The government of India is putting a lot of efforts. Like we were discussing with the gentleman from GEAR that recently 25,000 crore has been approved for the lithium cells manufacturing in India itself. So a lot of efforts are being done over there. And one thing which every corporate can do, at least they should start tracking the carbon emission. The tracking of the carbon emission we are doing as of now will help in future to reduce the carbon emission. Like Ramaji was sharing this morning in his during his statement that why we have to use the papers in customs. E-Sanchit is there. It's almost, I think, 2 years or 3 years now, 4 years now. E-Sanchit is there, but still the government official wants the document. Why? What is the reason? Not only the TR copy, he needs the invoice copy, packing list, everything, whatever was earlier. We are putting it in the E-Sanchit, in the government portal, still they need. One more thing, the faceless. Faceless is there, but it's become critical now. You need to find out the officer where it is sitting. Then again, he will call, you need to go with the papers and all. So the paper should be reduced so that at least we can save some trees out of it. So these are the initiative as a corporate we should take. One example I would like to put it here, which we have started, like I have shared during my earlier answer of your question, that for inbound domestic movement, we are using 43% of train movement. We are procuring the bulk import, like acetic acid and alcohol from different countries. We are bringing it into break bulk or bulk, right? We are storing it at port, then we are getting it custom clearance, home consumption, or in that bill of entry we are filing. So what we did, we have explored, and in Punjab, nobody has done in the past. We have hired a particular train. We have put in 90 ISOs on that. And then we have moved 2,000 metric ton cargo on one train, which reduced, like you were sharing 300, we have reduced 100 trailers from the road, which reduced the carbon emission plus the congestion at the port. So these are the initiatives everybody should take. As an industry, we took this initiative, and this will definitely benefit to all the industry members, whoever would like to use it. It's almost now 1.5 years we are running that project successfully. That is cost effective as well. So that's my take on it.
Thank you. Varma?
As far as, I think you, again, Bhupendra raised a very good point about carbon, calculating. You have also taken your some excellent steps. Now, while we may calculate how much carbon emission we are reducing, where is the concept of getting carbon credits? So, it has to be incentivized. And while everybody in their own way tries to, I think there's environmental consciousness has come everywhere, even in households. But unless, at least in businesses, if you're incentivized, probably it becomes easier to, to push through, because sometimes the cost may be a little high. As far as, I think I can say that we are basically a rail-based company, though we do have our own fleet of trailers. So in that sense, we are already contributing towards reducing carbon emissions. We have several international accreditations. Christine has won a lot of awards on safety and environment issues. And there are too many to list, actually. Several ISO, BS, OS, HS. And we will certainly reach out to GEAR to see how the equipment that we use in our ICDs, in our PFTs, can be upgraded to lithium-ion batteries. So these are things which we will actively reach out for the more we know about it. And I'm sure so will everybody else. But it is very crucial to have a system of giving companies carbon credits, which may be something on the taxation side. It could be anything. Really, I'm not an expert on how the government would like to recognize some of these initiatives, but it should be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, I think I'll close out this panel with a small piece. I'll just pick up some keywords which was used during the day, and I think that will sum up the entire piece. End-to-end connectivity, utilization of the cargo, full rake utilization of the cargo. One thing I love, the ability to switch mode, right, in multimodal logistic parks. Acquisition challenges, technology in adoption and sustainability. These are the keywords in the multimodal logistics. I don't want to reiterate these points. The experts have given it all. I'll just I'll look out to the audience if they have any questions for the panelists or myself.
Location is most important.
Correct.
We talk about Dadri. 100 acres of land idle, and they will be giving another 100 acres of land. It will become like a taking. Okay, but what is the distance?
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. There's no point in it. What I'm trying to make it is that the asset utilization has to be proper. Land does not come cheap. You can have 5 reach takers changed, but you cannot change the land. So asset utilization in terms of MMLP also, I'm sure government would have made a lot of studies. But in my opinion, unless until there is a cargo, the MMLP will not come. It's a chicken egg situation. But at the same time, location like Dadri, I have my own reservations.
Exactly. Demand supply gap analysis when you do a new multiple modal logistic parks, modal shifts. If this not happening, the current mode of modal shift that we have, it might be a challenge going forward. Any further questions? Yes.
My name is Ankit. I'm from Bihar, and we are building one of the largest, in fact, the largest logistics park in Bihar. We are coming up with 100+ acres at the right size and the right location. Now, as a number of people have said that the right location is important, and of course, when private players want to come up in Bihar and want to invest, so land prices is something which is very a kind of a trouble. This is something which creates more of a trouble and ultimately delays the plan. My question to Paroma, since you are working in Pristine, and I don't think if you can answer this question. Pristine, in fact, just if I talk about Bihar, in Behta, they have leased out like 25 acres of land from railway. So railways are like for now, railway ministry is leasing out all the kind of lands which are not being used from last 30 years. And usme Pristine have got this leased out. I mean, Pristine got that kind of land, and वहाँ पे multi-modal logistics park बनाया गया है, ठीक है? तो इस तरीके से जब मैं से बिहार की अगर बात करूँ तो सिर्फ बिहार में कितने सारे और लोकेशंस में Pristine आ रहा है, because this is a bigger challenge for me personally, right? And
it's your day.
yes. पहले to be very honest, I heard the news last year that Indian government is planning for more than 35+ multi-modal logistics park on the Bharatmala project, right? I think it was 37, but later reduced to 35, and Patna was out of the list. So I rejoiced. I said that, okay, this is for me. I can now go on for like 100+ acres because demand वहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा है, supply कम है. But when it comes to like government जब Bharatmala project कर रही है, तो उसमें 6 lane या 8 lane का जब road बना रही है, तो it becomes so easy for them to acquire the land. But private players के लिए बहुत मुश्किल होता है. पर 2 साल के बाद जब land जब road बन जाता है, तो government के लिए भी बहुत problem होती है land को occupy करना. तो वहाँ पे Pristine is already into the game. Private players आ नहीं पा रहे हैं because they have that kind of problem. तो मेरे लिए फिर ये सवाल आ जाता है that if Pristine अगर कर रही हैं, तो apart from going from ये railway की जमीन को lease out कर रही हैं, उसके अलावा you have other logistics parks with multi-modal जिसमें काम कर रहे हैं, तो उसके इसमें बिहार में कोई और है आपके पास कोई plans in near future? And also since you are working in like Concur की तरह जैसे बांग्लादेश के लिए भी, and you have number of plans to go outside India and work in that same way, तो किस तरीके से किस तरीके से you are planning, just अगर मैं बिहार की बात छोड़ दूँ तो.
Ankit, right?
Yes.
I love your question.
Right.
Yes. Bihar is actually, I must share this with you. 2 of our promoter directors are from Bihar. And one of the major shipping lines, in fact, probably the biggest shipping line in the world, told me just yesterday that your promoter directors are the Elon Musk of the CTO industry. And I was absolutely delighted to hear that.
Mr. Rajneesh, right?
Amit and Rajneesh, yes, both. So and we have 2 other promoter directors as well, Mr. Sanjan and Mr. Gobil. But yes, Amit and Rajneesh are ex-Indian Railways IRTS officers. So as the Elon Musk, And they are both from Bihar. And interestingly, and I asked why do you say they are the Elon Musk of the CTO sector? And the answer was that when everybody was rushing to build something in Delhi, rushing to do this, rushing to do that, what did Pristine do? Pristine built the first ICD in Kanpur. There was nobody there except Concor. And there was a huge industry in Kanpur, in Bhadoi, in Varanasi, which was neglected till then. Then Pristine went to Ludhiana, Pristine went to, Shiliguri. And we are the only CTO company which has a kind of look east policy, which is good because it's dovetailing into what the government is doing today. So Ankit, aapne jo pucha mujhe, what are our other plans in Bihar? Some of it obviously is company confidential. I know that we have a food park.
Yes.
Right?
I know.
Mansi Food Park. Now, I'll be very happy to take this offline with you because I believe personally, I believe that collaboration of logistics players is the way forward because this 2PL sector is so capex heavy that if you are wasting money, that's not going to help me. Because if you waste money and you build something which is empty, you're going to discount heavily. So that's not going to help me. So the whole idea is to have a very collaborative approach, especially where investment is concerned.
Yes, the reason why I asked कि future क्या रहेगा Pristine का, the reason is DFC corridors आ रहे हैं, ठीक है, and पटना से like 200+ kilometers गया के तरफ, if थोड़ा geography अगर कुछ idea हो तो जहाँ पे गया है ना, जो गया है it's a part of Bihar, southern side पे है, and जो DFC आ रहा है अमृतसर से होते हुए वाराणसी तो होते हुए गया, and then it goes to Kolkata side, right? Yeah, Eastern DFC की बात कर रहा हूँ. So wherever DFC का जो line जा रहा है, वहाँ पे dedicated freight corridor का जो line जा रहा है, वहाँ पे government is like buying so many lands, 1700 acres में भी buy कर रहे हैं and putting up multiple manufacturing units, clusters वहाँ create कर रहे हैं. So my take, जो सवाल जो मैंने आपसे पूछा उसका कारण यही था कि मैं अकेला I cannot go and create industrial logistics park in Bihar और उसको promote कर सकता हूँ. We need players like you and me, right? So if I take on just Gaya, so government भी Gaya पे सिर्फ focus करी 1700 acres, but उसके अलावा नहीं हो पा रहा उनसे भी. It is taking time. For example, बेटा की अगर मैं बात करूँ, बेटा पे airport आना था in 2013, but अभी तक land acquisition पूरा नहीं हो पाया. So it's been like 11 odd years. Right. So उसकी वजह से जितने भी residential plots थे आसपास के जो could be in future manufacturing clusters बन सकते थे, वहाँ residential plot होकर आज तक वहाँ building नहीं बन पाई और land prices इतने high हो गए कि कोई और afford नहीं कर पा रहा. So in that case, अगर मैं गया को छोड़ दूँ, ठीक है, तो if Pristine जिस तरीके से मैं आगे आकर के काफी कुछ बहुत सारे forums में बात भी करता हूँ, we guys like us बाहर के players आते हैं तो किस तरीके से हम लोग ओवरऑल पूरे बिहार में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग क्लस्टर को क्रिएट कर सकते हैं? That's the major question I'm asking.
I think this we will obviously need to take it offline. This is between the two of us, but it's very well received, Ankit and Rajneesh, Amit ko I will certainly let them know. I know that they are building. They have school भी बनाया है. Rajneesh मैम पे DPS का franchise लेके he said बिहार के लड़के क्यों नहीं पढ़ेंगे DPS में? So they are very focused. And I'm completely on board कि जैसे आपने कहा, maybe we can do something together. I will reach out to you immediately after this session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, audience, and I thank all the panelists for their valuable inputs. Hopefully, we take away something as key learnings from this panel. Look, thank you so much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much to all our speakers for this razor-sharp session. And now I request Mr. Satish Lakaraju, Senior VP West Freight, and Mrs. Millie Dubey, Director Food and Agri, PhD CCI, to come on the stage and felicitate the speakers. We'll start with Ms. Poroma Munshi Rebello. Please give her a big round of applause. Now we have Mr. Bhupendra Kumar. Next up, we have Mr. Anil Mishra. Please keep the applause going. I thought food gave us energy. They taught us in school. All right, and I'll not forget this time our moderator, Mr. Chandranath Dey. Please gather for a group photograph as well. Group photograph, ma'am.
Why don't you also come?
Ma'am, speakers.
No, nobody's taking your picture.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know coffee smells like magic and fairy tales, and tea is just like a hug in a mug. But due to shortage of time, we have to move on to the fourth session, the final panel of the day, strengthening the last mile for a stronger Bharat. In this era of skyrocketing customer expectations from e-commerce and its further subsets, the last mile delivery experience can make or break their loyalty towards your brand. Therefore, it is imperative that businesses these days iron out the creases in their last mile delivery game plan and churn out the maximum efficiency. And the next panel will discuss just that, of course, in the light of the Gati Shakti master plan. So without further ado, I'd like to call on stage our moderator, Ms. Smriti Sharma, Head Operations and Public Policy, Amazon. She started working in the field of public policy around 9 years ago and has made her mark with her dedication and passion. Her career graph boasts of names like the UN, National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, NASCOM, and Apple. She radiates a positive and serene aura, while at the same time being an exceptionally strong-willed and highly motivated woman. I request you all to please give her a loud round of applause as I welcome her on stage. And now it's time to introduce our speakers. Please keep the applause going. We have Mr. Ramkesh Jangra, Head of Supply Chain, SCC Ericsson. Mr. Milind Chaudhary, Director, Enterprise Application, Crave Infotech. Mr. Shaunik Goel, Chief Supply Chain Officer, MMTC PAMP. And Mr. Ashish Sikka, Chief Strategy Officer, Ecom Express. I welcome all the panelists, and you are in charge of the stage now, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, Ruchita. Thank you, everyone, for staying back for the last session. I also request those who are having the side conversation, please have it outside of the auditorium. Before I start this session where we are going to be talking about strengthening the last mile for a stronger Bharat, I have to tell you that, we've got this really esteemed panel which will tell you and approach the last mile from a variety of angles. And that is because our panel is actually quite diverse. And before I do any injustice to your work and your designation, sir, I would really appreciate if each of you could just introduce yourself and tell briefly, very briefly, in maybe about 2 sentences about the work you do, the company that you work for, and what possibly would you be talking about in terms of challenges in last mile today. So can I start with you, Mr. No, not you, sir. I want to start with Ashish, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Smriti. Lovely to be here, interacting with you all and part of this esteemed panel. So my name is Ashish Sikka. I am the Chief Strategy Officer with Ecom Express, responsible for growth and futuristic journey for the company. And last mile is, in fact, very close to my heart and one of the areas where we are investing a lot across the board.
Thank you. Ramkeshji.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ramkesh. I'm working with Ericsson and I'm in supply chain management.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Shaunik Goyal. I am the Chief Supply Chain and Operations Officer with MMTC PAMP India Private Limited. And we deal in gold and silver, right? So precious metals. And last mile delivery is challenging for us because being in precious metals, there is every scope of pilferage. So maybe during the session, I'm going to touch upon some of the challenges that we face in last mile deliveries. Thank you.
Milinji.
Hello, good evening all. Delighted to see all of you here. So my name is Milind Chaudhary and I represent company called Crave Infotech. And I am a director of supply chains and logistics, and I'm taking care of all the mobile application. And what our company does is we build mobile applications and intelligent warehouses, which has a great impact on last mile delivery. So we'll talk more on that as and when our discussion progress. Thank you.
Sure. So, sir, hold on to the mic because I'm going to ask my first question to you. Because warehousing is close to my heart also because at the end of it, you know, when the pandemic ended, we realized the importance of warehouses to a large extent because suddenly retail was not possible. And the last mile had to be accessed via these warehouses.
Yeah.
And it became very important for everybody who was invested in warehouses, whether those who were making it or those who were using it, to ensure that now their goods, their merchandise, which is lying in the warehouses is safe, secure, and then it can be ensured that the last mile is bridged to the customer. But first of all, the health of the goods, the safety and the security of the goods very much in the warehouses is most important. So can you tell us, you know, what exactly is happening within a warehouse? Because for the longest time, the government thought of warehouses just as pure sheds. It's
Right.
only now recently that they've started realizing the importance of warehouses and they think of it as state-of-the-art sort of facilities.
Certainly. I would say that the root of last mile deliveries or the last mile logistics are deep seated inside the warehouse. And hence, the warehouse operation has to be strong and has to be intelligent enough in order to achieve the objectives and professional efficiency. So whenever we are talking about the warehouse, broadly, it is divided into three parts. Inbound operation, that is good receipt from the vendor, internal operations, your physical inventories and all, and then outbound operation, which is the topic of concern of the last mile deliveries. So there has to be we have to establish the balance among all the three processes. So there is a thread, passing all these three processes: inbound, outbound, and internal process. And here, what's our company comes into picture. Digital or digital mobilizations, or what you call it as, intelligent warehouse. So it has a great impact on that. So when we are talking about the earlier days, the picking of delivery used to happen, using a signature, but now there is a digital signature. Okay, now there is a scanning process. So the process is very simple. You have to scan it, and then warehouse operator come to know from which bin he has to go and pick up the material. Over the period of time, now there is a question, why would the warehouse operator has to scan it? Why can't the delivery comes to his mobile? So now the era has come whereby the warehouse operator has all the deliveries. He will come to know that what are the things he has to pick. So he doesn't have to see the face of his supervisor going to the cabins and ask for the work, and supervisor says that, see, these are the delivery, no, nothing. He has to take this mobile device and then enter it and then scan it. over the period of time, there is what you call it as paradigm shift from manual operation to scanning to digital journey. Nowadays there are voice picking, so whereby the warehouse operator gets voice that you have to go to that particular bin and you have to pick that. And a recent past during the pandemic, there is a great emphasis and importance toward the new ways of picking, like glass picking. So operators are wearing the glass. So you have to stare it, scan it, pick it, and keep it in the area. And there are n number of benefits which we are talking about to achieve the last mile delivery, to improve the operational efficiencies and then space utilization, and then time and schedules are well predictive. So the last mile delivery has a great impact on that because the early deliveries and available to promise is guaranteed. Not only this, because these are the operational benefit. What I would say that there is some back-end benefit like labors, okay, HR benefit. So what are the HR benefits of the intelligent warehouse management? See, the labors we have normally typically there are two parts: inbound operation, one set of labor; outbound operation, one set of labor. Due to intelligent warehouse, the labor can be swapped, and it's achieve the objectives of HR, job enrichment, skill enhancement, or the monotonousness, reduce the boredom. So these issues will be sorted out. So that the impact of intelligent warehouse, and 100% paperless work. There is no need to have the papers. Everything is digital. So that's the things.
No, I appreciate that. And this technological intervention is great, sir. And in fact, private sector is usually quick to lap up such technological innovations also. And even though we make it paperless, I guess sometimes we find government sort of wanting in that area where, while we have gone paperless, the government has not, right? So, but let me ask a question of you, Ashish, because as the warehouses are coming closer to the customer and, like Milind was saying, that these warehouses are becoming smarter. And I'll probably relate to this phenomenon more as a consumer. So for example, we are talking about these last minute quick deliveries that we are talking about, and therefore these warehouses have to be smart. I'm not talking about the traditional big warehouses. I'm talking about the dark stores, the stores which are closer in the last mile, and they've come closer to the consumer. That way they have to keep a track of, saman kitna chal raha hai, kitna nikal gaya hai, kitna pahunch gaya hai. So, I think that technology is happening. However, the catch to it is that this is leading to an imposition of costs, and the entire premise of our shortening the supply chain was that we're going to actually cut down on the costs. Now, do you think this technological innovation and this technological investment is going to somehow impact the cost of delivery?
I think there are two ways to look at it, Smriti, right? One is to say that is my cost at a unit level or at a parcel level, right, going down as I invest into last mile delivery and shorten my supply chain infrastructure, right, and make it more closer and in proximity to the customer. Right? That's one view to look at it. The other view, which is equally important, is are we there at par with investments which need to go into this to make it actually have a better impact on the first point, right? Today, if we look at the scenario, there are probably 3 or 4 companies, right, which are truly sort of trying to invest into the hyper local last mile, right, or actually trying to sort of bet big on that. Right? Does government have a play in that? Potentially, yes. Can the supply chain be so shortened and be so tech enabled using, let's say, aspects like street views and so on, which are a fairly regular practice or a fairly regular sort of visibility and last mile delivery mechanism in established markets, right? Are we there to sort of figure out that, look, this is a famous brand that you shop from, right? This is a famous grocery store or a sweet store or a sweet shop that you sort of buy from. And from there to your house, the person can actually visualize, right? And within your street, the person can actually locate where your house is, right? Are we at that stage or not is something which we need to question as well. Overall, I think these investments are in a very nascent stage right now. They so it will always be a normal curve after an exponential rise in the cost, right? So I think these 4 or 5 players which are truly trying to make in-city hyperlocal work are trying to see cost pressures mounting. But eventually, I think with technology and with the government support, that can be sort of leveraged, right? And street views is just one example. But do we have enough connectivity, enough telecom towers, right, to support even in tier 1 cities, right? Do we have that kind of leverage when the consolidation in the telecom industry has already happened to that extent, and more so on the infra side? I think some of the co-panelists can sort of add to that. But do we have enough networking coverage to sort of enable those kind of hyperlocal last miles is another, I think, pertinent question. But no doubt the costs are going to stay upwards and move more northwards in the near term before they sort of start to plateau and then transition to a regular parcel e-commerce last mile that we see.
Sure. In fact, just to move away from warehouses and again to bring it closer to the consumer and, everyone sitting here, the one phenomenon that we can now relate to is how post-pandemic, not many people wanted to go to restaurants and actually eat out. And they were just hoping the food should come to them. And it has started. I mean, where at one point in time, certain brands just enjoyed that premium of delivering it in 30 minutes. Today, our benchmarks have really shifted. 30 minutes is too late. By 30 minutes, I will be in the market and I can eat on my own. So I want it in 10 minutes. So that has also started happening. But for that to happen, Ramkeshji, I'm coming to you. The question is that, there has to be a lot of visibility. Our attention spans, our patience as consumers is actually becoming lesser and lesser, and we want things faster and faster. And Ericsson, as a technology enabler, somebody who invests a lot into devices, a lot into technology, has done a lot to help these routes become shorter and this time that we have to wait for also become shorter. So on one hand, you're the culprit, but also you're the enabler. But thank you for the enablement. I guess we will talk about the psychological and social aspects of it on another forum. But what do you have to say about that? It is the incoming demand, right?
Yeah, if you ask about telecom and the uses of technology equipments, these are very high in demand, and the demand is increasing day by day. Worldwide, now we are seeing in everyday newspaper that 5G rollout is going in full pace. There are so many pioneering and so many or so few pioneering countries who have already started delivering 5G services to the consumer. And 5G, with 5G, there are lots of benefits and the equipments which are enabled to deliver business to the end user. Similarly, India is also running ahead, or say moving the world pace and to making the network of 5G readily available. And I expect by end of this year, people will have the new network which can be used for various equipments and various machines, where we expect in 5G, the machine will talk with the machine, and there will be less interference with the people. Of course, expectations of the people, or say the complaints, that we are having less complaints, they are our driving force to deliver more and more. And likely every industry, the journey of success, or say demand generation, start like this only.
Sure. In fact, while we are talking about 5G already, I've started reading about the next generation. So like I said, the speed and the whole anxiety to get it faster is just sort of getting built into the customer promise also. But, Shanik, in your field of work, like you said, what you're talking about is not just speed. I mean, of course, yes, you are being able to deliver precious commodities like gold and silver right at the doorstep of the customer. But here, I think the bigger challenge than speed would be security and making sure the gold and the silver that's coming into my hand is really, first of all, gold and silver, and then second, it arrives.
So I'll tell you, there are, basically challenges with respect to last mile delivery. And, those challenges are, it's a volatile world. It's a ever-changing world, right? See, Amazon, earlier if we used to order anything,
आपने फिर Amazon का नाम लिया?
yeah. So I'll tell you, so I'll tell you, basically, when we started, the whole concept of e-com came in, right? So we had the patience of expecting deliveries in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, maybe, right? Then Amazon Prime came, right? So next day delivery or maybe same day delivery. Then Swiggy's and Zomato's of the world came. Now there is, Instamart, 10, 15-minute delivery, Blinknet, Grofers, you name it, everything is like, Dunzo, right? So everything is becoming so quick. You order, you place multiple orders and you keep getting deliveries, right? Now what next? Next could be, we imagine that something's going on in our mind and then, it just comes up. It just comes over. Now, if you're thinking anything, you Google and, if you're in a shopping mall, there are sales in that in that shopping mall, those messages will start coming in. That's technology. That's technology working on you. That's technology tracing you. That's technology giving you all the workable options. Now, while that is nice to have, it has challenges as well, right? So you're not nothing is confidential now. What you're thinking, what you're browsing, what you're thinking, everything is like, known to the outer world. Customer, it's a constantly changing requirement. I want to, if I think about gold today, maybe, evening, I want the gold coins to be delivered at my house. Now that's one challenge. The costs associated with last mile deliveries are very, very high. Currently about 50 plus, maybe 50 to 53% of our costs are associated with last mile deliveries. Thirdly, being in precious metal industry, we still keep getting these cases of pilferage, wherein the customer, while the outside packet is intact, the coins are missing from inside, right? And while we've done everything possible, we've converted our facility into a totally CCTV enabled facility. Everything is checked, everything is packed under CCTV surveillance. And then we've also started using steel boxes. We also started putting a lot of locks and all. But still, here and there, 1 or 2 odd issues every month keep coming in, wherein the customer has not received the particular coin. And that's where, then it leads to a lot of, discussions with the service providers and so on and so forth. For bullion, of course, we have started doing open deliveries. We started giving open deliveries because that's a huge, huge quantity, 200 kgs of gold, maybe 500 kgs of gold. So there we give open deliveries to our transporters, and transporters in turn give open deliveries to our bullion traders. So that's the way it is. But last mile to us is really challenging with respect to cost, with respect to, ever-changing customer requirements. And at times we also have come across cases where customers have also tried to create nuances by, sort of not rejecting deliveries, then not accepting that they have received the deliveries. And there have been challenges while OTPs and, government IDs and all are mandatory, and we are sticking to it, but off and on, we keep getting these cases, which, sort of still continues to be a pain point for us as far as last mile delivery is concerned.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think the next set of questions that I'm going to be asking you all, I want to focus on what should we be taking to the government. While there are not many people here right now from the government to listen in, but I guess as an industry, we could put together our voice and, we would be happy to have our friends take some of our suggestions to the government, because That's what they do off and on, and meet the government and take those suggestions. So if I could start with you, sir, uh, this entire premise of warehouses is great, and we should have them, and like I said, they're coming into the city. The idea was to make sure that warehouses come closer to the consumer. But currently the government does not allow, and many states do not allow 24/7 operations, because of which the dark stores, the micro warehouses, which have now come into the city limits, are unable to function. And therefore, the very advantage that we are talking about here is actually not available. So what do you have to say to our friends? How can they convince the government? What is the case we should be making in front of the government to listen to us, so that they understand that it is important for us to now have 24/7 permissions for warehouses, warehouses, as well as the dark stores?
I think my view is that the infrastructure needs to come up. There's a lot of improvement that has happened in road infrastructure, road network. In fact, it's a typical case study which could be known to a lot of people. We have a state-of-the-art refinery at Rojka Myo Industrial Estate, Sohna. And about 10 years back, reaching there after it gets dark, typically in winters with fog and all, used to be a challenge. And a lot of times our employees would get, theft would happen on the way, sabotage would happen on the way. A lot of our vehicles, although commandos go with our vehicles, but still, engine immobilizers had to be switched on because of theft attempts and so on and so forth. But the fact that today that Delhi-Bombay Expressway is coming up in that particular belt, so that has led to a lot of real estate companies to come and develop there, right? So there are residential facilities which have come up on the Sona Road. There are warehousing facilities which have come out in that Rojka, towards when you go towards Palwal, right? There are a lot of industrial warehouses, some of the factories which have come up. So as and when the development of infrastructure happens, be it be road network, be it be anything, so then the overall habitat of that particular place comes up. Once that happens, so then it becomes more congenial for people to work. So at one point of time, we were only operating during the day shift. So from 10 to 5, 10 to 6 is when the plant used to run, even at peak load. Today we have the resources to run the plant for 3 shifts, right? Then there's safety threats to people, right? So you can commute through the highway day in and day out, right? Even at the night time, you can travel through the highway, right? Sure. Another critical piece which I would urge the government to work towards it is availability of continuous power. I think that is one of the detrimental factors for us. That a lot of times warehousing areas like we last panel discussion we discussed about multimodal logistics parks and all. If those multimodal logistics parks are going to come towards the rural side of rural sides of the country, then we need to have adequate power supplies available to ensure we can run the operations 24/7. Right. Sure. So I think that's very, very critical. I think that's one of the reasons why maybe industrial revolution in India has taken a lot of time, because I think some of these states are still struggling with power, and that's where industry has not come up.
Yeah, Ashish, I want to come to you now, because I want to talk about the last mile, and especially taking from what Shaunak was saying, which is that while the last mile needs to be secured and safety is very important, one of the things that government should actually intervene in is law and order, because a lot of the times the last mile cannot be covered by the people who are delivering on that last mile leg are very, very worried to go into dark areas. They're very worried to take the road, which is sunsan hai, raat hai. I don't want to go to that road. And therefore, a lot of customers we are not able to serve. And then I want you to absolutely touch upon the issue of women workers. That is half of our workforce, which is being kept out artificially.
No, fair points. I think so. In our company also at Ecom Express, I think most of the deliveries happen by, I think about 95-98% of the deliveries would happen by 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. at max, right? And this is not just a phenomena in tier 3 and 4 cities, but even in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, right? So this goes on to speak, and it has wide variations every hour if you compare it in summers versus winters, right? So this goes on to see how there is lesser disparity also in tier 1 and tier 2 cities versus tier 3 and 4, that the two Indias that we often talk about in when we particularly speak about last mile, right? And rightly so, I think most of the government plain vanilla blanket orders are also sort of depriving women to participate both in the warehousing ecosystem and in the last mile ecosystem. While we have sort of taken certain initiatives, force-fed from top management orders, to sort of open pink delivery centers, women-oriented, completely women-managed delivery centers, have a very highly inclusive diversity across our warehouses and even in first mile. But those are often sort of initiatives that need to be carved out. That is not a business as usual, right? And this goes on to speak about how we are sort of depriving about 50% of India's population out of this ecosystem. The other aspect is the quality of training and skilling that is also very dominated towards a particular gender, right? So how many women do we have as trainers in the skilling institutes is something that I think warrants a closer eye. So one of the studies that was done by a private agency, that there are hardly, there are single digit women trainers in key skilling and upgrading institutes in the country, right? So that goes on to say how we are trying to sort of making them inclusive right at the source of training and upskilling. The other element of that is most of the last mile is a single shift oriented industry, right? If we were to make it a double shift, right, across the country, right, we need security, law and order provisioning, but also make more network and coverage, right, in locations like Northeast, for example, right? In Shillong, for example, from any of the hubs of any of the 3PLs, right? If you have to go to the city center, right, it takes about 45 minutes to 60 minutes. And you would hardly have a good network coverage to even sort of track your movement, right? Those are some of the issues, I think, which still need redressal, right? They still need to be catered to. But eventually, I think as most of the 3PLs particularly move towards tier 3 and 4, so roughly about 65 to 70% of all consumption in e-commerce world is happening in tier 3 and 4 cities, right? So if that is the case, then essentially by virtue of private players participating more or state government-led initiatives, I think the situation will continue to improve. I think a 2026 or a 2027 India, at least tier 2 and beyond, would be much different on the last mile safety and security versus what we see today.
Yeah, no, you have raised an excellent point here, because that also flows into a question for Ramkesh ji. What are we going to do about this, sir? The network coverage, वो Northeast की बात कर रहे हैं, मैं defense colony में call नहीं ले पाती हूँ. So, you know, यहाँ पे it's not just about rural and remote areas. We are also talking about urban areas where the network coverage, especially the last mile, is still really lagging. And, the Wi-Fi, mobile phones, something that India has actually been able to take advantage of. This last leg we are not being able to cover. So what should the government do to help you help us?
स्मृति में तैयारी करके आया था लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी की, और आप मेरे को सिर्फ टेलीकॉम के क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो।
सर फोन नहीं आ पाता लास्ट माइल।
I'm not a technical engineer. I'm purely a supply chain guy. Still, I will try to answer your question.
जी।
पहले तो ये कि जो लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी है किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है, क्योंकि पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो फोकस है वो लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी के ऊपर आ जाता है। और before the action reach on last mile delivery, before it, other organizations, order management, production, they have taken well time and have eaten enough budget also. तो लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी पर्सन के पास सबसे कम बजट होता है, टाइम सबसे कम होता है, एस्केलेशन प्रेशर सबसे ज़्यादा होता है, और सबसे लो लेवल का बजट भी होता है, और सबसे कम स्किल्ड के पर्सन भी होते हैं। They are always doing in adverse conditions. Still, लास्ट माइल में अगर टेलीकॉम की अगर बात करूँ तो टेलीकॉम में डिपेंड करता है कि लास्ट माइल आपकी कहाँ पे है। टेलीकॉम में जैसे आपने अभी बोला कि टेलीकॉम टावर डिफेंस कॉलोनी दिल्ली में भी है, विच इज़ मेट्रो एंड कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया। एंड लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी टेलीकॉम साइट बी क्लास सिटी, सी क्लास सिटी, विलेज, टाउन, फार्म्स, और इवन ऑन turbulent J&K and China border के ऊपर भी है। Telecom is delivering products to China border, to Chhattisgarh next slide area, to village, to metro city, and every location do have its own geographical, weather, and rule regulations, traffic conditions, सब type के challenges है। But इसमें मेरी तरफ से अगर input अगर मैं बोलूँ लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी स्ट्रेंथ हम कैसे करें, and some inputs and suggestion from my side, कि एक तो हम अगर गति शक्ति के अम्ब्रेला के अंडर में अगर बात कर रहे हैं हम, then government of India since last few years I am seeing giving much focus to logistics and supply chain. This is very good. Even the government of India has deputed special secretary and joint secretary level person, or say senior officers, to handle the infra of logistics and to take country LPI, logistics performance index at world level, or say at par with global top contributing countries like Sweden, Finland, UK, and those kind of countries. LPI index में हम करीबन 44 या 46 पोजीशन पे हैं अभी, and government is talking about to take sharp leap to jump in top 10 countries in the world. उसके लिए हमें अपनी जो कॉस्ट है वो भी जीडीपी की कॉस्ट हम लॉजिस्टिक्स में करीबन 14-15% अभी खर्च कर रहे हैं, दैट वी नीड टू रिड्यूस टू 4-5%, और ऊपर से सर्विस है वो हमें इनहांस करनी है। जनरली होता उल्टा है, हमारी थिंकिंग ये रहती है कि आप अगर सर्विस, आपको अगर 5 स्टार में चाय पीनी है तो कॉस्ट ज़्यादा लगेगी। अब यहाँ पे जनरली होता क्या है कि विद यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी यू हैव टू इनहांस योर सर्विस ऑल्सो एंड यू टू रिड्यूस द कॉस्ट एज वेल। यहाँ पे इस लाइन में ये बात नहीं है कि बीच में जो जितने भी जो पार्टनर हैं, सप्लाई चेन जो एसोसिएट्स हैं, वो अपना मार्जिन कम कर दें, मैं ये नहीं कर रहा हूँ। वो अपना मार्जिन भी मेंटेन करें बट विद एफिशिएंसी कुछ लेके आए। बाई एग्जाम्पल, उदाहरण के तौर पे अगर एक शिप इंडिया में खाली हो रही है, उसको खाली करने में 5 से 6 दिन लग रहे हैं, वही शिप अगर जापान में खाली कर रहे हैं तो वो 5 से 6 घंटे में हो रही है, सीधा गैप। एंड जापान पीपल हु आर वर्किंग टू डाउनलोड टू ऑफलोड द शिप, दे आर अर्निंग मोर देन इंडियन काउंटर पार्ट्स। तो यहाँ पे एक तो जो स्किल सेट्स है या फिर जो एजुकेशन है, IITI है, स्कूल एजुकेशन है, पॉलिटेक्निक्स हैं, उसमें बिल्कुल ही शार्प ओवरऑल की जरूरत है कि उसकी जो क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन है, जैसे ही कोई यंग ग्रेजुएट्स या फिर यंग पर्सन्स हु आर कमिंग टू वर्क इन इंडस्ट्री, ही शुड हैव सम बेसिक स्किल्स। अभी इंडस्ट्री के चैलेंज क्या है, आप इफ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट फ्रॉम ट्रांसपोर्टर एंगल साइड्स टुडे, all transporters do have huge shortage of drivers. It's big challenge. They can invest on crores of rupees buying Mercedes trucks, but he cannot have a driver to handle 2 crores of the trucks. So that is the one issue. The education, we need to put big efforts, like we are doing efforts in logistics on the education, and then of course government is doing lots of work in improving infra of aviation sector, infra of railway sector, infra of highways, and we are clocking world record in developing highways and dedicated freight corridors as Purula mentions, many datas and many big things on the railways. I found many new things from your discussions. This is all from my side.
Ji. The next question is for you, Milinji, and the last pillar of this conversation, unfortunately should not have been the last, but it is sustainability, and something that we are beginning to recognize, something which is now coming into our conversation when we start talking about infrastructure. Very importantly, even when Gati Shakti was announced, it was it was actually quite nice that the Prime Minister also laid importance on the sustainable infrastructure, and he said whatever infrastructural footprint we create, let's make sure that it's green and it's not creating any kind of burden on the environment. So is that happening in warehouses too? I'm aware that there are green buildings, but how else is technology sort of supporting in making warehousing the entire system more sustainable?
Yes, certainly. I would like to answer these questions in technological way, that is intelligent warehouses. So what we were talking about regarding theft, as Shonak said. So what we can do is we have the EPOD concept, electronic proof of delivery, whereby the customer receives the goods and acknowledge that we have received the goods by signing the delivery electronically. The traditional way of signing using a pen or paper has gone now. Now, once he signed the delivery electronically, what we call it as electronic proof of delivery, the series of operation triggers in the background. That is, a supplier supplies the good. When it received to the customer premises, customer make an entry into the systems. At the same time, he signed the electronically, and then the billing process starts automatically. So we bill the goods which you received. So that's the concept. So I would say the last mile delivery with a view of EPOD is a third window which connected the two windows of supplier and customer. So that form a triangle, and with the technological advantage, we can achieve that. Secondly, all the process is 100% paperless. So that's the thing, there is no manual intervention. And what we are talking about the internet, when you said that we established the warehouse in a remote area where there is no internet connectivity. So these problems often comes in the warehouse, that there are no internet connectivity, but the work has to go, show must go on. So what we have done in US for our one of the customer, Domino's. So we develop a mobile application, which is, there is no internet connectivity required. We scan everything, and it's offline functionality. And whenever it comes in contact with the internet, it gets synced, and all the data gets synced and updated into the system. So that's the technological advantage which we can take. And I think you are talking about the government should support it, because as when we are talking about the warehouses, it's not that the plant is there and the warehouse is, because when the plant is there, then we set up the warehouse as a production warehouse or the spare part warehouse. We issue the goods to the plant and warehouse, all this operation. But what we are talking about, the customer-based warehouse. Can we set up a customer-based warehouse? The sales and distributions warehouse. So in a village we can set up, and government should support, should provide some subsidy, some help. So that will make the thing happen. And then, as you said, the warehouse are getting closer and closer to the market. So this is the way.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir.
I like to just say a few things. Like, today last mile delivery is basically instrumental in building a brand image, right? So today, if my customer does not get my coin delivery intact, he may not order a coin from my company. He may go to my competitor. Similarly, if a customer has ordered Horlicks or has ordered any of the FMCG products, be it be biscuits or anything. So the impact of a poor delivery, poor last mile delivery will straight away hit the brand. Customer will not order a Britannia biscuit again. Customer may not order Horlicks again if he cannot get the last mile delivery intact, right? Now, my view, and this is just a summary that I want to say once again, reiterate. I think road network is very important, and I think the government has done fantastically well. Then, green initiatives in telecom and all. I've been associated with Bharti Group in 2 tenures for over 6 years. I think there was a time when diesel telecom industry was the 3rd largest consumer of diesel after Indian Railways and Indian military. Right today, it's no longer a consumer of diesel because a lot of green initiatives have happened. There are solar that has been installed on telecom projects. There is wind energy which is being used. Renewable sources of energy are being used. Lithium-ion batteries have come up leaps and bounces. I think a lot of telecom tower sites today have lithium-ion batteries, and I think telecom industry as such has put towers at places where even the highway is not there. Right. So once the highway network comes up across the country, I think the network coverage will automatically improve. Once the network coverage improves, then our last mile, our safety, security of people will also improve, right? The overall infra will improve, and that will have a hugely positive impact on the last mile delivery infrastructure, warehousing, you call it anything. I think, and that's when the costs and all will start to come down.
Absolutely. Night
Thank
follows
you.
day, so we have to have the first mile and middle mile in place. Only then can we have the last mile functioning smoothly. I'm not going to hold you guys up because PhD has offered networking cocktail and dinner at 6:30, and I'm just only a minute away from that. So I'm just wrapping up the session by your permission. And we've discussed about last mile for a stronger Bharat. The discussion is about stronger Bharat. What we want to do is connect to the last mile of even the remote areas, Bharat, that has still been untouched by the development. And for that, what we need to take care of is that our networks are fully robust, they are laid out, and we are able to connect to everyone sitting in the remotest part of the country. But more importantly, if the last mile has to be safe and secure and reliable, then the government will have to step in. And that's just, as a public policy professional, I think I happen to always speak about what the government needs to do, because I believe the private sector is doing its bit. So next time when you see your counterparts, when you see government officials and have your meetings, please do remind them that we need half of the workforce to be enabled. And for that, law, security, all these have to be enabled. Trainings have to be ensured for this last mile gig economy that is thriving and becoming bigger by the day. And not only education has to be provided, training has to be done, but apart from that, sustainability also has to be enabled by the government. For example, as these warehouses are coming closer, can we allow for solar rooftops? Can they become green as they come inside the country and not create a burden on the infrastructure? Can we also use wind energy in a way? He talked about it, but in France, for example, tricycles, what we call our rickshaws here, are very widely used for last mile delivery. And those things are going to sort of come back. So I think, we have lots to take back to the government, and hopefully we've been able to evangelize some of the audience here to take some of the suggestions to make this last mile stronger. And I hope you'll use them to convince the government on our behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the speakers for a fruitful session. I request Mr. Tariq Ahmed and Dr. Yogesh Srivastav to please step up on the stage to present the mementos to all the speakers. Please give them a round of applause. We first have Mr. Ramkesh Jangra, Head of Supply Chain, SCC Ericsson. Please give him a round of applause, the audience. Next, we have Mr. Milind Chaudhary, Director, Enterprise Application, Crave Infotech. Next up, we have Mr. Shaunik Goel, Chief Supply Chain Officer, MMTC PAMP. Next, we have Mr. Ashish Sikka, Chief Strategy Officer, Ecom Express. And last but not the least, Ms. Priti Sharma, Head Operations and Public Policy, Amazon.
Also those who have got, we will have a group picture. Ajay, why don't you come join us? And you can call. Yeah, please call. Really, join us fast. Join us fast. You're taking too much time, otherwise the click will don't get too much time.
Let's give a big round of applause to the entire team who have worked this hard to make the event possible. Now that we are done with all the panels, I'd like to invite Mrs. Millie Dubey for her address on the role of logistics and supply chain in the agri and food sector.
So as directed, I'll not take much time of everyone. So first of all, thank you so much for the enriching session. And it was very, very good and knowledgeable conference so far. So talking about, agriculture and food processing sector, I think no one would dispute that COVID-19 pandemic created a significant disruption of global supply chain. Nothing like has had happened in decades, and many operators relied on strategies that only partly address their challenges. We see the increasing importance of logistics and agriculture, which can be attributed mainly to the fact that every new generation of consumer demands regular supply of perishable products, which conditions with the right kind of product at the right place, right quantity, and at the right time. We all understand that in order to sustain profits in agribusiness, it is imperative to make best possible use of logistics and not only to procure, but most suitable produce in cost-effective way, but also to operate in every possible inventory without fearing loss of business. So with these words, I would like to take opportunity to announce our conference on role of logistics and supply chain in agri and food industry scheduled for August. We would look forward for your participation, cooperation, and support. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Now I would like to request Dr. Yogesh Srivastava if you can just give a concluding remark for this conference, sir. Please.
Thank you, Ajay. I think remarks we are basically getting since morning, and a number of people have also told me, this is not me being the one of the organizers, that it is a too long sessions. And I was having a word with the ma'am also. She's also of the opinion that it can be, divided into 2 days. So, ladies and gentlemen, I must say thanks on my personal behalf and on behalf of PhD CCI. Let me just share it with you that we have 61 expert areas. And I think logistics is one of the areas which is, as Millie has just now mentioned, that in agri and food sector, in all other sectors, this is a very important connect which can be there in number of committees. So my request would be to you, Ajay, as well as to all the people, those who are there, their logo, which you can see. If you feel, yes, you can be part and parcel of the agri sector, food sector, and in any other sector, please do write it to us. What we will do, because we have the calendar from October till September, because we work on a presidential year basis. When we say presidential year, the president comes for 1 year, and all these programs of any chamber, whether we or any other national chamber, we work not from December to January, we work from 1st October till 30th of September. That's the annual general meet of any chamber when the leadership changes. So this year we have Mr. Pradeep Multani. You all have seen his term is going to be over on 30th of September, and the new president will take over. So our calendar is full till 30th of September. And as Millie has just mentioned that in August, we are going to have a program, especially on the logistics and supply chain. So if you feel, yes, you can be part and parcel of this. And as ma'am, we discussed, it can be 1.5 days or 2 days, then we can always, have such kind of programs, because the idea is that the industry should be benefited. At the end of the day, it should not be just a common kind of a program whereby people come, have lunch, at the end of the day, have drinks, and then go away. I, on behalf of the committee of logistics committee, I can assure each one of you over here, and on behalf of my colleague Ajay Bansal, Sunita Prajapati, that we are going to have a list of recommendations which we have said in the morning that we are going to submit it to the government of India, and we are going to, and then meeting the concerned ministry officials. I should not name number of people also said that only giving the recommendations to the minister is not going to work. And I agree with that. But at the same time, I can assure you that we are going to submit the same to the concerned secretary, Government of India, and then follow up. And at the end of the day, anybody can then send an email to Ajay, Sunita, or to me, asking that, okay, we have had this conference on 9th of June. What are the takeaways? What government has given us, the communication in as far as our recommendations are concerned. And all these associations, whether FFF, AI, or any other association, we are here basically to share such kind of platform with them also, so that at the end of the day, the industry should be benefited, the members should be benefited. Whether you are our direct members or not, it is immaterial. But at the same time, if you are as a company, as a member of any association, the benefit must go to you. And that's how the motto is. We are connected with 150,000 companies in PhD CCI, and we are assuring each one of us that the industry issues must be taken up, the industry issues must be delivered, industry issue must be deliberated, and at the end of the day, the last mile connectivity is some, this session was so important that in this such kind of context or conference, we must go back to the government, whether it is central government, state government, or any other authority, to see whether our wish list are going to be fulfilled in totality, partially, or in minuscule time. So that's what the objective of any conference or any exhibition of PhD CCI is. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I don't want to name all the supporters or sponsors. It's already mentioned, but at the same time, I really want to thank from the bottom of my heart people, those who are at the back, those who have really worked so hard, Kasbir Thomas and team, and especially the people, those who are basically giving the press release of different sessions to the media. So thanks to Aparajita and team. And I can see that on Twitter, the ministry has already tweeted all your, inaugural session, and number of likes which we have received, and the
comments also. So it is your duty, Ajay, if any of the sponsors, any of the participants really wants what kind of comments, they can go log into our, Twitter handle, that is @PhDCCI, and see, and we are also going to then put it on our Facebook. If you have any comments, if you have any suggestions, if you really want to give any guidance, please do not hesitate, get back to us, and we assure you that we are here to serve our member. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for the cocktail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srivastav. It's now time to thank our partners without whom this entire event would not have been a success as it is. I invite Mr. Parminder Singh, founder and director, Logistics Insider, and Mr. Gaurav Dubey, co-founder and director, Logistics Insider, to present the mementos. To start with, I would like to invite Mr. Chetan Kumria on the behalf of our industry partner, Chamber of Visionary Supply Chain Leaders. Please give him a round of applause. Next up, I request Mr. C.K. Govil to join us on stage on behalf of Air Cargo Agents Association of India. Is there any other representative from the organization? Okay, we'll move on. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. S. Ramakrishna to join us on behalf of Federation of Freight Forwarders Association of India. Next up is the Association of Multimodal Transport Operators of India. Do we have a representative? All right, let's welcome Amtoy on the stage. Please give them a round of applause. All right, next up, do we have someone from the Air Cargo Forum India? And last but not the least, we have the Delhi Customs Brokers Association. Do we have a representative? All right, no problem. Okay, so now I don't think. Okay. Okay, so as I was saying, don't think I forgot about it. I'd like you all to give yourselves a massive round of applause for being the amazing audience that you've been through the day. It was supremely wonderful to have you all accompany us to witness the first edition of the IILSC 2022. And we hope to host you for all the upcoming editions as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay back for cocktails and dinner on the house.